you'll be on that list. So don't forget to fill that out. Also, please don't forget to fill out your surveys. Either use the QR code or use the physical copy that's in your folder. Several people asked about the lyrics to the songs that the children's choir sang, Came Harmony. We have those lyrics outside to the left where the posters and stickers are. Also, in the Navy room, the Navy casualty office is missing. They had a little table stand with a little Navy flag, POW flag, and the American flag. If anybody happened to see that or pick it up, please return it to the Navy. They'd be most appreciative. Let's everyone make sure. That wasn't a souvenir. That wasn't a giveaway. Sorry. If I see one of you with flags sticking out of your purse, I'm going to get you. Please silence your phones. And a reminder, the Cold War breakout for the Cold War families is going to be over here in Salon Studio C. We're going to go through the agenda here. And also, as I said yesterday, make sure you remain aware of what time your case summary review is. Again, we don't have bathroom breaks built in. Just feel free to come and go as needed. So we'll see, we're going to start out in a little bit with the remembrance ceremony. Then we're going to have Dr. Chris Bay, Mr. John Figueres, Dr. Barry, and then we're going to have a family member that's going to give a generational trauma talk right before lunch. Did that move? Yeah. There we go. And then in the afternoon, the Cold War breakout for the Cold War families. And then in here will be the Korean War Identification Project, the field perspective, Dr. McMahon with the DNA, partnership and innovation, and then we will roll into the second question and answer period. So those folks who had questions that I didn't get to call on yesterday, and then we will close out at 4:30. So with that, I'll ask my folks with the microphones to please come where you can see the audience. We're going to continue on with the remembrance. So anyone who didn't get a chance to stand up and talk about your loved one, please raise your hand, and someone with a microphone will come to you. See this gentleman?
Good morning, y'all. We try to get some information on my wife Georgia's first cousin. He was 17 years old when he joined the Army out of Ohio, and he was in the 63rd. Hold on a second. He's in the 63rd Field Artillery Unit as a protectionary force in Japan, watching out for the Japanese folks. The North Koreans was coming to invade the South Koreans in 1950, and his unit, with the 24th Infantry, was shipped from Japan straight to the front lines. The South Koreans, or that unit, was very undermanned and understaffed, very little artillery. It was in there for a matter of a month. It was overrun by the North Vietnamese. By the North Koreans. His unit got overran, they got separated, and he was one of the many that was not accounted for either on the POW list or found as far as, as being any remains. So we came here this weekend to try to get it fixed up so we can get his remains back in West Virginia where his dad is buried. Before his dad died, he bought a plot at the cemetery, bought him a headstone. So now we're just looking for the remains so we can put him back where he belongs. And I just, remember, everybody that's in the military, been in the military, died for the military. We went in for the sole purpose of serving our country, willing to serve, willing to fight, willing to get shot, willing to die, but we were never willing to be left behind or abandoned. And we just thank you all for doing what you all do, so we won't have to leave anybody behind or abandoned. And I thank you all for listening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Pat Farr, and my uncle was Ralph Davider. He was 21 years old, and he was drafted in the Army and was assigned to A Company, 1st Battalion, 7th Cavalry Regiment, or 1st Cavalry Division. On November 5th, he was fighting on Hill 200. The circumstance of his death, or at the time missing in action, was a very traumatic event in my family, mainly because a few weeks earlier, on October 13th, my grandfather was out plowing a field and died out there of heart attack, 51 years old. And my mother, Ralph's sister, tried to get a hold of him. They knew he was on his way to Korea, trying to get him at least to come for the funeral. And of course, it was too late. He was already on his way over. And on November 5th, he was fighting on Hill 200 in Korea, and they called him off the line, and he was taken to a Red Cross headquarters or somewhere out there and given a letter from my mother that said that his dad had died. He was given time to write a letter back in which he mainly expressed concern about how to take care of his mother, financially. And then he was sent back to the line, and the next day he was reported missing. My mother had us two little children. My grandmother had had a stroke like 2 years before, and she had pretty well recovered from it, except she was very nervous and really couldn't do any like reading, writing, filling out forms, writing checks, stuff like that. That had to all fall to my mother too. And is what happened then is that my grandmother had to sell the farm, and we never knew what happened. Whenever, of course, early on, whenever you'd mention his name, my mom and grandmother would just start crying. And so I never knew what really happened. And if I ever asked them, they said, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know where he's at. For a long time, they held out hope that maybe he was a prisoner, but he wasn't, thank goodness. And but every time my mom and dad would move, they would always send the new address to the Department of the Army, just in case anything came up. And I just couldn't understand that. I thought, well, obviously, since we don't know anything, the Army doesn't care and the government doesn't care. But I find out by going to these events that that's not necessarily true, and I'm very happy to find that out, that was not the case. Anyway, we talk about trauma, second-generation trauma. That was it, because I was just a little kid, and all I remember of my mom was like having rashes and hives and not being very pleasant to be around. And and I always wondered why, and I'm pretty sure that it was that whole event that did that. So anyway, that's my story, and I want to thank the department for all they do, because I think it really does help to see that somebody does care. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Nadine Nowicki Beals, and I'm the niece of Corporal Casimir Nowicki, 38th Field Artillery Battalion. I'll never learn those military things. No hope here. I didn't know Uncle Kaz existed until I was in middle school, and it was an accident. I came across a memorial card that said missing in action. Missing in action. And I started praying for him right away. I asked my dad about it, and he was very angry. He said he went to Korea for the war, and he never came back, and that's all we know. There is a lot of grief and anger there. I discovered the DPA accidentally about 1.5 years ago, and that's where I got a lot more information. Uncle Kaz had served with distinction in the European theater in World War II in the campaign for the Rhineland. Then he re-enlisted. I think this was his third re-enlistment second re-enlistment after his first in Europe. And he became a prisoner of war when he was fighting in a fighting retreat. And he died in a prisoner of war camp in North Korea of starvation about 6 days from my second birthday. I am so grateful to the DPA for this information. I had some scuttlebutt, not verifiable since my dad's gone a long time, but family has told me, like this old chain, who knows how truthful it is, but they say that my dad felt guilty for Uncle Kaz's death because he couldn't convince him to stay and not re-enlist. But this information is the kind of stuff that can turn terrible grief and anger into a more understanding of duty and hope. And I still hope that Uncle Kaz will come home, because all of these little accidents in my life to come to know my uncle, I don't think they were accidents. I think they're little miracles, and I know miracles happen here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Meredith, and I belong to the club that many of you do, and that is a niece or a nephew who never met the uncle. But just the same, we grieve for that loss. And in my case, my uncle was only 17, and he wanted to join the Army, but his parents wouldn't sign the permission slip, so his little sister forged his mother's signature. And that woman is 91 now, and she has grieved the loss of her brother for her entire life, really. My uncle died while serving as a medic in the 1st Infantry Division, and he died in a prison camp as well. So I, too, am so grateful for the opportunity to find out anything, to know that there are still people looking. And I want to encourage you all. My friend Robin and I have brought pictures of our uncles to put on the table. So those of you who are going to come next year, I want to encourage you to bring a picture so that our lost ones, whether we knew them or not, won't be just a number, they won't be just a name, they won't be just a case record, but they'll be a person with a face whose family loves them and still misses them and looks forward to meeting them in heaven. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. It's so nice to see so many people here year after year. And those of us who are getting a little on in life and have been coming many, many years, there was an angst for a while that perhaps the issue, if you will, would fade over time. But it's so great to see new generations coming and looking for answers. All of our cases are somewhat similar, but they're all different too. Each one of us has our own story. My dad has been missing since a month and a half before I was born. He was in the Air Force and flying a mission over North Korea. They went down. 2 of the crew members were captured and were shown the muddied jacket of a 3rd crew member, but there was no mention of my dad. And there have since been conflicting reports, if you will, as to what might have happened to him. But in my mind, he basically just disappeared and we never knew. In February of '54, as many of you might know, the MIA status was changed to KIA-BNR, killed in action, body not recovered. And that tended to kind of dull the search for information for a lot of people. But my mom kept hoping, and she kept our dad alive for my brother and myself, and we kept thinking he might show up at the door. So that went on throughout our life, although that hope began to fade. And then in 1992, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, their new president, Russia's new president, Boris Yeltsin, came to the United States and admitted that the Soviets had taken American POWs out of the theater of combat and not returned them. At that point, I was 40, and my willingness to accept the presumption of death was no longer going to be adequate. So I got involved, as did many other family members. We became activists at that point, and we began to demand answers. In 1998, I formed the Coalition of Families of Korean and Cold War POW-MIAs, and we are very active to this day. We've been active for the 30 years since. Part of that activism has required travel. I've been to China, I've been to North Korea, I've been to Russia, where I visited the last standing gulag, Perm 36, and I've been to every country of the former Soviet Union, all of it looking for information that might lead to answers. By now, I don't expect that my dad will walk in the door. He would be 98, but that doesn't mean I don't want closure. And closure comes with getting information and answers. So we continue the fight. And a very important part of that fight is DPAA and all of the other teams that work so hard to get us information, and I thank you all.
Good morning, and it's great to see all of you here. And thank you, DPA, again for this event. My name is Diana Brown Sanfilippo, and I'm here with my husband, Bob, my grandson, Alex. This is his second time here. So, my father went missing on a mission into North Korea. He was an F-51D pilot with the 45th Tactical Reconnaissance Unit. His name is First Lieutenant Frank Salazar, the U.S. Air Force. And he was stationed out of Kimpo Air Base. And his mission was often to recon the trains going in North Korea, because the trains carried ammunition, personnel, food, that kind of stuff. So it was important to know what was going on with the trains. And as a reconnaissance pilot, with the Mustang plane he flew, he would strafe the targets for bombers so that the bombers could see where the target was. So he went missing on December 31st, 1952. And on that mission, he noticed that something was different in this train yard. And so he, I guess from the day before, and so he had radioed for bombers to come in to bomb the area. And it took about an hour for the bombers to come. I don't know if they were coming from Japan. I think they were coming from Japan, I'm not sure. But it took about an hour for them. So in the reports, he was surveying other area around there also. But the bombers finally came, and in my mind, I'm thinking, well, if they saw him over this train area, it's been an hour, they're going to be ready for him when he comes back. And so anyway, the bombers came, and he had a new pilot with him that was going to be a replacement. He was close to coming home. And so it was his wingman. And so he told his wingman he was going to strafe this target. And so he went down first and strafed the target. And this is according to the wingman's report. He came out of his dive to strafe the target and pulled out and went to the east. And as he was pulling out, he said it seemed like, my father told him, it seemed like a lot of heavy ground fire. And so the wingman did not go in. He pulled out and went south and then came back. And when he came back, he radioed my dad on the radio, and he couldn't get my dad. So he never saw him go down. He never saw his plane get hit. The search and rescue efforts the next day, they couldn't find any plane wreckage. There was smoke on the ground, but the bombers had bombed also, so they couldn't tell if it was a plane or bombs. And so I never knew, did his plane get hit? Did he bail out? Of course, in a Mustang, they don't have ejection canopies. They have to turn the plane over to bail out. So did he have a chance to bail out? Was he hit? Did he know he was going to die? I mean, these are all the things that go through your mind when you're thinking about your loved one, their last moments, and you weren't there. So I had just turned 5 the month he went missing, and I do have memory of him. And my brother was 13 months old, and he doesn't have memory of him, but he was affected just as much as I was. And so because I remembered, and he wrote letters to me too, and I have those letters. So growing up, I know, my father was there, and then my mother remarries, and another man comes in, and there's no talk about what happened to my father, nothing. He's there one day and he's gone, and I'm old enough to know my father's not here with me anymore. And so when I was about 10, I asked my mom what happened to my dad. She had remarried, but I felt like I had to ask her alone because I didn't know if it was safe with this other man around. And all she said was he went to war and died. And she said it in an angry tone. And I tried to ask a few times even after that, but it was always anger. So anytime I ever tried to find out, it was anger from my mom. And so it really affected my relationship with my mother too. And eventually, I found on the internet, actually my husband, I was trying to find out about my father. I'm in my 50s, 60s, close to 60s, and so I'm going on the internet, seeing if I can find anybody in his unit that might have known him, because I know nothing of my father. And so my husband found something on the internet, and he says, "You got to see this." And it was my dad's name, and it said, "DNA requested." And it was highlighted in red, and I just I had mixed feelings. I was scared, did they find him? I didn't know, and I didn't want to have hopes up either because I didn't know. So what it was the DPAA was searching for DNA for the missing. I didn't know anyone cared about my father, or was even this was even on their mind to look for people that are missing after 50 years or more. So I came to, my brother and I came the first time together in 2007 to the briefing here. And then my brother died the following year. But that coming here for the two of us was the first time we ever felt like anybody knew what it's like to live with this all your life. And it was so healing for my brother and I. And to know that they're still looking to try to find our loved one and bring them home. Because that's what mattered, is they need to be home. They served our country. And my father's unit was not deployed to Korea. He volunteered to go. So, and he is the only combat fatality in his Air National Guard unit that was activated. He's their only combat fatality to this day. So the grief issue, we all know that grief issue in different ways, but there's, like Linda said, there's so many, is it Donna? Donna said, there's so many similarities, even though we have different stories. And so my mother would never have a memorial. She didn't want to come here. So I felt like I could never have a place to honor my father. And my relationship with my mother was strained my whole life, and so it was even worse towards the end of her life. But I wanted to have a memorial. So, and my mother was the PNOC, so I couldn't do anything. So she died in 2017. This might sound horrible, but the next working day I ordered her death certificate so that I could have a memorial for him. And in 2018, there was a service at Arlington National Cemetery for him, and has a marker in Arlington National Cemetery now. But that grief was so many pieces to feeling like you can have some peace of mind. AA was like the first major piece for my brother and I. And then I still wanted to know about my father, so I started writing a book. Actually, what happened was 9/11 happened, and I kind of had buried my grief. But when 9/11 happened and the towers went down and there were no evidence of bodies, and it brought up my own grief of my father missing. And so I thought, I need to tell my story. So I started writing a memoir about how it affected me and our family. And had I known the pain that would bring up for me, I probably wouldn't have done it, but it was worth it. And in that process, I gained a lot of peace of mind. And the other piece was, besides DPA and writing about it, was I became a a certified private pilot myself at age 65, so that I could know what my father loved. And I actually had the opportunity to fly a P-51. So there are so many things that we can do that are unique to each of us to help us find that peace, even though we don't have them home here. But we never give up that hope to have them come home. And like Donna, my father would have been over, I think, 101 this year. So I don't expect him to walk alive either. But it's been a huge journey, and you all know what that journey's been like. And it's not been, as my brother told me, it's been a shitty ride. So, but I got the opportunity to really have some peace of mind about it, and DPAA has been a huge piece of that. And I've come here every year except for the years that we couldn't come because of COVID. So Thank you, DPAA, and thank you, all of you, for being here to share our stories together.
Thank you.
I'm Mel Hansen from Washington State, and I'm here to honor my uncle, John Tuen, who was in the 17th Division and Regiment. And he, I happened to be 9 years old on vacation with my parents visiting my grandpa in South Dakota when the telegram arrived that Johnny was missing in action. And so it's been real close to me, to Johnny's life. And Johnny was married and when he was 20, and 8 months later he was drafted and sent to Korea. And 8 months after that, he was on the hill next to 472, according to a letter he wrote back to the family 5 days before he was missing, saying that what was going on and how he was doing fine, and how he appreciated. He was the 10th sibling in the family, and he commented about all of the cookies and stuff that had just arrived 1 month after they were sent, and how everyone had gobbled them up in one night. So to keep his memory alive, I've been sort of appreciated this organization and the chance that I had to go to South Korea, and I've been able to bring 7 grandkids to these conferences, and now I'm channeling my son this year, and my daughter signed up for next year. I was privileged to get a call from Governor Kristi Noem in South Dakota here a couple months ago, and asked if I would come and be on the platform with her in a dedication for John Tuen Memorial Bridge on the Sioux River. So 2 weeks ago, I was privileged to be able to participate in that ceremony, and to help keep John's alive in our family. And I purchased 100 MAI flags and had silkscreen put his name and statistics on it. So I've been able to pass them out to family member and friends to fly in his honor. So, but it's thanks to this organization to keep us remembering and allowing me to share this with the rest of my family.
Thank you. Got one right there.
Morning, everybody. First, I'd like to thank DPA for everything you do for the families of our loved ones. I don't have a lot to talk about my uncle because I wasn't even born yet. The information my father passed on me was not a lot of information about my uncle, other than the fact that he did fight. He was in battle in Korea, in Germany. And last night I was looking at some paper that was forwarded to me from DPA, and I saw that he even fought in France. I never knew that. Also found out that he had a scar on his neck, and I recall my father telling me that he got hit by grenade shrapnel, and that's where that scar was from. He was presented with the family's in two Purple Hearts and one Medal of Valor because he saved one of his comrades in battle. And what occurred with my uncle, he was from San Antonio, Texas. Braulio Flores was his name. And so he came home on leave to San Antonio, and then he was called in to report to Seattle, Washington to, he's en route to Korea. And so he got shipped out there, I believe it was in June of 1950, and then 11 November 50 is when he declared missing while in action in North Korea. It was in the battle where the Americans got overrun by the Chinese forces, and that was the last of whatever happened to my uncle. Always been proud of him. That's what I'm here. I also want to present my son, well, behind me, Braulio Flores. And that cap that he's wearing right now, I got that for him. It has my uncle's name on it, his rank, and so I'm very proud that I named him after my uncle. And so we're here to keep having hope that hopefully someday, with your assistance, my uncle will be brought back to us. We're so proud of him. We are a proud family of several members are in the military, Marine Corps, Army, and Navy. Again, my father was in the Army, my brother was in the Army, 2 brothers in the Army, nephew in the Navy, nephew in the Marine Corps, and another nephew in the Army. So we're very proud to have served for our country. Okay. And I was in the Marine Corps. My wife wants me to tell you that. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning. My name is Connell Faber. This is my first conference along with my grandfather who brought me here with him. Thank you to Kelly McKeague, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Quinn, and everyone for being here. It's an honor to be present here, listening to everyone speak about their loved ones and keeping their memory alive. Through this experience, I've learned much more about my family and about American history. I'm very grateful for the DPAA for keeping my family and I in touch with their efforts in bringing our relative, James Francis Ward, back home. Born in 1929, he was an Irish American born in Brooklyn. Growing up, he was very close to his cousins as he was an only child, and he looked up to my great-grandpa and other cousins who had plenty of World War II combat. Before the time he was even of age to enlist in the Navy, he did so. He served in the Navy for 4 years. James wanted more combat, so he joined the Army. He fought in the Korean War and was reported MIA on February 6, 1951. The loss of James was devastating to the family. I believe that James, his parents, and my whole family would all be grateful for keeping the memory of these remarkable soldiers alive and bringing them home where possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kagan West, and I'm here for Captain Babesa, who was a pilot. And I just wanted to share that I've been coming a really, really long time to these. The first time I came, I was so emotional and overwrought and pretty confrontational. I demanded that they return my father's remains. They needed to find them. And just all this stuff poured out, and then through time I've been able to become more focused and understand. I know that for some of us, we see this as a failure, and I don't believe that there was ever a malicious, deliberate failure. Certainly, we don't understand everything that's going on. I wish I did. I mean, I'm a person who loves to find someone to blame, and I checked a book out of the library when I was 19 because I never met my father. He predeceased me by 10 weeks. And I was going to read this book, and I was going to find out who was responsible. And after I read about 3 chapters, I was so overwhelmed by the information that I came to understand that trying to point a finger wasn't even practical. It wasn't that I forgave, it was that it was beyond the scope of my 19-year-old reasoning. And now, as I've come here in January, we had a memorial, and for the first time, I had a place that I felt like was my dad. And so I went on Monday, or Tuesday rather, he's here in Arlington. And For me, it's like for any of you who do not have a memorial, I strongly suggest you consider that, because for me, it's the first time I had a place that felt like it was my place to be with my dad. So when I touch it, it's very emotional, but what I said was on Tuesday, for the first time in my life, I was able to say, I'm going to see my dad. Now, there are no remains there. I do still hold hope for his remains to be returned, and I don't give up. I believe that the world is changing rapidly, and that opportunity may come. I went to Korea not on one of the tours, but on my own independently, and I would encourage anyone to go there. The Korean people are so incredibly gracious. When you stand in Seoul, there's no way you cannot understand the end result of the sacrifice. But when you go to the UN cemetery, they take such good care of it, and it's so beautiful. And 14 different nations have names there. And I have both my dad and my uncle there, their names. And I hate crying publicly, I'm sorry, it's humiliating. I'm just glad that other people are coming. Because when I was a teenager and they had that cover that said The Forgotten War, I said, I never forgot this war. I never forgot this war. As a child, people would say to me, I'd go, my father died in the war, my daddy died in the war. And they would go, you're too young. And then I would say, the Korean War. And yeah, people didn't acknowledge that to us. For those of us my age, we were the forgotten war, but we're not forgotten. And when I travel extensively, I visit military cemeteries and cemeteries. I always walk through the unknown area, and I go, you're not unknown. You had a brother, a father, a sister, a mother, a child, or a friend, or a teacher who remembers you. And I have visited cemeteries in multiple countries, and I walk through, and I always hope someone did that. I've heard people were buried, and now I have hope that someone found my dad's wreckage and buried him in some compassionate way, and that maybe someday we'll find his remains, but I hope he didn't just sit there in the wreckage deteriorating. That's my greatest hope. So I just hope that you'll enjoy your time here, and enjoy seems like an odd word, but it should be joy. We're not alone. This is a great city. Avail yourself of some of it, because this is what they gave their lives for, that we would have freedom and safety. And sometimes I disagree with things, but I try and remember that my dad really believed in something. And this is his niece, and we also lost my uncle in Korea. So I'm sorry, I thought I'd be all together and focused, but as usual, I fell apart.
Thank you. This lady.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ventoria Silva Darling. This is our first year here. This is my brother, Martin Silva. We're here to honor, we're his grandchildren. His name was Corporal Onfray Silva. He was in the Army. He was part of the 34th Infantry Regiment, the 24th Infantry Division. I'm new to this stuff. And he died the 20th of July, or was presumed died, 20th of July, 1950. About a month ago, we'd grown up with this story. My dad was born. His dad didn't know. He was in the Korean War. I didn't know nothing. I watched a lot of war documentaries, though. And all I saw at that point was that they got overrun, and that's all I knew. About a month ago, we were discovered. I'm sorry, I'm shaking. My grandmother did not accept my dad. He was about a year old because they weren't married. It's the 1950s. And he was basically shipped out from San Diego. I showed up in New Mexico, where my grandfather was born and raised. I did not know when I showed up in New Mexico that I had found my ancestral place. And so I did this research because my dad didn't know anything. And all he knew was his dad died in Korea. That's it. We have no family. If he had known that 20 years later he would have had a humongous family. But they weren't, my dad and my grandmother weren't accepted. So we've grown up all this time just knowing this one thing. He died. That's it. Like I said, about a month ago, we did the ancestry, and I've been doing all this research. My dad died a year and a few days ago. And after he dies, we find out all this stuff. A month ago, the DPAA, this guy Paul, calls me, and I'm on my way to a vacation, and I'm like, I think, Miriam, that this is a real call. And not only that, but they left me an email saying it's real. So I call them up, and they're like, oh, yeah, you're PNOC. And I'm like, what's a PNOC? I tell my mom, I'm PNOC. And she's like, you're what? What's a PNOC? And I'm like, evidently, I'm first. That's what it came down to. All of a sudden, last month, we had a humongous family added to our family tree that we knew nothing about. I am 52. My dad was 73, 74 when he died. That long, we have not known about any of the other side of our family. This has been so important. I did not realize how important until you realize that there has been something missing. And we have been missing this other side of our family. I found out about my grandfather's memorial stone in the Santa Fe Cemetery. 4 years ago, I went to go visit it. I was lucky enough to send my dad pictures. And I said, I think Grandma and Grandpa were actually married, but there's no proof except for this little thing on Ancestry that says there might be a marriage certificate. And I'm like, so Dad, you're legit. But when it comes down to it, getting in touch with this other side of the family, and then finding out, we literally got the torch passed a month ago, and they're like, you have the torch. And I'm like, okay, no, you don't understand. I'm like, I got a torch. So I have a torch to carry now for our grandfather, and we are here for our dad, actually, who would have loved to have been here. My dad was a Vietnam veteran and a POW, and he served his country hard. I mean, there's still memorials going on for my dad, and my mom's really happy, and they were very involved. But to add this to us as well, and to add an entire, and now all y'all's too. This is just beautiful. My brother still lives in California. I still live in New Mexico. But now there's an entire humongous family. We're no longer just something that undiscovered and nobody knows about. Now there's a whole world out there. And now there's hope, because I didn't realize, I mean, you just hear about this, and I'm, growing up in school, my dad would not talk about the war. He just said, you'll never know what it's like to blah, blah, blah. That was all he ever told me. That was my dad. We knew nothing. Now what I'm learning is that my grandfather was so brave, they told him at the Battle of Tejon to stand and stay. They just needed a few more hours, a few more days. And that's what happened. There's nothing else to give out there. There's no pictures. There's no, I don't know. So all this stuff is digging and research. And now with the DPAA and everything, a lot of the digging is no longer relied on just me or my family trying to find ancestral roots or anything. Now we have the help, and we gave our DNA. So there's hope. I'm like, there's hope out there, to give some closure to the rest of the family who has been carrying that torch for 73 years, And then when they handed it to us, all of a sudden this humongous thing has landed, and yet it's such a wonderful thing to honor and to be here for my grandfather and in my dad's stead, you know, to be able to do this for him as well, because all he ever wanted to do was know what his family was like and where they were from, and being able to do this and finding out that my grandfather grew up about 30 minutes away from where I live. It's like, what? Anyways, we're here for that. I don't have any extra info or anything, but if anybody knows about this 34th Infantry Regiment, 24th Infantry Division, I would like to find out if anybody might have known him or anything. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. My sister Donna already talked about our dad, Hal. Something else I'd like to bring up for somebody else, but I did want to thank, and I don't know the woman who stood up and said about pictures, you know, bringing pictures, and I want to thank you because I had brought a picture of our dad, and thank you for that. And I took it out, and a lot. There are a lot of doing this for a long time. Some families have no pictures of the guy and of their loved one. And fortunately, our mom and dad took a lot of pictures. And I have one of in bathing suits. You know, when it got to be on his shoulders, and he's the one on the bottom. And so, thank you for that because I forgot. But as part of what we do with the Coalition of Families, we asked family members who were not going to be able to be here if there was anything they wanted us to share, like with the casualty offices. And several families had, you know, we were able to drop off some case summary requests. But a couple of family members have found closure. Their loved one was identified. And they asked to share with you and with DPAA some thoughts on that. And I thought maybe people would like to hear about people who found what we're all here to get. It's short. The family of Billy DeBoard wanted to share, and this is mostly for DPAA. They greatly appreciate all that went into the funeral preparations and the funeral itself. The family is finally finding peace knowing the full story of their great uncle. And hopefully we'll all be able to say that one day, or somebody in our family will. Then the other one was, this was very special for me, David and Anita Smith. David's brother is MIA, and his wife was actually driving their participation and learning what happened to him. And they called me. I was at a antique mall and trees in New Hampshire and sitting under a pine tree taking a break, and I get a call from Anita saying that they had learned about his brother, whose name was Corporal Edward Smith, and he was Army, and he was lost in South Korea with a second ID. And a lot of what you hear, the process of getting the identification and going from the identification to the funeral is handled very, very well. All the casualty offices do a very, very good job from what I've understood. And she wanted to share about that. The Army gave us great information on Eddie. He's coming home this weekend. They're going to meet in Philadelphia, August 17th or 18th. And they were going to, she and Anita and David will be taken to meet the plane when it arrives. We'll then ride back to Allentown, Pennsylvania, with the Army Transportation and Funeral Home people. And Eddie will be buried with full military honors, which the Army and Funeral Home are taking care of. She is so thankful to the people who work so hard to give families like ours closure, even after 74 years. Amazing, underlined exclamation points. Please tell. That's for you, Anita. You're not on the computer. That's why you're not here. Please tell the other families there is always hope, underlined. never give up.
Thank you, Rick. I'm going to ask, go ahead. This is going to be the last one, and then I'm going to have Robin, you can make a pitch.
Thank you very much for sponsoring this conference.
Sir,
attended
hold that
one-
up to your mouth, please. There
Yeah,
you go.
I'm sorry. I was a college professor and I sometimes mess up. I was a pilot in Vietnam, and my cousin, my uncle, was a pilot. He was an Annapolis graduate, and he was killed on the eastern side of Korea. What we called in Vietnam the Ho Chi Minh Trail. The Navy was assigned to interdict the supply lines on the east side. The reason I'm actually talking right now, my Uncle Ross, by the way, he served with Neil Armstrong, and he was one of the fellow pilots. And Neil Armstrong was shot down the day before my uncle was lost. And when Neil Armstrong bailed out and returned to the ship, he was very chagrined about the fact that 2 pilots had been killed the day that he was gone off the ship, one of which was my uncle. But I wanted to speak on behalf of my cousin Kathy, and I very much appreciate those of you who were orphans and lived without a father. Kathy was obsessed with her father, and she got a marker in Arlington, and at the Annapolis, they have a beautiful memorial. And I just want to mention that to remember our loved ones, the memorials that are presented at the Punch Bowl, Annapolis, the military academies, your organization, to keep these people's memories alive for future generations. And in the state of Utah, where we're from, which is amazingly sensitive to the Korean War, they developed an absolutely beautiful memorial. So I would encourage you, wherever you live, that you contact your state representatives and advocate for the development of a Korean War monument in your state. And my granddaughter Kelsey has had the opportunity to visit that. Yesterday we had the opportunity, a couple of pilots that I flew with in Vietnam, we tried to find them on the wall. I have been to the Vietnam Wall a couple of times, but I understood that they had, the United States government, and I don't know how much your office had to do with that, improved the Korean War Memorial. And this is the 3rd time that I've been to Washington, D.C., and yesterday afternoon, the Korean War Memorial is just absolutely fantastic. In fact, we couldn't find the 2 pilots on the Vietnam Wall, and I was there in 1971. But we went over to the Korean Memorial, and they have done such a phenomenal job in their most recent update, where they have, and I hope all of you have a chance to go to the Korean War Memorial. They've put all of the names in alphabetical order by rank and by branch of service. So I thank the efforts of the various states, the United States government, for remembering our loved ones and improving that monument. It's just phenomenal. So again, one of the highlights of this conference for me, besides your outstanding presentations, are those of you who were orphans who shared your stories, because I can relate to that through my cousin Kathy. She died about 10 years ago. I always watched the Army-Navy game, and I know most of you are Army, but she cheered for the Navy. So anyway, we love you all. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Robin Tiacchini, and as you may remember, I talked to you all about the wreath that is up on stage and how you could add a note to that. And we have so many little hearts left that anybody that wants to add one to it, please just help yourself to do so. And I want to tell you, last night, when I took the wreath back and all the love notes, I was a little bit overwhelmed by the messages that you all left. They're so full of love. And I think that this is a really good thing, to be able to write your love and place this in a place of, honor and remembrance. So thank you for doing that. And today, later on, I'll be taking the wreath after the meeting is over. I'll be taking that to the memorial. And the other thing I wanted to talk to you about today is something that I have found to be very productive. I think it's important, okay, to take a poster like this with you, and I know a lot of you have already picked this up, and take it to your town. Take it to your businesses and let them know that you've got somebody who's still unaccounted for and that you would appreciate if they would, post us somewhere. I actually took it to our United States Post Office in our town in Crossville, Tennessee, and they were so happy to display it for me. And that really touched me. And so, let's get the awareness out. And then you get a chance to tell your story. It's another way to keep the memory alive. So I would encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you all.
Good morning. Thankfully, I don't have a slide this morning, but Dr. Chris Bay does. I am very privileged to introduce to you Dr. Chris Bay. Dr. Bay is a professor of paleoanthropology. He is formerly the chairman of the anthropology department at the University of Hawaii. Most recently, he was appointed as the director of the Center for Korean Studies at the University of Hawaii. Now, besides that, his real claim to fame is that, and you all have heard the adage that we are all 6 degrees of separation from Kevin Bacon. Well, Dr. Bay is 1 degree of separation from each of you. He is married to Dr. Jenny Jin. You'll remember Dr. Jin was formerly the director, the head of our Korean War Identification Project. She has since moved on, promoted to handle all projects. But as you recall, Jenny would come here every year to give you an update on the Korean War Identification Project. Well, this is the other half of the Jin Bay team. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Chris Bay.
I must say, according to the schedule, I was supposed to be on at 9:30 and end at 10, but it's already 10:07. So my 30-minute talk, I'm going to speak really, really fast. No, but on a serious note, this is my first time coming to this meeting. I've heard a lot about this meeting, obviously because of my wife, Jenny Jin. I will say, though, that I could never have foreseen myself being invited to actually come and talk to you guys here today. So when I received the invitation, I was actually really surprised, and I had to think about it for a long time.
Hey, Doc, I'm going to interrupt you for a second.
Am I done?
Shorten or talk fast. You're good to go.
So anyway, Kelly McCaig actually stole some of my thunder because, you guys are probably wondering why I was invited to talk to you guys already. But yeah, I am married to Jenny Jin, and she is clearly my better half. And she said she's actually in Hawaii right now, which is about 4 o'clock in the morning. She said she was going to log in to watch me talk and make sure I don't misspeak. So she's probably online now listening to this whole thing. But as you can see, as Kelly introduced me to you guys, my specialization is in paleoanthropology. I study human evolution for a living. I spend a lot of time really going around places in Korea, China, and Japan, places in Southeast Asia, and mostly crawling around caves looking for fossils. Things like this are what really appeals to me, really what I'm looking for. But I've had a long and really positive relationship with the DPA, primarily because of, through my wife, Jenny Jin. I've accepted some of their analysts into our graduate program to work under me, and I've sent a lot of my students to the DPAA so they can work as interns to get applied training that way. So I cannot speak highly enough about the DPAA and their mission. I have been strongly supportive of them. And one of the things, though, is I had to actually really think about, since I specialize in paleoanthropology, which is not really relevant to this meeting here, I had to really think about what can I say to you guys that would be meaningful. So I will leave that question open-ended, and hopefully by the end of this talk, you'll get the same message that I did, because I had to think a long time about this, and hopefully we're all on the same page. So as Kelly introduced, I took over the Center for Korean Studies as the director. So I'll talk a little bit about our Center for Korean Studies as well during this talk. And then, so Kelly already introduced Jenny Jin. So I was going to have a whole thing talking about, this, spending about 5 minutes. So, this is Leah and this is Harper, our two daughters. And then in the back is Jenny Jin. One of the things you may not realize is she's actually, she has done a tremendous amount of work for the DPA, but she is very well published in Korea. And in the local Korean community in Hawaii, she is actually probably one of the most powerful figures, or at least influential figures, in the Korean community in Hawaii. The ambassador from Korea that gave a talk here yesterday mentioned President Yoon from Korea, the current president of South Korea. He came here last month for a NATO meeting, right? Before he came to Washington, D.C., what he did is he actually stopped in Hawaii. And what happened is that 12 years ago when he got married, so he actually got married fairly late. When he got married, he and his wife honeymooned in Hawaii, and they really enjoyed it. So when he was coming to preparing for his trip to come to NATO, for the NATO meetings here in D.C., he said, why don't I stop in Hawaii? So the Korean consulate in Hawaii, this is a big, really, really big event, right? For a standing Korean president to actually come and stop over in a little state, right? Where the consulate, there's actually only, there's the consul general, and then there's seven consuls. So they organize all of the prominent local Korean members, and they invited 150 of them to have a big banquet dinner, kind of like in a room like this, right? But as you can see, this is the current president right here at the head table, right? Obviously, he's at the big table in the middle. This is Jenny Jin. So, she was invited to sit at the head table, but not only sit at the head table, with the standing president, but actually to sit right next to him. And so it was actually a real big honor for her, for the Korean consulate to actually place her right there. And when I talked to her, and I asked her, so what did you think of President Yoon? And she was like, oh, okay, he's okay. So, the modesty in Jenny, it's pretty amazing. So let me spend a few minutes talking about our Center for Korean Studies. One of the things that came up, and I strongly support this as well, is that maybe you guys may think about having this meeting at some point in Hawaii. That way I don't have to travel all the way here to talk to you guys. But, you know, I have some other photos that I'll show you. We'll talk more about this as well. But if you actually do come to Hawaii and you do visit the University of Hawaii at Manoa campus, the most iconic building on campus will be our Center for Korean Studies. You will not find a building that looks like this outside of Korea. And it took a long time for us to actually be able to build something like this. So our center is actually the oldest center of its kind outside of Korea. It goes back to 1972, so it's more than 50 years old now. Then President Park Chung-hee actually contributed this plaque here, and it actually sits outside of our Center for Korean Studies. The Korean government contributed a lot of money to actually building the actual structure here. And so we broke ground in 1974. And then this is what it looked like in 1979. So if you guys ever have the opportunity to visit Hawaii and you want to visit the University of Hawaii campus, which, here's a plug for the University of Hawaii. It's been rated as ranked as one of the most beautiful campuses due to the vegetation and everything. So it actually is a really nice campus, a nice place to visit. But you should come by the Center for Korean Studies if you do have the opportunity. And, our claim to fame is not only that we have the oldest Center for Korean Studies, but we also have the biggest Center for Korean Studies. Right now, we have more than 50 faculty members that are affiliated with the center, and there are literally hundreds of graduate and undergraduate students that come through our center, because a lot of them are studying things like Korean language, Korean culture. Obviously, things like K-pop, K-drama are really popular these days. So we also have a very active center. We just celebrated our 50th anniversary here. We've got a whole series of publications as well. And we have very close ties with the local Korean community and, the Korean consulate. So we also have many high-level visits, because of our center, because it's such an iconic building. So when people come to Hawaii, they want to visit, the Center for Korean Studies if they're related to Korean studies. I will say, President Obama came to the East-West Center, which is actually on campus at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, but he did not visit the Center for Korean Studies, so we were a little disappointed at the time. But former presidents, Korean presidents, Chun Doo-hwan way back in 1981 actually came by. So soon after the opening of the building itself, the center itself, he came by and visited. Moon Jae-in most recently, only a couple of years ago. So we're talking about a really recent president of South Korea coming by to visit the center. So I'll come back to the center in a little bit, but one of the things that I was sitting here all day yesterday learning, and I learned a tremendous amount. So I think a lot of you guys know a good amount about the Korean War. Obviously, you know about the battle where your relative has been lost. But one of the things that we spent a lot of time doing is we kind of contextualize Korea and the Korean Peninsula. And one of the things that you see is that it's sandwiched between China and Japan right here. You've got Russia to the north, China here to the north and the west, and then you have the Japanese archipelago to the east. Very mountainous. 70% of the peninsula is actually mountains. It's very beautiful. Some of you guys have said that you have visited Korea, and given that the reason why you guys are all here is because you lost a lost one, a loved one during the Korean War. If you do have the opportunity, it's actually really worth it to visit Korea. But one of the problems with being in the middle is that Korea has always been stuck. And if you think about it, countries have always tried to take over and dominate the Korean Peninsula. So it's not just in recent years, not just during the Korean War, but it well predates it. A really good example of this is the Imjin War in 1592 to 1598. Japan, what they did is they came up, they raped and pillaged all up and down the peninsula for 7 years, and finally they got tired of it. Korea actually beat them back in 1598, and then Japan gave up for that period of time. But throughout history, there's been a lot of interaction between places like Korea and Japan as a result of this. So the other thing, if we move forward to more recent history that you may or may not be aware, but Korea was annexed by Japan, officially annexed in 1910, but they really started taking over in 1905, and even before that. So what happened, if you're aware of this history, is that there was a lot of political fighting going on behind the scenes and stuff, where Russia was trying to have influence, China was trying to have influence, and Japan was trying to have influence here. And then earlier, before 1910, there was actually a short war between Russia and Japan actually won. And so what happened is that, in 1910, Japan actually formally annexed the Korean Peninsula, and so it became a colony of Japan. So not many people talk about it in this context because we're only talking about the Korean War, but this is actually what led up to the Korean War. The Japanese annexation, where Korea was then treated as a colony, Koreans were not allowed to speak, they weren't able to use Korean in school. The textbooks were all in the Japanese language. It got so bad later on that Koreans even had to take Japanese names. So when you talk to older Koreans from that generation, 1920s, 1930s, they're all fluent in Japanese. The vast majority of them, though, really don't like to speak Japanese, and they won't admit it. But if you start speaking to them in Japanese, they'll be able to respond right away, very easily, and with fluency. So at the end of World War II, Japan surrenders, and then Korea becomes free, quote-unquote free, right? So it's interesting, because Korea at that time then was split up into two different countries, right? And in 1948, they became two formal nations. So you've got the Democratic People's Republic of Korea in the north, and then you've got the Republic of Korea in the south. So this became basically a communist state, and then you've got the United Nations and the United States really helping out South Korea in terms of development and stuff. So from early on, you've got a lot of different issues, political fighting and stuff going on between these two areas. And then, obviously, you guys are very familiar with this history, right? This is what brought you all here today. You've got the beginning of the Korean War, and if you just Google this, you'll come up with this picture where North Korea came across the border. They pushed everyone back down to the Pusan area, down to the southeast. And then there was the Incheon landing by the United Nations forces, cutting off the supply lines. And then what happened is that the United Nations, led by the United States, obviously, was able to push forward upwards, right, up to the Yalu River. And then you've got the Chinese communist soldiers, these quote-unquote volunteers, right, 100,000 of them, volunteers. They come across, and then they end up pushing back towards Seoul, and then eventually, you have an armistice signed. Not formally ending the Korean War, but temporarily ending it. But for all intents and purposes, it stopped, right? So you have the demilitarized zone at the 38th parallel. If you do go visit Korea, I would definitely recommend you visit the demilitarized zone, because it's actually a really nice area as long as you don't go over. A long time ago, I was part of a Korean broadcasting documentary. So I was part of a group, and there's a river that runs through the DMZ, and they allowed us. We got special permission to go into the DMZ on the river to go rafting. So there's a video of us there, but we had to get special permission. They said, you better not walk in that area, you better not walk in this area, and simply because of all the landmines that are there. And if something happens to a foreigner, then the Koreans are going to get into a lot of trouble. You know, but there's been, obviously, you guys are all aware of this. There's been a lot of rumblings between the Koreas since the armistice, right? Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, you know, his son, you know, they've always threatened to invade South Korea and take it over. Kim Jong-un, pictured right here, you know, basically continuing the lineage and threatening often, you know, more often than not, that they're going to, you know, destroy everything in South Korea and take it over. So it's become a real big problem over the years. But, you know, if you talk to people in Seoul, and Seoul is right over the border, right? It's very close to the DMZ. You talk to people in Seoul, they just go on with their everyday lives, as if nothing is going to really happen, right? But at that point, if there really was an invasion, you know, Seoul would be wiped off the map within a couple of hours. But nowadays, you know, you guys may be aware of these balloons, right? It's in the news these days that, you know, the North Koreans are packaging their garbage, you know, like literally like all kinds of crap and stuff like that, and then they're wrapping them in these balloons and then sending them over the DMZ, over the border, and then they're landing in South Korea. So you've got all this refuse, you know, appearing in South Korea. So you may think that this is completely unprovoked, right? But you may not be aware that there's a lot of Koreans in South Korea that have been fighting for and pushing for unification and the downfall of North Korea. So they actually initiated by sending balloons over the border to North Korea with all of this, all like pamphlets and DVDs with information saying that North Korea is really bad and you should run away if you have the opportunity. So this is just, you know, tit for tat, right? You know, if you think about what's going on. But so nowadays, the South Korean government, what they've decided to do is they set up their speakers and they've got them blasting over the border 24/7 now with all like, you know, talking about, you know, how bad the North Korean government is, you know, K-pop music, which is probably like really bad for North Koreans to be able to hear. So it's pretty funny if you think about, you know, the types of things that they go to, you know, to really become, you know, as annoying as possible to the opponent, right? So, so you know, it's interesting because, you know, this comes back to the Center for Korean Studies because back in 2010, probably about 15 to 20 faculty members that are affiliated with our Center for Korean Studies, including myself, we were going to plan an academic trip. So we were actually going to go to North Korea for about 3 to 4 weeks, travel around the country. You know, and we're talking about not just anthropology, but all different fields, you know, that are affiliated with the Center for Korean Studies. So music, art, and history, all different fields like that. But what happened is you had the sinking of the Cheonan, the ship here. There was a major event here. And then you had this the shelling of this island that's actually on the South Korean side of the border, right, where it killed civilians. And so what happened is that we ended up getting cold feet and we canceled this academic trip. So we decided not to run with it. We all agreed that we could actually go to North Korea. We're just not sure if we can come back. But, you know, when things are actually good, you know, sometimes things are not always bad. So sometimes they're actually good relations or semi-good, quasi-good relations. So during these periods, you know, a lot of good things happen. You know, obviously the Olympics just ended in Paris, right? You guys are probably familiar with what went on. South Korea has done wonders, right? You know, in terms of actually, you know, obtaining a lot of medals. They do really well in you know, air pistol and in, you know, archery. I like this photo simply because she became instantly famous because if you look at this doll here, this is her daughter's, you know, little doll that she was wearing during the competition, you know, and she used this as a good luck charm. And so she ended up, she actually didn't win. She won the silver, but her colleague actually got the gold medal. So another Korean. So Koreans in this particular event went 1 and 2. So it was pretty amazing. But everybody in Korea picked up on this image. And so they suddenly said, by next year there's probably going to be a documentary or a movie about, about this. But the reason why I bring up the Olympics here is this. They also talked about this. It was actually pretty amazing if you think about it, because, you look at this picture here. These are a bunch of young athletes just enjoying themselves. They all speak the same language. But you've got North Koreans and you have South Koreans here, right? So they're competing against each other, but when they actually meet and they realize that they're Korean, they can take group selfies like this, right? Who knows what happens when they went back to North Korea, but for these types of images, it tells us that, and I personally, I don't think that we'll have unification during our lifetime, but it may be possible down the road that there's better relationships at least, where you have a lot more positive interactions between Korea and North Korea and South Korea. Which, when you guys had mentioned possibly holding this meeting at the DPA, I had a whole thing about why we should do this, because I think it'd be really awesome. The facilities are actually pretty amazing, and the vast majority of you guys have not been able to visit Hawaii, but you should push for this. Did I say that out loud? But you have this amazing facility where they do cutting-edge, state-of-the-art research to be able to identify the remains. I think the vast majority, if not all of you guys, realize that the DPA is actually working really hard. They are doing their best to try to ID. It's not. I deal with this stuff, but on a much older scale, because you think about Neanderthals and actually capturing DNA. So capturing DNA off a material that's 70 years old is not that easy, but imagine 40,000 years old. But these guys are actually doing really good work. So, my good friend and colleague John Bird sent me shared these photos with me. You may have seen these in previous meetings, but it's pretty amazing because outside of this room, not many people realize that the DPAA was actually working in North Korea. And I didn't learn that the DPAA was actually running field projects in North Korea until after I got to Hawaii. So it was really, really interesting to learn this. And if you look at the people with the brown clothes, these are the North Korean soldiers that are working with them hand in hand. So there's a lot of potential there to be able, especially because 2/3 of the missing remains, the U.S. military, right, are actually presumed to be in North Korea. So it's only a matter of time before the DPA will be able to go back to North Korea. And since I was going to say this earlier, but I just remembered, everybody yesterday was talking about how there's no communication with North Korea, and it stopped maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I will say that I have communication with North Koreans. But it's interesting because what happened is, a couple of years ago I read an article, and it was written by a group of anthropologists that were based in North Korea. So I emailed them. And I said, introducing myself, and there was no response. And then the following year, there was another article by the same team, and so I emailed them again, and I said, introducing myself again. And again, there was no response. And then a few months later, after that, I received an invitation to review an article by that team. So I reviewed the article and identified myself at the bottom of the review. And then like 2 weeks later, oh, thank you. About 2 weeks after I submitted the review and they received the reviews, I got an email from them, from North Korea. And so it began a periodic communication directly with some North Korean scholars, which is pretty interesting. So I just published a book that came out last month, and one of the reasons why I communicated with the North Korean scholars is because I was interested in whether I could actually use some photos of material that they have in North Korea for my book. So they actually shared with me some photos that appear in my book. So my book, this is not a plug for my book, but it's probably the only book in English that actually has up-to-date information about North Korea and what's going on in terms of the deep prehistory. So it's pretty interesting. You know, and then you guys are familiar with the 55 boxes. Trump and Kim Jong-un had a meeting, and then the fourth bullet point in terms of the MOU was that there would be a repatriation. And so they flew from Osan to Wonsan in 2018. They picked up 55 boxes. I think Kristen Groh in the afternoon will spend a lot more time talking about the results. But 55 boxes, there's a lot of commingling going on, right? So you've got actually multiple individuals in each box. So it's more than 200 individuals, I think. I like this picture here. This is Debbie Zinni, who's I think in the back over there, and then this is Jenny Jin. Debbie, as you notice here, has her shirt tucked in, and the reason why I like this photo here is because Jenny's shirt is not tucked in. Do you guys have any idea why it's not tucked in? She's pregnant. I don't know if Jenny told you guys this during one of the discussions and stuff, but she was pregnant with Harper, our youngest child, and so as far as I know, Harper is the only American citizen baby that actually has flown to North Korea and come back alive. And then, as you guys are aware, there's a lot of repatriation ceremonies going on, especially when they identify material that's actually from South Korean soldiers. So there's, you have presidents, like standing presidents like Moon Jae-in coming to Hawaii for these types of ceremonies. So if you guys actually do have one of these meetings in Hawaii, you probably want to tie it in with one of these repatriation ceremonies. Hint, hint, right? So it would be really good because you guys would all be able to attend that way, and it would be much more meaningful. Jenny did not tell me to say that, so. You think about the long-term impact. You think about the long-term impact of the Korean War. Depending on the outcome and the direct aftermath, we don't know if our Center for Korean Studies would have even come into existence, right? It came into existence in 1972. We started building it, through donations and money that was given to us from the Korean government. But if North Korea had actually won the war, would we have a Center for Korean Studies, and what would it look like? So it would not look anything like it does today. So it's something that we need to think about. But the other thing, you think about the long-term impact, and you guys are all aware of this. There was a lot of damage that went on, and South Korea was completely destroyed after the war, and it took a long time to really build it back up. And so you think about Korea, the evolution of Korea in the 60s and then in the 70s when you started to have better infrastructure in place. People say that a lot of this, some of this at least, is due to Korea being heavily involved with the Vietnam War. And one of the things that they realized is that by being involved with the Vietnam War and having military based in Vietnam, and then getting big contracts for construction and things like that, helped build up the economy of Korea. And so you can see, starting in the late 60s, early 70s, that the Korean economy is really starting to improve. As you guys are probably aware, in 1988, South Korea was awarded the Olympics. And so there was the Olympics in 1988. So really, this is really a coming of age for Korea as a country, because now they were being accepted on the international stage. And then in the 90s, you see even more buildup as a result of this. And you think about Korea today, some of you guys have actually, in the past several years, have actually gone and visited Korea, this is probably what you have seen. You know, and you know, they talked a little bit, somebody mentioned yesterday about soft power, K-pop and K-drama, but it's everywhere these days. It's a really active area to be able to do research in. And this is a famous photo that some of you guys have probably seen in the past. This is a night view of the Korean Peninsula, and obviously this is South Korea all lit up, and this is North Korea, it's not lit up. Well, you may not realize, this is today, but you may not realize that in the 60s and early 70s, North Korea economically was doing better than South Korea. And that was simply because the communist state, the communist blocs were actually much stronger. So North Korea economically was doing much better, but over time, South Korea simply outpaced North Korea, and then North Korea went into more of an isolated nation, system. So they really isolated themselves as a result of this, and this is the reason why there's such a vast contrast now. So, you know, you think about what America did for Korea. You think about all the military that's still based over there. There's a big presence, even into the early 1990s, there's something like 40,000 or 38,000 American troops that were based in Korea. There's still some 25,000 American troops based there now. But the last thing I want to talk about this morning is one thing in particular that the United States did, the United Nations did for Korea. And Hungnam Port is a port in North Korea where refugees, large numbers, literally tens of thousands of refugees, boarded United Nations ships in North Korea during the war. And then they would travel down, the ships would land in Busan and the southern ports and then unload them. So people were basically given a new life by fleeing North Korea, getting on these boats, and then coming down to Busan. So I don't know if there are any Koreans, I don't know if the Macri people are here, I'm not. But these are two short video clips I want to show you from a famous movie in Korea called Gukjae Shijang. It's an international market. So the movie itself is actually in Korean. This first short video clip is in Korean, so you don't have to worry about the speaking, but I want you to watch the little boy with his little sister, because what they're doing is they're at Hungnam Port, and they're trying to get on one of these refugee ships to be able to go down to Busan to be able to start a new life. So clearly they got separated. He ends up in Busan, and he was able to live a good life, but he has absolutely no idea what happens to his sister. This is fast forward about 40 years. It's the same movie. Fast forward about 40 years, and this is him. He spent his entire life looking for his sister. Some of this is in English. So he's based in Seoul, and then there's a woman that will appear on the left-hand side who's based in Los Angeles. So she will speak English, so you'll be able to understand that. But I think you'll be able to understand the video just simply from the context.
네, 흥남에서 헤어진 거랑 같고요. 나머지는 좀 더 확인을 해 보셔야 될 것 같습니다. 자, 화면에서 여동생인 것 같은 분 나오시면 말씀 한번 나눠보십시오.
제가 찾는 여동생 이름은 막수인데 윤막순.
I don't know my real name. I was adopted by a family in the United States when I was just a little girl.
뭐라합니까 지금?
어렸을 때 미국으로 입양됐는데 한국 이름은 잘 모른답니다.
입양이요. 미국으로요.
I only have one clear memory.
한 가지 기억하는 건
It was Gyeongnam Port in the winter.
겨울에 흥남부두에서
My brother,
덩치 큰 오빠가
my brother was carrying me on his back and
저를
running.
안고 막
And I
달리는데
remember he was scolding
그
me.
오빠가 저를 혼냈던 게 기억납니다.
맞다. 우리 막시 있는 귀 왼쪽 귀 뒤에 사마귀가 있습니다. Mrs. Maxon has a mole on her behind her head here. 어머니 사마귀가 저거 맞나?
I remember right before we were separated.
헤어지기 바로 전에
My brother told
오빠가
me,
한 말이 있습니다.
이거 운동장이 아니다. 놀러 나온 게 아니다. 알아, my son. 꼭 잡아라.
내 동생 막수가
Am I your sister?
You know, this is a very famous movie in Korea, and I've seen this movie many times, but I still shed a tear when I see this, you know, this episode, this scene. 40 years before they were finally able to make the connection, right, reconnect. You know, after the Korean War, Korean overseas adoption really takes off, becomes very popular. You know, so, you know, you've got all these types of advertisements, advertising, you know, it's really easy to adopt a baby from Korea. So, you know, 1988 Olympics, Western journalists didn't know that much about Korea, and so they went to do investigative reporting to figure out, you know, this country, you know, that just got the Olympics, going to have the Olympics in '88, so what is it best known for? And so one of the things that they discovered is that they actually published this in some articles. They said that Korea's biggest export are babies. So it's, you know, after that, the other thing is dog meat. So Koreans also famous for dog meat, and so before the Olympics, they had to actually, all the dog meat restaurants had to take down their signs and change the names. So, but, you know, after this news, the Korean government started to crack down on overseas adoption and making it a little more difficult to be able to send kids abroad. But, you know, it's got a long history now about overseas adoption. There's a lot of literature on this. And the reason why, and the reason why I bring this up here is because this is a picture of me when I was a baby. This is actually the first reported photo of me. You guys can't read this article, this document here, but it says that I'm officially an orphan. This picture is taken of me when I was in the orphanage in Korea. So when I was invited to come talk to you guys, I had to think long and hard about what message I would want to give to you, right? And I can tell you guys definitively that if I was raised in Korea in an orphanage, there's absolutely no way that I'd be standing right here today talking to you. There's no way that I'd be a university professor. There's no way that I'd be the director of the Center for Korean Studies at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. I don't know what I would be doing, you know, if I ended up being raised in Korea. My Korean would be much better. But you know, so it's very meaningful. So the sacrifice from your husbands and your fathers and your uncles, you know, and your grandfathers are actually the reason why I'm standing here today. And it really, really hits home when I started to think about what I wanted to talk to you guys about. And so it is really, really meaningful, this meeting. I am very grateful. And then the Korean government started, they got a lot of bad publicity about the overseas adoption thing. So what they started to do is they created a DNA database where adopted Koreans that were raised in other countries, they can actually send a DNA sample. And if it's matched to a list, you can actually find a relative in Korea, right? So I went to the Korean consulate in Honolulu and I gave a sample, right? This is a couple of years ago. Unfortunately, no one in Korea is looking for me. I was told that I shouldn't make too many jokes, but Jenny Jin, she insists that I was such a loud baby that they dropped me at the doorstep of the orphanage and ran away. But like y'all, I'm also trying to get closure, right? I would like to be able to ask some questions, right? Why did you take care of me for a year and then give me up, right? It's one of those questions that I think every adopted Korean has, right? Without that, we really don't know. That 1 year of my life is actually really important because somebody took care of me for a year before dropping me off at the orphanage, right? So, like you guys are, you're all trying to get closure. I too, and I think I can probably speak for most adopted Koreans as well. They're trying to get closure because it is something that brings us all together today. So on behalf of Jenny Jin, our two lovely daughters, Leah and Harper, and myself, I really sincerely want to thank you all. Thank you.
So I guess one of the things I failed to tell you is that Dr. Bae is also head of Hawaii's Department of Tourism. Who would have thought? So thank you very much for those powerful insights. He mentioned to you that he's a product of being adopted, being an orphan in South Korea. The other product that you may not know about, some of you do, is that Dr. Jen, his wife, is also a product. You may recall me telling you that her grandparents were one of the last ones to get out of North Korea on one of those ships. Her grandmother was pregnant with her father. Grandfather fights for the South Korean army. They raise their son and their family in a free democratic society. They have this young girl who goes off to Penn State, gets her doctorate in anthropology, and now we close the circle. Not only to have the benefit of Dr. Bae, and by the way, the University of Hawaii, where he was chairman of the Department of Anthropology, was one of the first partners that we in DPA had among the many that we told you about yesterday. So, Chris, on behalf of the families, more importantly, on behalf of your teammates in DPA, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Just a quick hotel announcement. The bathrooms on this side are closed, unfortunately, because of an electrical problem. So sadly, the only one left is that one in the corner. Our next speaker today is our Acting Deputy Director for Operations, John Figueres. John is a Naval Academy graduate. He's a surface warfare officer, having retired from the Navy at the rank of captain. He's commanded a ship in the Navy. More importantly, one of the things why we hired him was that he has extensive experience in the Indo-Pacific region. When he worked at U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, he was part of a DPRK strategic focus group. When he worked as a civilian at U.S. PAC Fleet, he was their China expert. So we're very pleased to have hired John Figueres. Again, he is our acting deputy director for operations. What that means is that he is head over all the operational enterprise, the labs, our deployers, our surgeon. So ladies and gentlemen, John Figueres.
Good morning and aloha. And that's going to be a tough act to follow, but at least I'm not right after lunch. Let me see if my clicker works. Okay, sorry. All right. A lot of what I have in my slides has kind of been hit on before. I'll still go through it, but I was, again, asked to share a little bit more about myself. So in Hawaii, we would call this talk story. I'm going to talk story just for a little bit. My maternal grandfather was a Philippine scout. That's an elite unit of Philippine nationals led by U.S. Army officers. It was formed right before World War II started, and my grandfather fought in one of the last actions on Mindanao, and his unit was finally overcome and surrendered around Davao. He spent about 2.5 years in a Japanese prisoner of war camp. And if you know anything about Japanese prisoner of war camps, for Westerners, they had a 1 in 4 chance of dying, whereas in Western Europe, you had a less than 4% chance of dying. Filipinos had almost a 50% chance of dying in a Japanese prisoner of war camp. He ended up escaping with another Filipino and an American, and going into the hills and fighting with the guerrillas until MacArthur finally liberated the islands. I like to share that background because it ties me to what I do now also. He eventually served in Korea and through the Vietnam War. He had 4 sons, all of them served in Vietnam. On my father's side, he became the legal dependent of his oldest sister by 16 years difference, and her husband, who was a U.S. Army officer. So what I'm describing there, I had 2 parents that were Army brats and moved around with the Army. And I grew up and was raised around Fort Ord, California. And the interesting thing, Dr. Bay tied some things in together with the story I'm sharing with you. I grew up with a lot of Korean American friends. Fathers who met Korean wives while they were in Korea, and actually quite a few who were adopted. And I remember the complaints. We played football together, and my friends would tell me, we'd talk about the game we have on Saturday, and then some of my Korean American friends, yeah, you know what I got to do before the game? I'm going, no, I got to go to Korean school Saturday morning. It's like, what? Korean school? And yeah, and a thing, part of the Korean American experience is they have these schools and their kids go there to enrich their culture. But I remember those things. The director described my experience. And one of the things I did for those agencies is I was a joint operational planner. What does that mean? I developed war plans for the Pacific AOR, but I'd ask you to hold that thought. I'm going to go ahead and go into my slides here. So yesterday, actually, during the question and answer session, there was quite a bit of discussion that kind of covered some of these points being made. I did want to highlight that first bullet point about recognizing the voice of Ocean Foundation. They dedicated their own resources and efforts to help DPAA look for one of our few Cold War cases around Latvia. It was a Navy PB-4Y2. It was that was a type of Liberator, B-24 Liberator, that was converted to Navy usage. It was shot down in the 1950s while on an imaging mission off the coast of Latvia, as I mentioned. And we hope to do more work with the Voice of Ocean Foundations. I mean, for them to dedicate their own resources is something that we welcome. The China talking points, I think we talked about that. it's on a positive note. When I used to work China issues, we did a lot of engagements, then I watched that fall off. Interestingly enough, during my travels to China, I met quite a few Chinese volunteer veterans. As Dr. Bay mentioned, these are the individuals that actually went to Korea to fight. Where I had met them was at a temple. Many of them were homeless veterans, and the priests were actually taking care of them. Their jobs were to keep the grounds clean and do chores around the place. Many of them were single, elderly gentlemen, and they did this because there are no pension systems in China, and then they were given free meals for their duties. So the temples tended to, I would ask the priests there who these gentlemen were, because some of them would wear remnants of a uniform. And he told me they were veterans of the Chinese Volunteer Force. So it's just an interesting context there. But this work that DPAA is doing now, it's amazing because I was surprised, even I was hired a year ago, that DPAA right now is the only U.S. organization that is doing anything like this. We talked about Russia yesterday. Ms. Darla Stenkovich mentioned where we are right now, and you know, my slide says chairman to chairman. Well, they have to elect in a chairman before we can even do anything, but I won't belabor that point. So, our Korean War accounting. You know, the director asked us to connect with you, and sometimes when I just throw up numbers, I'm wondering, how does that connect with you? It's progressing. It is. Somebody mentioned earlier that we come here for hope. So, as you look at these numbers, yes, they do provide hope. But let me pause and talk about the disinterments just a little bit. The director explained, my focus is supposed to be on operations. You know, I look at the operations, how we execute them. Are our teams ready to train? Are they getting enough downtime so they can reconstitute, et cetera? Are they safe out in the field, et cetera, et cetera? But I try to take part in other things like in the lab. As busy as I can get, I was able to make time during the Phase 5 disinterment from the Punch Bowl that I asked to help prepare some of the remains. And that was extremely meaningful for me. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. The collaboration we have with our Korean counterparts is amazing. And I had the honor to represent DPAA earlier this week to meet with our Macri counterparts, and we have a great relationship. And the work that they're doing to help us, to help you, is just fantastic. And I so look forward to working with them further, because to have their country help us do this, and it's just amazing. There's Dr. Jin again in that lower right photo. Okay, so what have we done so far? And these, you know, it's like I always throw these numbers. I'm glad we didn't use the acronyms, but we did talk about a little bit about these recovery missions and the investigation. That investigation was actually on the B-26 site in Busan that the director had mentioned. We program in for the next year, but those programming of missions, you know, is dependent on what we discover in our investigative or our recovery missions, whether we go back to the same sites or new sites. We talked about the work that we're doing in China, and I was actually amazed that when we first went there in January, I was thinking, you know, they're only going to let us work on the World War II cases, you know. But was very pleased that when Dr. Barry and others went there, Jim Crow, they were there, that archive exchange, and again, they pointed out the first time that ever happened, and actually now letting us go to Cold War sites, that's good. That is good. And I also told them that, you know, it was amazing. They talked about how fast they got the visas, et cetera. But the thing is, having worked with them, when the Chinese decide to do something, they're in. They'll do it. And that's what I'm seeing right now. So that's good news. And our team is there. Our teams are there right now as we speak. We talked a little bit about the partnership activities. I mentioned one that we gave out some awards. Partnership activities help increase our ability to find our missing. That's the best way I can explain it. And the director talked about we're one of the few agencies that are able to establish these partnerships, and they are extremely helpful to our mission. The last bullet there is interesting. Just a couple of months ago, we talked about our team, my Indo-PACOM team, taking our DPRK, our North Korean operations plans, dusting them off, updating them, so that when the environment becomes permissive, when the environment allows us to go back in, we'll be ready to go back in. I want to assure you of that. So, in closing, and hopefully, Jen, I'm making your time. Dr. Bird talked to you about that disinterment project. I told you about my wanting to get involved. The anthropologists are teaching me a lot of things. I like to say I'm an anthropologist fanboy. I am an engineer by trade. I studied space systems engineering. It was quite an experience to hold a Korean War loss in my hands. Because as I was doing the work and preparing them, I wondered about a story. I wondered who it was. The anthropologist that I was assisting, showed me, yes, it was a young individual. And the preponderance of them are young, between the ages of 17 to 23, because that's the age group we asked to fight our wars. But in the last 2 days, all of you have helped me, and forgive me if I get this wrong, but meeting you and hearing the names of John Nadelhofer, Henry Lee Walker, Daniel Doolin, Frank Martin, JC, Uncle Arlen, Johnny Street, Uncle Velasco, Ismael Garcia, Frank Salazar, John Tulin, Ogata Satoshi. They do have names. And I'm hoping and praying that I get to be with you when we get to tell you the names of those that we're handling in the lab. And I promise you, keep the hope. They're doing great work there. I'll also close with this, back to the adoptions. Dr. Lauren Santini, she's done a couple of tours with me. She was also one of those Korean children that was adopted and is flourishing in her job and helping identify losses from our wars. So I would leave you with this. Your loved ones, Dr. Bae hit on this already. I've been to Korea many times. I should add, when I go up there now, I got this from I call them my boys up there. Some days when the bureaucracy of the job gets a little bit to me at the end of the day, I will actually go walking through the lab when it's quiet. And I say, I'm working at it, guys. I'm working at it, boys. I'm trying to find out who you are. And again, I know some of you haven't been there, but the way we array them on the tables, we have a flag in every place, an American flag in every place that we have these remains. And they're situated such that if I was to call attention on deck, that's what we call it in the Navy, they would all stand up and be facing the flag. So the way we handle those remains with honor and with care, loving care, I mean it, because now to me they do have those names. In fact, I'm thinking the individual I was handling, he had all those names. And that's how I look at it. But just to close it out, I told you what I did before. I was a joint operational war planner. And I realized, too, that all the individuals in that lab, it doesn't matter what conflict they were from, were as a result of our country asking them to execute a war plan. I've made it a point, because I'm still close to a lot of my planners on the island there, to make sure they come and visit me and I take them for a tour, so that we don't forget the people who work that issue, operational war plans, realize there's a cost. I was involved in war games where we were doing casualty estimates, and again, they were just numbers. But working this job now, they're more than just numbers. I am passionate about this job. I found a new meaning and purpose here, and a lot of it is right here. So I want to say thank you. I'm looking forward to continually working with you, and I'm going to do my best for you. Thank you very much.
All right, a quick admin announcement. Ms. Shantae Hampton and Gail Embry, Gail, I know you. You need to check in with Army Casualty. You have to sign your travel vouchers. All right. With that, I'm going to motor on quickly. I'd like to call up Dr. Don Barry, who's the Korean War research chief. All right. Thank you all.
Oh, okay. Every year when I do this, I usually start by saying thank you and a preemptive apology that I will probably cry. And this year will be no exception because I've already cried with many of you about 5 or 6 times this morning and many more of you yesterday. So for those of you who haven't met me before, my name is Dr. Don Barry. I am the research chief for Korea and Cold War China in the Indo-Pacific Directorate at the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency. And again, I want to say thank you to all of you because for us, on my team and the people I supervise, these 2 days are the most important days of our year. The work that we do is very challenging, the research is difficult, and the reason that we do what we do and what drives us every day is each of you. Today I want to talk a little bit about what we do generally, which many of you know, what we've done in the past year, and where we're going. And I know a couple of people have talked about a couple of different themes, and I want to touch on 2 of those. One, hope, that you've heard a lot about this morning and yesterday. Some people jokingly call me a pathological optimist, which I think is a great thing to be. But I thought what Mr. Downs said about Anita Smith when she said, please tell the other families there's always hope. I really believe that. And some of the things that we've achieved in the time that I've been with the agency in 10 years are really miracles. Since I've been here, we've seen a radical change in all kinds of different things. We have a new agency. We have new scientific methods like chest radiograph and next generation sequencing that people thought were impossible. We have new ways of communicating with each of you with our Salesforce and our case management system, which have been really, really effective in getting you information more quickly, hopefully. And then on the research side, we've had really amazing transformations in what we can do in terms of digital history, GIS, big data projects, and also our archival work. And it's really amazing the things that we can do together as a team, what that's done for you all as family members. And I hope we're honoring you every day. But the other thing I wanted to touch on was time. Time is something we never have enough of. And a lot of the things that we do take a lot of time. And as I look around this room, many of you have said to me that you feel like you're running out of time. And I'm very grateful that so many of you are here today, and it's wonderful to see so many familiar faces, people who have occasionally called me family, people who I consider family, and also so grateful for all of you who are first-time attendees here because it's so important to have the memories of your loved ones continue. But what I also want to say is for those of you who are not here today, either because you've been blessed to have an identification and you no longer need to come to these meetings, 697 identifications, each one is a little miracle. And the lab and researchers and policy and leadership, all of those people together made each of those identifications possible. And for the people who aren't here because they're not physically able, or for those who are no longer with us, who many of us who have been here for a long time, when we sit down with you, we take a little bit of with you home. we take a little bit of your stories home, and I want everyone to know that each of you are remembered. I sat down with a daughter yesterday whose mother wasn't able to come because of health, and I met her at my first FMU almost 10 years ago, and she drove a lot of the research for what we did on Camp 1 and 3, what I'm going to talk about in a couple minutes. And I want all of you to know that our team is working for you every day. And that's not just the research team, that's not just the laboratory that we often hear a lot about because it's very, very exciting, but that's also IT, outreach and communications, the front office, and all the other people who work for the agency to make this a success, and even HCD, which doesn't often get a lot of love at meetings like this, but those are the people who help hire all of the amazing staff that we have to work here. So again, I want to say we are working for you, and we are never going to stop trying. So thank you so much for being here again. Now, the other thing that happens every year, I've already cried, and the second thing that happens is I cannot use my clicker. So, only minor technical difficulties are to be expected during this talk. I put this up for the last, I don't know if I can walk. They always call me Wandering Dawn, and I don't think I can wander too far away from this. But no matter where you are in the room, I would like to make eye contact with you, even if I can't. So the reason we put up this research definition is research means lots of things to lots of people. Sometimes you hear about academic research that's done for theoretical reasons, which is all really important. But what I want to drive home with the research that my team does and the agency does is that all of the research we're doing is trying to get you and your family answers. So for the Korea team in particular, all research is purposeful, systematic investigation, driven by a problem, question, or requirement, seeking information methodically with a clear goal. It produces knowledge or data used to solve problems, and all of these individual cases that we're trying to fix, that's what the research is going towards. But again, that research takes time, and again, time is something that we don't always have. In the Indo-Pacific Directorate, our Korea Cold War research team, the research drives operations, and what that means is it's really the work that the researchers do that figure out where we go in the field, if we go, how we do a disinterment and when we do them, and then the big overarching plan that we came up with in 2016, 2017 that's been going on since then. It also supports family communications, and I'm going to touch on this a little bit later, but one of the really important things about family communication are your case summaries. Some of you might have noticed that there are some significant changes, especially if you're a chosen family, a DMZ family, a POW family. We're working on making sure that all of your case summaries are better, faster, stronger, and have the details that all of you have asked for. We also support identifications, and I'm going to touch on this in a minute, but not everyone knows that historians go out into the field and actually do investigations in the field. The other thing that not everyone knows is we do what I call a delicious historical sandwich. Delicious. So at the front end of the research process, which this is very complicated on paper, but the moral of the story is all the things that we do in the agency starts with research and ends with research. So we work on long-term, large-scale foundational research projects, and at the end, if we get an identification, if we're lucky enough to do that, one of the pieces that you'll get in that identification packet is a historical report written by a historian. And that's an analytical argument about why a set of remains could be a person. So we always like to touch on that a little bit. And my instinct is always, I was told not to stand too close to the microphone. My instinct is always to say any questions, but we're not supposed to take questions. But if you do have questions, write them down and we'll come back to them. Okay. The other thing I wanted to say too is that so much of what we do is interdisciplinary. So again, you hear a lot about the lab, you hear about the different pieces, and really all those pieces have to work together for us to get the job done for you. Oops. And then with this particular slide, some people wonder, what do those historians do when they're not at family member updates? So what historians do when we're not at family member updates is what we call foundational research. So that's big picture, large-scale data projects. It can be archival research. It can be overview narratives, which we're working on a lot. Big mention that we're going to be getting the dusting off our DPRK plans and making sure we're ready. So we're revisiting all of the research for that, and we have been as something called the Foundational DPRK Research Initiative, so FDRI. And part of that too is so we can give better information to family members. We're also doing family communication research, which I touched on. Disinterment research continues, even though we have the large-scale disinterment plan. And then field research has really grown and improved over the last few years. I'm going to touch on it in a minute, but we had our very first underwater investigation last year in Busan, and that's going to continue this year, this September, the second time we're going back. So that's a really exciting area, particularly if you're an air loss family, either in South Korea or hopefully eventually even off the coast of North Korea. So many of you have heard me speak about our disinterment plan before, and I won't spend too much time on it, but what I will say is we heard you I heard you in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017. Dr. Jim Rose and I briefed the group and said, we know many of you wanted disinterments and you wanted them to happen faster, and we're very grateful that you gave us that feedback and that leadership was supportive of us putting together this broader plan. So that's been approved in 2018, and this year, as Dr. Groh will tell you, we've had more than 20 identifications for Korean War service members, including just a couple that I want to touch on. So this is the plan overall. It was done in phases. South Korea, we really did a more order of battle operation, and for North Korea, many of you know this already, but we went from the cases we had the least amount of information to the ones we had the most amount of information. And I want to turn to something quickly, which I'm pretty passionate about. Some of you have sat down with me, know that I have pictures of your family members up on my wall. I've had this particular picture on my wall since 2015. This is PFC Raymond Travers. He was from Cheonsong, Camp 1 and 3. And he was disinterred in August of 2019 as part of Phase 2. He was identified on June of this year, June 20th, 2024. And when the identification came through when we wrote the historical report, I looked at the name, looked at the picture on my wall, and started crying. There is always hope. Even if it seems impossible, I think the Raymond Travers of the world are an example of what there is to look forward to. The other thing that I've said to a few family members is there were some Camp 1 and 3 families that were really instrumental in us pushing forward with some of that research. And many of your questions, your inquiries, the ideas that you brought up really have driven the research that the agency's done. Another really great example of that is SFC Raymond Hall. For those of you who were here in 2017, you would have seen what we like to call a dueling banjos presentation of Dr. Jim Rose and I talking about South Korean losses and North Korean losses. And what we talked about at that meeting is, from the research we were doing, we were seeing that there were discrepancies in the locations that the North Koreans said remains were from, and then where we were thinking they were actually from. So we don't know all the reasons for that, but we know that the locations we were given from the North Koreans weren't always correct. The reason SFC Raymond Earl Hall is so important is he's the first example from UNMC Pyongyang, United Military Cemetery Pyongyang, that was identified by our laboratory as a UNMC Pyongyang ID, but he was thought to be from an isolated burial. So this is huge, because when I first started this work, there are a few Pyongyang families in here. We thought that we just didn't get back half the cemetery from Pyongyang. And now we think that there may be more like SFC Hall in other later phases of the Korean War disinterment plan. And people like SFC Hall and Daniel Doolin and Meza and Baldonado are the reasons why we push forward with the North Korean aspect of the plan. And I'm sorry that I get emotional about this. It's very, this was amazing. And so now I get to talk about a couple of other amazing things. So what happened this year? So speaking of family members, I'm not sure if they're in here, but we met with 2 family members last year who knew that the Chinese government had given us certain information in previous years but had never provided it to us. Oh, sorry. I'm also I'm blind and I can't hear in this ear, so I wish I could walk around. Next year I'm gonna get a microphone so I can be more dynamic of a speaker. There were certain things that they knew and they didn't have that information, and one of the things that they asked for was us to get it for them. And so when we went to China, I'll come back to this. When we went to China, after having spoken with them, we were working on a few things. We were working on a memorandum of understanding so we could continue archival exchanges, hopefully for Cold War families, their World War II families, their Korean War families, and also getting broader information eventually, hopefully from the Chinese about Korean War losses. But a specific goal was to get the information that this particular family or 2 families had asked for from the Chinese government. I took notes during our CS case summary review last year, and when I was speaking with the Chinese, I told them what the family had told me, and I cried, which, I mean, no one in this room is surprised by. And 3 of the Chinese military on the other side also got a little teary, which is a little bit unusual. At the end of the day, they said, yes, we can give you those things that you asked for, and the next day gave us the specific documents that this family requested. So I do want to say thank you to the Smith and Angel families for the questions that you asked, and also we're very, very glad that we got those documents for you. So I'll say a round of applause for both of you. Also, because I really love positive gossip and thanks, a big, big thank you to Plans and Policy, Logistics, and the embassy staff. We really had to work very, very quickly as an agency to be able to do the investigation that we did in China. Many of you might not know that most of my staff didn't take holidays over Christmas. I'm sure it was similar in policy in order to be able to do the IT that we did in January. A lot of these things happened very fast, and when opportunities like this come up, you have to jump on it and go. So thank you to the agency for being so responsive. Thank you to Plans and Policy in particular. We just really appreciate how the agency came together to make this happen. And if you look up on the board, you'll see a very exciting tweet from Ambassador Burns. I also want to say a thank you not just to the embassy staff generally, but to Ambassador Burns in particular, who is very, very supportive of the DPAA and our mission, and I think really helped open the door for us with China. So I think that deserves one more round of applause for Ambassador Burns. Now, I've been told to speed it up, which I'm very bad at because I like talking a lot, but I'll touch on a few more things. Some of you might not know that the research team, in conjunction with Plans and Policy and the lab, goes to Macri every November. That's a really, really great opportunity for us to work together, to share information, and we're really grateful to them. We're working on a whole bunch of new things. And I mentioned this a few times. So last year, during this meeting, the Indo-Pacific Directorate briefed that this underwater mission would happen, the first open water investigation in South Korea relating to our losses, which I think is just incredible. And the next one is going to be happening this September, so that's a huge step forward, one small step for man, one giant step for the DPAA. So thank you so much for everyone who supported that mission, and for families, Korean War families that are water losses. This is really incredible because it's not something that we'd ever been able to answer the phone on before, and I think really might provide a model for things that we can do in future. So thank you to everyone who's worked on that, and thank you to everyone who is in this situation for your patience. So I'll give one more round of applause. My staff jokes that since we do a lot of meetings on Teams, there's a little button that you can press that you can clap and send a little heart or a thumbs up. And so I think that I'm basically the embodiment of that as a person. I'm just mostly clapping all the time and telling everyone they did a great job. I'm just going to touch on this really briefly because not everyone might know that in our investigations, as mentioned, we have historians and analysts who come along with us with Macri when we go out into the field. The thing that's really interesting is usually we used to interview men, primarily because women in Korea, when they get married, often move to different towns. We're very, very lucky to have someone named Nicole Roten with the Korea team for a little while, and she's worked in Papua New Guinea. And when she worked on our first mission in Korea, she said, you know, we really need to focus on the women. Because even if sometimes women live longer than men, not always, also have great memories, as I'm sure many people in this room can attest to. And she said, even if they don't know about the specific place where they're living now, they might know more about the place where they're from. And so we brought more women on our team this year and also asked more women in the community centers questions. And I think we got really, really great results in our IT because of it. So I want to say thank you to Nicole. Nicole also did a fabulous GIS study on F-51s in Korea and really, really advanced the ball on that. And I know there are a few families in this room that apply to that as well. So that's another big development this year. And I won't ask you to clap again. Oh yeah, we can. I'll clap for everyone, okay. And then speaking of Nicole, just because she's not here and I like positive gossiping about people, there's Nicole right there on the top. I do want to stress again what an absolute joy and pleasure it has been to work with her as part of the team. She also went, one of the first times, on an excavation that we did in North Korea, in South Korea. And it was really wonderful because we haven't done excavations in South Korea for some time. So this was starting that up again as a joint effort with Macri was really, really important. And we're very, very, very grateful to Macri for all they've done. So you've heard a lot about that, but I think that will deserve one more round of applause. Since audience participation. So what's next? I hope lots of things. I never want to make promises that we can't keep, but we're going to be doing, hopefully, an investigation for a Korean War loss in China in September. That's a very, very exciting development because usually these are only around World War II, and this is a Korean War loss. We have done them in the past, but this is a really big step forward for Korean War families. Also, we're going to continue our archival exchanges. So I know many of you have come up to me and asked questions about what about additional documents that the Chinese have, and that is going to be a long-term strategy, and we're very, very grateful that we got some of the documents that we have for the family members we do have. The other thing with DPRK, we've talked about preparing or getting things ready in case we get back in. And that includes doing all the field documentation we need to do under the broader banner of the FDRI, Foundational DPRK Research Initiative. We're also re-looking at how we're doing rock investigations. And so hopefully this time next year, we'll be able to give a presentation, a detailed presentation on how we've been doing some of that research. So that's a big picture. And then I also know there's a lot of DMZ families in this room. We have a long-term DMZ project as well that is also a partner participation project. So we've had a couple of partners help with that, including Brandon Tochko, who's at the back of the room, who now works for the DPAA. So I do want to say thank you to Brandon and for our partner Seungmin John, who is at the Florida State University. I would get in big trouble for mixing those up. But thank you, Brandon. Thank you, partnership, and thank you to Claire for leading that project. Now, I'm just going to touch on this for a minute because I think Fig did mention it, but we've moved into phase 5. So last year we were going to start it. We're nearing the end and we're on track to operationally be finished with the phase 5 disinterments by the end of the year. This is a really, really huge accomplishment We talk about hope, we talk about time. I don't think in 2014, 2013, we ever thought we could have had this plan or been here where we are now 10 years later. And I'm really grateful that all of the people who have contributed to this, from Debbie Zinni, who's in the back of the room, who used to work on the very, very initial Korean War disinterments, to Abe Schrage, Jim Rose, and Kristen and the entire KWIP team. This has been a team effort for decades to get us where we are. So that does deserve one more round of applause. Now I'm gonna just close by saying something. Sorry, I wasn't ready to last year. So last year, my younger brother passed away very suddenly. And I wasn't able to attend his memorial because I had just started this job, and it was the same day as the Macquarie repatriation that we had in Hawaii. And as I sat in that airplane hangar with representatives from South Korea, with the director, with other DPA staff, watching the exchange of remains between these two nations, I thought about your brothers, your fathers, your husbands, your grandfathers, your uncles, your great-uncles, your great-grandfathers, and the answers that would come not only for us, but also for the South Koreans because of the work that we were doing. And I want to tell all of you that there's always hope, that we won't stop looking, that we won't stop trying until they are home. Thank you all so much.
Remember yesterday I told you all that I charged our team with connecting with you all, because that's so critical. If there were an exemplar for connecting with you all, it would be Dr. Berry. The other thing I'd offer is if you ever doubt that we in DPA are not passionate, deeply passionate, enthusiastic, or energetic about what we do, I would ask you to remember Dr. Berry.
Thank you. One more curtsy for the crowd. Thank you, guys.
So whether you shared with us this morning that you flew an F-51, or that you connected with your humongous family, reconnected, or that you were a 7th grader who stood up and talked about your great uncle. All of that is important. And one of you said it best this morning about talking about second-generation trauma. Very privileged to have with us Tracy Bowen Bell. Tracy's a minister, she's a writer, she's a researcher, dancer, musician, artist, but she also earned, last week in fact, her master's in mental health counseling and religion. Most importantly, she's the niece of Army Private First Class Robert Neely. So we asked Tracy to come and share with you part of her research, but more importantly, part of her connection to you as a fellow family member. Tracy?
How's everyone doing this morning? Well, my morning, if I were of the opinion that technology is of the devil, I would be convinced that the gates of hell literally rose up against me. Every device I had, except for my laptop, died and would not charge. I had to make my way over here using my wheelchair as a walker, holding on to the wall to make sure that I stayed steady on that cobblestone going downhill to get here, but I'm so glad I'm here. I'm so glad for the help I received to get everything charged up and ready to go, and I'm very thankful to be here to speak with you this morning. I am going to, in the interest of time, focus primarily on my slides, and then I will give my testimony, for lack of better words, afterwards. Is that okay? Okay, so we're going to talk about intergenerational healing. You hear the term intergenerational trauma all the time, but where there is trauma, there's healing. That's the balance. So let's talk about it a little bit. Oh, I guess I have control of the slides. Can someone help me with it? There we go. So what is intergenerational trauma? Okay, maybe. I'm having technical difficulties. There we go. I have to point it at it. Good. Intergenerational trauma refers to the transmission of the effects of trauma across generations, where the experiences and struggles of one generation can impact the mental, emotional, and social health of the subsequent generations. And here are some examples: Holocaust survivors, indigenous populations, slavery and racism, war and conflict, family violence, mental illness, and natural disasters, to name a few. What is childhood trauma? And I'm going to pause a moment here to say this. We are connected. The technical term would be a trauma bond, because we went through the Korean War as a unit, though separate, and we're now living the existence of our loved ones not being with us and not being home. That would be determined, that would be called a trauma bond. That can be turned into trauma healing through community, gatherings like this, the wonderful staff that diligently takes care of us to the point where they're in tears at the thought that they can't do any more than they're doing. And for many of us, our trauma happened during childhood. Many of you remember your loved ones who you lost and you were little. I was born 20 years on the other side of my uncle being in war, but I still have lived with the impact of him not being there. It's like having a puzzle piece missing. And it wasn't until last year when I attended that those pieces begin to fall into place. So let's unpack childhood trauma. Childhood trauma can be profound and long-lasting in its effects, and it can impact your adult relationships. It influences how individuals connect with others and how they manage intimacy. Here are some common long-term issues and effects that are caused by childhood trauma. Trust issues, attachment styles, emotional regulation, fear of intimacy. And let's unpack those real quick. You can understand if you've been traumatized, whether intentionally or not, it's going to shake your trust. If you've lost someone or something you've loved in a traumatic experience, it's going to impact how you connect with others, attachment styles. If you're carrying around that grief and all of the emotions that go along with it, it will impact your emotional regulation. And if you are dealing with this, it can have an impact on your willingness for intimacy beyond physical intimacy, but spiritual connectedness with other people. There develops a fear. And then the others that are listed, you can imagine how those things come. The one that I would like to point out would be difficulty with boundaries and mental health issues. So childhood trauma, as I said, can have a very profound and lasting effect on adult relationships. And so let's begin to look at how do we deal with these things. Trust issues, adults need to have a safe space where they can share their feelings, however they can express them, so that they can then begin to rebuild those connections that begin to give them greater life. For us, this is a safe space. This whole room in this program is a safe space. I witnessed last year when I was here a beloved member who wanted to be here this year, and I've been in communication with him since, and he had some high emotions around his loved one's records, and rightfully so. And bless his heart, the staff walked in, they calmed him down, and it all went smoothly afterwards. This staff is built to deal with our emotions around our loss, and it's amazing to witness. Attachment styles. You can develop insecure attachment styles when you have that fear that this person is going to leave me. And the best way to heal from that, especially if the injury is a childhood injury, is reconnect to those people, places, and things that you know are safe places, that you feel good. They don't have you question who you are and what you believe. You can be free. For me, that's my backyard. It's my mom's house, but my mom knows if I'm in the backyard, I'm meditating, it's me, Jesus, God, and the Holy Spirit, and we're having a good old time. They will knock on the sliding glass door before they come out. I have talked myself through being afraid of the lizards. This is my backyard. I will share, but you go no further. The possible snake, well, no, not possible snake. I witnessed him, the snake and the iguanas in the yards, the birds, etc. That's my domain. That's my safe space. And I get before the Lord in meditation, and he gets tantrum Tracy, he gets ranting and raving Tracy, he gets Tracy that says stuff that I would not repeat in front of people for fear that So you get the picture. He gets the real Tracy, whatever she wakes up on. And some mornings I wake up like a grumpy toddler. Some mornings I wake up like a singing infant. Some mornings I greet him in the fullness of who I am now. Either way it goes, we commune together. That's my safe space. Fear of intimacy. Trauma can create that fear of intimacy, that fear of developing connections. But as you develop intimacy with yourself, sometimes, and I think everyone in here can identify with this, and I hope you're doing that this morning to a degree, sometimes you just have to sit with it. There's nothing anyone can say. There's nothing anyone can do. You don't even know the solution that you need in that moment, and so you just have to sit with it. Whether it's the frustration, the hurt, the anger, the disappointment, you just sit with it until a plan formulates or until you get your peace. It's a part of the process. But when you've had your connections disrupted and have not been taught how to cultivate these things for yourself, it can be difficult sitting with things because pain is uncomfortable. And I am saying to you, part of overcoming pain is being okay with being uncomfortable because it doesn't last forever. One of the ways that you can treat trauma of all kinds is through therapy. We all know about that, but there are various forms of therapy, and the goal is to find one that works for you. Therapy plays a crucial facet in healing from past traumas. It provides a supportive environment for individuals to process their experiences, develop coping strategies, and cultivate resilience. Here are a few roles that therapy can fulfill in the healing process. It gives you that safe space. Your therapist is a confidential safe space where you can share. It validates your experiences. Listen, most of us just want to be heard, and we want to have our pain acknowledged. A therapist can and will do that for you. Processing trauma. Sometimes you need help unpacking that which is your trauma because, like us, they're missing pieces. And this organization is helping us to put those pieces together. But then we have the pieces, and because we're missing pieces from family information, it's still a challenge to put it together. And so your therapist will help you with emotional regulation so that your emotions are more stable, and cognitive restructuring so that you think differently about things. What does that mean? You know what I did with the puzzle? I threw it away. I said, God, my life is for your glory, and this was as this was starting. And from that moment, whenever I feel those dysregulated emotions, I remind myself, this is not about me. This journey is not about me. So, that's my choice. But you may want someone to help you say, okay, well, I have this. How do I then restructure it so that I can now build the life that I want for myself? And at the end of the day, that is the result. How do you get to living a successful, fulfilling life that you have peace about? You may not make it to the president's office. You may not be at the top of the line in the military. You may not be the next creative genius, but you can be the best you that you can be in peace. Mindfulness practices. This is another aspect of therapy that you can do a lot on your own, and let's talk through it. Mindfulness practices can be easily integrated into your daily life and can help individuals cultivate awareness, presence, and a sense of calm. Some practices are mindful breathing, and we'll do a little exercise before I close out. Body scan, and that's when you literally scan your body and your mind, taking note of, where do I feel pain or discomfort? Where do I feel like there's something off? And then when you identify that, you just begin to be gentle with yourself and speak good words or massage that area, whatever you need to bring awareness to that area and to bring comfort. Mindful eating. Listen, I will tell anyone right now, my eating is so scattered, I eat like a toddler. Yesterday, I had a child's plate menu from Chipotle, ate half of it the afternoon, ate the other half when I got home. Half of a child's plate? But that's how I eat. But the way it keeps me mindful is I intentionally chose a child's plate. I knew I wasn't going to eat an adult meal. I intentionally chose the foods that I like, the corn salsa, the guacamole, pinto beans. They intentionally chose not to put my beef in my kid, so I had a vegetable plate yesterday. But it was food that I was familiar with, that I enjoyed, and that's what I need when I'm on the go and I don't feel like eating anyway. We need to eat to survive and take care of this physical body. So that's an example of mindful eating. And then gratitude journaling or walking meditation. Walking meditation is what I did on the way over here. Didn't realize that was what I was doing when I started, but I needed a whole lot of help me Jesus to get down that cobblestone hill. And before I knew it, it was just a conversation with me and him. And the tables turned when I put my hand on the wall and I heard, I will always walk beside you. And I was like, wow. And so the magic started. The goodness started. I wasn't so upset that I was out there in this lace dress and all that heat. And I made it. And I don't think I'm too worse for the wear afterwards, right? So there's some other things that you may be familiar with, such as journaling, as I mentioned. Guided meditations and things of that nature are always a benefit to mindfulness. It helps us to reduce stress. It improves your emotional regulation. Once you receive your peace and you set in your heart that everyone else is going to have to match you, when you encounter those stressful situations, you are already in your place of center. And so there's nothing to dysregulate. If you feel a hint of something being dysregulated, you make a note of it. Okay, I hear you, I acknowledge you, but I'm putting you to the side to deal with what's in front of me in peace. And that's how you maintain your peace. It also works with enhanced focus and concentration. Listen, I am the poster child of my focus needs focus. But when I find that I stay mindful, when I focus on the good, when I focus on the assignment at hand, when I focus on others, all of that helps with my healing, and it helps me to concentrate on what matters the most. And it leads to number 4, which is greater self-awareness. And the more self-aware you are, the better your relationships are going to be. By incorporating mindfulness into your daily routines, individuals can experience these benefits and cultivate a greater sense of balance and harmony in their lives. Creative activities. This is an important part of mindfulness. Engaging in creative activities offers numerous benefits for mental health, contributing to overall well-being, emotional resilience, and here are some key advantages. Stress relief, emotional expression, enhanced mood, increased self-esteem, all the good stuff that we need, right? It's like giving your body a boast of emotional vitamins when you allow yourself to create. Incorporating these things are for your good and for your benefit. So let's get into some activities. Well, that's thank you for your attention. Some activities that I mentioned before, like guided meditation, guess what? For as many as I can fit in the little glass room out here, about 15 minutes after we break for lunch, and I may be able to do two different sets or 3 different sets of people, I'm going to take you through a guided meditation using my photo art. The pictures that you saw on the slide are pictures that I took during my journey. And at this moment in the presentation, I'm shifting to Robert Neely's niece because he's the reason why I'm here. He's the reason why all of us are here. And so I bring you greetings from the great state of Mississippi by way of Florida and from the Neely Bowen Bell Woodruff family, which encompasses all of my family and everyone connected to me. I thank you and your families for their service and dedication, all of the servicemen, men and women who are here today, and I thank my family for being proud service people too, all across the board. And I'd like to give a special shout out to my cousin, Shantae, who is here. She is our family genealogist and historian. She's traced us back 6 generations in honor of our Neely family legacy, which my grandfather, Robert Neely Sr., is prominent in. When he lost his mother at 12, he found the wherewithal to help raise his other 9 siblings and make sure that they all got an education if they wanted one. And so to him, we're very grateful and thankful to be here. And so when I began this journey in 2022, December, Christmas holidays, and it happened suddenly, and I was in a panic, and I asked God, what is happening? And he said, it's for my glory. And I held on to that. My infection in my foot was for God's glory. Okay, great. I was expecting my foot to be healed, and instead, it was amputated. And when I woke up on the table after surgery, after telling the doctor and my mom and my daughter going in, if God sees fit to do this another way, when I woke up and the brace was on my leg, I said, I'm mean mugging everybody today. And something whispered to me, that's not you. And I had my mom and everyone else laughing by the time we got back to my room, especially when I said, I can get up and get myself into the room. And they were like, doctor's orders, you're not supposed to get out of the bed. I was like, oh, okay. I probably couldn't have gotten myself up and gotten into the room. But that began an amazing journey that had already started with me focusing on, okay, what if it's not about me? And in that moment, I began a mindfulness play therapy activity that I know now, which was, God, show me something new. Now, this was almost said in the defiance of a toddler, like, prove me something. But then I would go outside and I would look. Because if you're seeking, if you're looking, you've got to seek. If you want to find something, you've got to look for it, right? And my first picture, I don't know if I have the slide, and it'll be a surprise if it passed through and you didn't see it. My first picture was of a desert cactus bloom in my backyard. It's my cactus. Beautiful fuchsia pink flower with the most perfectly planted water droplets on it. And I can't remember now if it was after a rain or if they were dewdrops, but the drops of water caught my eyes because they looked like crystals on the petals. And from there, I just started taking pictures of everything I saw that caught my eye. I took very little pictures of me. I have very little pictures of my residual limb. I'm getting more pictures of me and Beulah, that's my prosthetics name, as we learn to get along better. And my most recent confirmation that there will be more pictures is I competed in my first pageant since the amputation in New York City in July and walked away with Queen of Queens, which is the highest title. And I get to represent this beautiful organization for the next year, just spreading joy and love and raising awareness wherever I go. And I'm excited about that, mostly because I stepped into the new me who is still a shadow of the other me. So, thank you. And so, as my cousin reminded me, I needed to show you all this. I was going to ask for a private picture with the director and Jen before we left, and she said, no, you have to remember who you're representing. You have to remember that you've got to seize the day, which is from my Amputee Coalition trip last week. You've got to remember that you've got to put your best foot forward, even with a little sparkle. This is what helped me win my pageant, because I needed to be safe and comfortable, but safe and comfortable doesn't mean you can't be cute and make a statement. And so in all of that, I am learning to love this new me, especially the new me who has the missing piece of my Uncle Robert, and there's another missing piece who was lost to illness the same year that we lost Uncle Robert. But we didn't lose him. His love, their love, is still here in this room. We have to believe that. That's what keeps us here. The pain gives us passion. The passion gives us purpose. The purpose gives us a plan. And from there, execute, execute, execute. God bless you all.
Last year, I had the privilege of meeting Tracy, and she told me about this program that she was enrolled in, getting her master's in, as I mentioned, mental health counseling and religion. And I was struck by the fact, because she said last year, she says, do you think I can talk to the families? And it struck me that try as we might in the Department of Defense, there is no amount of compassion, no amount of empathy that any of us can show to you because we have not walked in your shoes. So I was not only intrigued, but excited that she told me that right before KCW, she would be earning her master's 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago. So again, Tracy, on behalf of your peers, just a small token of our appreciation. So, God bless you.
God bless you as well.
I do want to make one small correction, Director. The degree is loading. I have one paper left to finish, but this was the culmination of that paper. I started writing it last night, and it just flowed like water. So before I leave DC, it will be confirmed.
All right, folks, we are now going to break for lunch, and we will be back in the room, and we will start up again at 1:45. That's 1:45, okay? Remember, the Cold War breakout is over in Salon C, the glass-walled. And Tracy's is, during lunch now, is also going to be there in Salon C as well, okay? So see you all back here or over there at 1:45. Generational trauma. She has a QR code there for anyone who's interested that will take you to a survey, and she requests that if you're interested that you scan that and then you can provide feedback to her brief. All right, I'm going to introduce now Ms. Kristen Groh, and she's going to provide us an update on the Korean War Identification Project. Come on up, Kristen. Yeah. Here we go. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kristen Groh, and I am the Korean War Identification Project Lead. It is an honor to be here to speak to you today about the continued efforts that we are doing in our laboratory to continue to identify our U.S. service members. First, I want to say it has been an honor to get to know several of you over the past 2 days. Thank you for sharing your memories, photos, stories, and even handwritten letters with me. It has been an honor to read through those and get to know you and your service members' stories a little bit better. Before I get started on giving you an update on the numbers and the science that we use in the lab, I want to provide you with a video that introduces the Korean War Identification Project. So my team, a little bit about the daily operations that we do and some perspectives from those analysts on my team. Well, it appears that the video is not on the slide, which is okay. I'm not sure what happened there, but that's okay. We'll just jump right into the update and providing you some numbers and information about the science. So the Korean War Project oversees the identification process for all Korean War cases. Our team is made up of 11 full-time analysts, and we represent the largest team in the DPAA laboratory. There are currently over 7,400 U.S. service members still missing from the Korean War, and our project encompasses cases from both North and South Korea, involving remains received from various sources, including the unknowns buried in the Punchbowl Cemetery in Hawaii, turned over to us by North Korea, recovered during joint field operations, and those that have been recovered by MACRI, our partner organization in South Korea. The DPAA has accounted for 694 Korean War service members to date, and our dedicated team of analysts, ample laboratory space, the development of new analytical methods like isotope sampling, and the Armed Forces DNA laboratories, innovation in DNA testing techniques, and pursuit of family reference samples for the missing have all contributed to these results. Our project's main area of focus are the analysis of the Punchbowl unknowns and the remains that we receive from the K-55 turnover, K-208, and the joint recovery operations, and working with our counterparts, MACRI, to conduct joint recoveries and repatriation of remains. The remains buried as unknowns at the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific, also known as Punchbowl, in Honolulu, are those that could not be successfully identified in the 1950s by the laboratory in Kokura, Japan. 210 of these unknowns were approved for disinterment on a case-by-case basis, beginning in 1999. And in 2018, DPAA received approval to disinter the remaining 652 Korean War unknowns that were buried in the Punchbowl Cemetery at the time. These unknowns are being disinterred according to a seven-phase plan, which you are all aware of, also known as the Korean War Disinterment Project. The unknowns in each phase are grouped by historical provenience, and each phase includes cases from both North and South Korea. The unknowns disinterred through the Korean War Disinterment Project all fall under the Korean War Identification Project in the laboratory. The 73 unknowns in Phase 1 were disinterred between October 2018 and March of 2019. Phase 2 consisted of 117 unknowns disinterred between June 2019 and February of 2020. The 101 unknowns in Phase 3 were disinterred between December of 2020 and August of 2021. And the 71 unknowns in Phase 4 were disinterred between April and December of 2022. And as you know, we are currently in Phase 5, and Phase 5 began in October of 2023. And those projected unknowns are to be fully disinterred by the end of FY24, conditions permitting. And then also, conditions permitting, we are projected to begin Phase 6 in FY25. We have identified a total of 200, and this, as of yesterday, you all heard the new identification that was made. That was a Phase 3 disinterment. So we can now say that we have identified 226 unknowns from the Punch Bowl cemeteries. 19 from Phase 1, 48 from Phase 2, and 10 from Phase 3. Anthropological, dental, DNA, isotope, and other analyses are ongoing, and more IDs will be made as the results of these analyses are returned. We continue to review all Punch Bowl cases and have yet to be identified, and we look for new lines of evidence that we can use to make these identifications. Remains turned over by North Korea represent a large part of our project. Following a joint forensic review, which you are all very familiar with, when 55 boxes of human remains known as the K-55 were received by DPAA laboratory staff in Wonsan, North Korea in July of 2018. "20 of those boxes in the K-55 assemblage were reportedly recovered in the Unsan, Kujang area, and the other 35 boxes were reportedly recovered from the East Chosin area. The remains, as you know, were heavily commingled and in poor condition. The boxes were presented as containing a single individual, but upon further analysis, anthropological analysis, and DNA testing, we found that most of those boxes contained several individuals, and that the remains of a single individual may be found across multiple boxes. Using a combination of DNA, isotopic, anthropological data, we estimated that there are approximately 250 individuals within those 55 boxes. More than 500 skeletal elements were originally received in those boxes. We believe that approximately 160 are our U.S. service members, and around 90 individuals are our foreign nationals. To date, 93 service members, U.S. service members, have been identified from the K-55 remains, and we have repatriated 88 sets of remains to South Korea. There are an estimated 69 individuals remaining in the K-55 assemblage that are believed to be U.S. service members. Some of these may represent the additional portions of some of the service members that we have already identified. Analysis and testing of these remains continues and is ongoing. We are also still conducting analyses on the remaining K-208 and Joint Recovery Operations remains. The K-208 group consists of 208 boxes that were turned over by North Korea in the early 1990s. Following these turnovers, DPAA-led teams conducted 33 joint recoveries to excavate sites in North Korea between 1996 and 2005. Based on DNA sequence data, approximately 700 individuals were represented by the K-208 boxes and the JRO recoveries, 500 of whom are believed to be U.S. service members. We have so far made 155 IDs from the K-208 boxes, One of those IDs was in July and was a case that was turned over to us in 1994. So we were finally able to make that identification, which was quite profound this year. We've also had 153 IDs from the JRO accessions and identified 39 individuals whose remains originated from both the K208 and the JRO, which altogether account for over half of the Korean War IDs that we have made. There's also some crossover between remains from the K208, the JRO, and the K55 boxes. We have so far identified one individual whose remains came from both a JRO and a K55 accession. And we have additional portions, as mentioned earlier, of individuals present in the K55 boxes, K208, and JRO accessions. There are an estimated 100 U.S. service members remaining in the K208 and JRO accessions. Our dedicated team, though, does continue to systematically review these accessions, looking for any additional lines of testing that we may be able to use to move these cases towards identification. We also continue to strengthen our partnership with MACRI, as you have heard over the course of the past 2 days. South Korea's Ministry of the National Defense Agency for Killed in Action, Recovery, and Identification through joint recovery operations and forensic reviews. We have received from MACRI around 38 sets of remains believed to belong to U.S. service members, and we have identified 11 of those. We, in turn, have repatriated over 300 sets of remains belonging to South Korean soldiers, resulting in 19 identifications. So in our remaining time today, I'm going to walk you through the laboratory's identification process and the different methods that we use to make identifications in our laboratory. The DPAA laboratory is a multidisciplinary team. We have medical examiners, anthropologists, archaeologists, odontologists, evidence managers, DNA and dental technicians, life support investigators, quality assurance specialists, case coordinators, and administrative and support staff. We have 2 core labs, the main lab at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam in Hawaii, and a satellite lab in Offutt Air Force Base, Nebraska. These laboratories and their forensic testing procedures are accredited by the American National Standards Institute, American Society of Quality National Accreditation Board. There we go. So at the DPAA laboratory, identifications are made using multiple lines of evidence whenever possible. Only when all lines of evidence point to a single individual will an identification be made, and the identification is made to the exclusion of all other reasonable possibilities, and any discrepancies must and will be explained. Our laboratory recovery and identification process align with the highest standards and best practices in the field of human identification. And so what this slide represents, you have all of the different types of analyses that go into an identification, and the star in the middle represents that identification. So we have historical background, archaeology in those recoveries, material evidence analysis, forensic anthropology, DNA, and forensic odontology. When skeletal evidence is accessioned into the laboratory, the KWIP team, the first step is to clean those remains, if necessary. We'll take an inventory of what remains are present for analysis and determine what lines of evidence we can use towards an identification. During this process, we look for any signs that there are remains of more than one individual present. As many of you know, a lot of the assemblages that we receive, K55, K208, JRO, are commingled, heavily commingled, and then we've also found that our punch bowl cases are also commingled. So that is a crucial step in our analysis, and one of the first things that the anthropologist assesses is how many individuals are represented in a particular skeletal assemblage. Some of these indicators of commingling include duplicated bones or bones that are different in overall size and shape. and unlikely that they came from the same individual. We select elements to be sampled for DNA and isotope testing. We also note presence of anything that is suitable for other type of analyses, such as dental remains, clavicles and vertebrae for chest x-ray comparison. And we also use anthropological methods to generate what is known as a biological profile. So the biological profile of a set of skeletal remains includes information about the age of death of that individual, the biological sex of that individual, their ancestry, living stature, any trauma or pathology that might help us in assessing the cause of death. And we use those traits to narrow down a list of potential casualty matches to an individual for identification. This anthropological data, and in conjunction with our historical circumstances, the DNA information, and all of the other lines of evidence, narrows that pool down and allows us to make that identification. Again, we nominate bones for DNA testing after that initial inventory and assessment of the entire assemblage. Most of the DNA testing we request produces a mitochondrial DNA sequence, which is not necessarily unique to the individual. Mitochondrial DNA is passed down from generation to generation through the maternal line, and the strength of that mitochondrial DNA as a line of evidence depends on how rare or how common that sequence is in the general population. Nuclear DNA, Y-chromosomal, and autosomal DNA profiles can be statistically strong lines of evidence and can produce from the remains, and that comparative reference sample is, if that comparative reference sample is available. We compare these DNA results to the service members' family reference samples. We also use DNA results to exclude individuals as possible association to a set of remains. DNA testing is an extraordinarily useful in helping us make these identifications and assess commingling, but there are some limitations. Some of our missing service members do not have specific types of references on file for comparison. These references, again, are crucial to identification in many cases. If the remains have a very common mitochondrial DNA sequence, we cannot further narrow down that list of individuals who match without a nuclear family reference sample. Although we have good coverage, as you've heard from Dr. McMahon, about 8% of our missing Korean War service members have no family reference sample on file of any kind, and another approximately 18% have no nuclear reference. Finding samples for the service members who are lacking a mitochondrial or nuclear reference is critical in resolving the more challenging cases that we have at our laboratory. In some cases, remains do not produce usable DNA sequences. For instance, the remains at Punch Bowl have been treated with a chemical preservative in the 1950s in an attempt to preserve the remains. They were processed in the chemical, but unfortunately, this caused a degradation of the DNA. So for those cases, it can be incredibly difficult to extract usable DNA information from them. These samples undergo what's known as next-generation sequencing, a process that Dr. McMahon and his team at the Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory developed specifically for the remains in this condition, which has greatly improved our chances of success for extracting DNA from these Punch Bowl cases. I've spoken with many of you about this particular method over the past 2 days. Radiographic comparisons of skeletal elements can also be very useful and effective in identification. The DPAA laboratory developed this method to compare chest radiographs of the remains with the digitally archived X-rays of our missing service members that were taken to screen for the tuberculosis when they were inducted. A list of individuals for comparison can be created based on different criteria. It could be based on individuals whose loss location is consistent with the recovery location of the remains, or individuals whose dental records are consistent with what we have in the remains. So an analyst then goes in and they visually compare the ante-mortem X-ray that we have of our service member with the post-mortem x-ray of the remains once they come into the laboratory. And they will identify what we call items of concordance or items of similarity. And that's what you see here in the top image. That is an x-ray of remains that have come into the lab, and we have marked on that image all of the different points of concordance or the similarities that we see between that x-ray and the x-ray of a particular service member. And what we take it a step further in the cases where we have ante-mortem x-rays that are in really good condition and that we can see all of the elements. We will do a superimposition. So we'll take an overlay of the x-ray of the remains that we have in the lab, and we will superimpose that onto the x-ray of our service member, and they have to line up exactly for us to say that this is a potential match. And then that is another line of identification that we can use in narrowing a list of potential casualty matches to a single individual and making that identification. Dental records are also extremely important line of evidence in our cases. Teeth that are absent, teeth that have restorations or fillings can be matched to records on file for a particular individual. We don't always have dental radiographs on file for our service members, but we do have the dental charts that we can use for comparison. For dentition with rare patterns or restorations, a match to an ante-mortem dental record can be as good as a fingerprint. So as with DNA and chest radiograph comparison, dental comparison is another useful tool for exclusion for our individuals. And one of the newest areas of analysis that we are developing in the DPAA laboratory is forensic isotope analysis. Carbon and nitrogen isotope values from bones can provide information on dietary preferences, helping us determine whether a person had a Western diet in corn products. We use this information to classify remains as likely U.S. or likely foreign nationals, and that in turn helps us with our DNA sampling strategy. We also use stable isotope analysis to assess commingling. So if we get a set of remains in the lab and we suspect that maybe there were some skeletal exchanges going on in the 1950s, particularly for our punch bowl cases, or we see something that tells us that there might be more than one individual represented in a particular set of skeletal remains, what we can do is isotope testing, and then that actually happens in-house in the DPAA laboratory, so it's faster and less expensive than DNA testing, and that is a method that we can use to further assess whether or not we have one individual present in that skeletal assemblage. We can also use this information. Dentition can be tested for oxygen isotope values of water that vary across landscape. As you move inland, water isotope ratios decrease. And then we can use that as well for individuals that might be associated with a particular set of remains. As we receive the results of these independent lines of inquiry, we compile those data, and then we look for a consensus that each of those lines of evidence are pointing to the same individual. Once we have overwhelming evidence that supports the association of that individual to the remains, then the individual is identified. The goal is achieved by diligent work of a dedicated and passionate team of professionals. The DPAA laboratory and the Korean War Identification Project team continue to look for new and innovative ways to return your loved ones to you while maintaining our high scientific standards. I am honored to serve this mission of achieving the fullest possible accounting for our missing service members to you and to this nation. And so on the last slide here, we have a set of remains that was identified in the laboratory. And often we will, as the remains are leaving the lab, the DPAA personnel that are in the office will meet outside at our laboratory's entrance, and we will line the entrance and say a final farewell to our service member and our hero as they are returned home. Thank you all very much for your time today. I look forward to speaking with you more, and please do not hesitate to come up if you have any questions. Thank you. You're not getting rid of me yet. So myself and Captain Patrick Anderson here will also be giving you a brief overview of the U.S. ROK Alliance in our field recoveries. So we're really excited to share with you what happens when our boots are on the ground and we are over in South Korea and we're doing the recoveries. How do we do that? What do we find? What is life like on a site in South Korea?
I'll just introduce myself, everyone. My name is Captain Anderson, and I'm assigned to the Expeditionary Support Directorate of DPAA. And in essence, that is the force provider for DPAA. So about roughly 80 senior NCOs, mid-grade NCOs, and then captains mostly, and some field-grade officers that are responsible for deploying all over the globe and executing the missions that you see. Most of the pictures you see here are from Korea. I was the team leader or heavily involved in the planning of the last 4 missions in Korea, so really happy to show it and talk about it with you all.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. So most of the things you'll see is Korea, but one of my peers, Captain Uvard, he's actually in China right now doing the excavation and recovery mission that we've been talking about. As you all know, this is a big milestone for the agency, and we hope to leverage it for the losses in Korea and Cold War losses going forward. So what you see here on the right is a wet screen station. This is a pretty standard beginning of a construction of a wet screen system. And on the right, you see the locals from probably the local province that he's using to help construct that wet screen system. So really the big takeaway is as we sit here, we have recoveries for service members all over the globe. Just off the top of my head, I know that I have peers in France, Italy, Vietnam, and here in China, and it's going around yearly every month. So really happy to show you this. It's a big milestone for us. Thank you.
So again, today we're going to be talking to you about what a recovery field team looks like, what are our team members. We're also going to talk to you about what it's like getting to a site, the site arrival, the site setup, some field investigation techniques, and what an excavation is like. We'll also talk about recovering evidence, what happens when we recover evidence, life on a site, our host nation partnership with Macri. A little behind the scenes, and we will have a question and answer session at the end. Both Captain Anderson and I will be up here to answer any questions that you have in regards to field recoveries. In addition to being the Korean War Identification Project lead in the lab, I am also a scientific recovery expert, so I will be deployed on missions sometimes to do recoveries in the field as well.
So here is a bunch of descriptions of the individuals that we would bring on an investigation or recovery mission. So it would vary based off the mission requirements. Typically, the investigations are much smaller, and then based off the requirements and size of the recovery area, we would bring more of the individuals you see here. So at the top, you see team leader, team sergeant. These are typically your leadership of that investigation or recovery effort. Ultimately responsible for everything we do or fail to do on the mission, try to keep order and discipline going forward, and then accomplish whatever the objectives are for the recovery and investigation. Kristen just mentioned it, but as a team leader, my right-hand man or woman is our SRE. They are in charge of the site. As soon as we get to that recovery or excavation portion, they completely take over, and they are very methodical and detailed in our excavation efforts, because everyone in here, trust me, you do not want a bunch of military guys deciding how to dig up the remains in these various countries. For the next one you see is life support investigator. We excavate a lot of plane crashes around the globe, and those individuals have very particular skills on they can literally take a piece of metal and tell you where and where was that part on a plane. They can tell you the type of plane, and they can tell you where that plane would have been during the war, and maybe even the serial number with it. It's pretty incredible. So they come with us on a lot of the excavations regarding aircraft wreckage. EOD, pretty self-explanable, but the majority of the areas we go to have a pretty high UXO threat, so we are very methodical before we ever dig. We'll have EOD reps do a full sweep of every single unit or portion that we're going to dig, and then it's just an enhanced risk mitigation as we're going to every single site. Medics, also pretty self-explanatory. Doesn't matter where we go to some pretty austere places with no hospitals in sight, so our medics are very skilled and able to help in the event of an emergency. I do my best to keep them as bored as possible and not having to do anything except dig with us, but they're critical to our mission. Communications, we go to, like I said, very austere places that most of the time cell phone doesn't work, so we'll bring various communication packages with us to make sure we can communicate with our worldwide operations center in Hawaii. A lot of the pictures you see here are from our assigned photographers. They'll kind of capture the progress in all the events we do in every mission. Recovery NCOs, some of the sites are very large, so that's just extra manpower to help dig. Fun fact about all these missions, it does not matter your rank, you will be digging. It doesn't matter if you're a flag officer, a general officer, or a private. Everyone is expected to get into the recovery site and do their portion of digging to help find remains. You'll see a bunch of photos here from the recent recovery this past spring of large cliffside in Korea, and that required most of our mountaineers from the ES Directorate. And so we have a big portion of mountaineers that are also assigned to ES. Can you go back, Wilson?
Yeah.
And then just the last points here, obviously we're working in different countries, so we have linguists and then the host nation officials. We've talked about MACRI, they're our partner agency, but it doesn't matter what country we go to, we have some sort of adjacent entity that allows us to work in their country and hopefully assist us in finding remains.
And I will just add, as Captain Anderson said, this SRE, or the scientific recovery expert, is the individual that is in charge of making all of the decisions regarding the science on site. But we could not do this mission, we could not complete this without a team leader to handle all of the logistics and coordinate everything. Everyone on that list that you see is an integral part of the team, and we rely on each individual's expertise to make these missions successful.
It doesn't really matter where your respective case or loss is on Earth. ES and DPAs, we're prepared and ready to go to find them. It doesn't matter whether it's in the water, on the side of a cliffside, or in a very austere island in the middle of nowhere. So we have the ability to jump on a C-17 loaded with dive equipment and a decompression chamber, climb the side of a cliff, as you see here, that was in Korea this summer, or rely on the Korean Navy out in Busan Harbor to do the first ever underwater investigation. This is some pictures here of the most recent recovery in Korea. So this was in the city of Monyeon. It was an aircraft wreckage that crashed into the side of a cliff during the Korean War. We haven't done a recovery there in a long time, so you can see some pictures here of the site setup. So once we've kind of secured the area, conducted some basic rehearsals, synchronized with, for this case, MACRI, our local officials, we'll begin construction of the actual site. So you saw pictures of China. That was a wet screen system, so we use high pressure water to sift and screen all of the dirt in the site. This right here is the beginning of a dry screen setup, that wooden triangle structure. Same principle, we're taking every bit of dirt or material, sediment material, and clearing it until the SRE says it's good, and then we move on to the next portion. This particular site was extremely steep. We had a very complex rope system and mountaineers with us. When we tied in every single day, went up to the side of the cliff, and then had a bucket line down to conduct this recovery. This will continue next spring, and we'll hope to bring positive results from that.
So once we get into the field, we're either there to conduct a field investigation or an excavation. And so for our field investigation techniques, that could mean going through all of the historical documentation and figuring out if there are any potential witnesses that maybe we want to get in contact with while we're there. And we'll sit down and talk to them and see if they can provide us with any more information about the site or that particular loss incident. We might also do some what is known as phase 1 testing in archaeology. So we might do some site survey, work with our EOD technicians to do metal detector survey, just to get a greater idea of what is present in the area. And then we'll take that information back, and then a team can be built later to come back and do an actual excavation. And so during our actual excavations, as Captain Anderson mentioned earlier, we don't just go into the field and dig holes. We use a very systematic approach to digging, and it follows standard archaeological techniques. And so we record everything from beginning to end, photographs, field notes, all of that is recorded. We actually build out a grid system that allows us to keep provenience of where anything that is determined to be probative or evidence that we're going to bring back with us. We know exactly where that came from at the site. And then that allows us to keep that information, but also if for some reason we need to go back to that site at a later date, we know the next recovery team knows exactly where we've been and exactly where we were finding the most evidence, so they know where to start when they get there. And then part of that excavation, I don't know if we do have a photo on the top of our screening procedures. So once the sediment is removed from a particular unit within that grid that we have established, it's sent to a screening station. All of the sediment is screened, and this is typically where the gold is, where we find our evidence, our material. So we have our U.S. team, and then also our counterparts also help us with the screening process. And so anything that they find that might be probative, they'll bring to the SRE, the scientific recovery expert, and then that individual will say, yes, this is possible bone, this is possible human bone, possible material evidence that might be able to link a set of remains to a particular service member. Life support equipment, as you heard earlier, any equipment that would have been on that individual. All of that is really, really useful in making that identification. So before we go into the field, because the SRE can't be at all of the places at once, they can't be at the unit, they can't be at the screening station, we give our teams training before we get into the field on what these types of things look like. And so anytime they find something, they'll bring it to us. And it might not always end up being actual osseous material, it might be rocks. That's okay too. We want them to bring everything to the SRE, and then we'll make the decisions about what we need to retain. So what happens when we do find evidence? Again, the evidence, or what is believed to be evidence, is provided to the SRE, and then they'll take a look and make a decision about whether or not they want to keep that, if it actually is evidence. And sometimes in the field it can be really difficult to tell if a piece of material is probative. But even if we think that there is any potential that it could be, we're going to retain that and bring it back with us. And so in our situations when we are collaborating and working with MACRE on these recovery sites, if anything is recovered, we have what is known as a joint forensic review after, with scientists from DPAA and MACRE both look at this material together and make a decision about whether or not we should bring this back to our DPAA laboratory for further testing.
Yeah, no worries. So just a little glimpse into like what a day-to-day would look like on a recovery site. I'll use the most recent recovery in Munyon as an example. Once you get to the site, the first thing you do, particularly for this site, is you want to check your equipment. With all the rope systems, we would send 2 to 3 individuals, our mountaineers, to the top and bottom, checking our rope systems to make sure that everything's safe and working before we begin our recovery. Depending on the SRE's guidance, we might do a new sweep on a new unit that we're about to dig. Once we've kind of got our equipment ready, the EOD's giving us the green light to dig, we confirm with the SRE if she wants us to dig, and that's pretty much it. We're doing that for the next 8 to 9 hours, depending on what's going on. For this particular site, and this isn't always the case, but we had some Republic of Korea soldiers with us helping us dig and screen the entire time. So we'd usually have 2 people in what we would call the pit or the unit. They're digging the entire time. Buckets and they're not digging here, they're on the side of a cliff kind of passing buckets down, but same principle. Digging, buckets are going down. As the buckets get to the screening system, that's when, as Kristen described, going to be sifting and screening all the material there, looking for evidence to hopefully bring home and to help make an identification. Just some highlights here. As you can see, the pictures, the left side is just recovery pictures and the EOD working in the bottom left. Those are pin flags identifying metal material. Doesn't necessarily mean it's UXO, but it could be aircraft wreckage. That was the particular thing we were interested at this last recovery site. In the top right, that was from the underwater investigation. We had, I don't know how, the Republic of Korea and Macri are so supportive, but they actually gave us 3 Navy vessels to use for this underwater investigation. And you're probably wondering, why was the Army captain the team leader for this small little naval fleet we got going on? I was thinking the same thing, didn't totally feel as qualified to be in charge of this Navy group, but they did a great job and they were extremely supportive and obviously didn't listen to my naval recommendations. And then finally, this is from one of our previous investigations. It was actually up in the CCZ. We were looking at a possible aircraft wreckage that Macri identified near some of their defensive perimeters within the CCZ, and you could get up just high enough to actually look down into North Korea. So it was quite interesting in that investigation.
And just to add, as Captain Anderson said, not all sites are the same. So as you can imagine, some of our sites are relatively flat. Some of our sites are on extreme slopes. And so each one is different and each one presents its own challenges. We also have to work with extreme weather conditions sometimes. It can be extremely cold, extremely hot. We have all kinds of critters that we're running into. So these sites produce all kinds of interesting scenarios, but we just continue to push through because we're all there as a team and all there for the mission and the same goal is hopefully to bring something home. And again, as Captain Anderson said, we have, as you already know, a wonderful working relationship with Macri and in the lab and in the field. So we are continuing to go on these recoveries and work with their team of scientists who also practice the best scientific techniques and recovery techniques.
And I just want to express from my experience in Korea, but I've also worked in other countries of doing recoveries, investigations. Macri is like an absolute professional organization that wants to produce results and find the remains of U.S. service members, Korean service members, and then all the other nations that were involved in the Korean War. And that's not always the case. Sometimes our partners agencies are just there to be with the Americans and profit off of our arrival. But the Koreans are the utmost professionals, and I look forward to going back working with them again. And then I just want to close out with a little behind the scenes, just kind of the attitude from the active duty service member of working in Korea and conducting this mission. This is the only assignment that the majority of us have in ES where there's no argument about the intent or the objective or the mission of this unit or agency. Sometimes you work for an active duty company where you understand the mission, but you don't necessarily agree with it. We should be doing this task instead of this one. But everyone within the agency, not just ES, but all the civilians and service members included, can absolutely get behind this objective. And it is, frankly, we're the most lucky soldiers, airmen, Marines, and sailors to have this job. So we look forward to going back to Korea. Me and Kristen should be there next April, and we'll continue this investigation on your behalf. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Can we all hear me? All right, I'm going to walk. I'm Irish, and I talk with my hands. So usually when I'm up there, I'll hit the microphone, and we all don't want that to occur. So I am Tim McMahon. I'm the Director of DNA Operations for the Armed Forces Medical Examiner System. So I'm going to talk a little bit about who we are. So we, believe it or not, we are separate from the Defense POWMA Accounting Agency, or the DPAA. We actually fall under the Defense Health Agency. And we are DOD's, Department of Defense's only human remains DNA testing laboratory. So I do all testing for all current day losses, as well as our past accounting mission. We are not in any place glamorous like Hawaii. We are in Dover, Delaware. We do get maybe 2 snowstorms a year, 3 or 4 inches at a time. But if you are local and you would love to see the DNA lab, at the end, you will have my email address. Email me, and I will coordinate a visit for you. We'd love to have you come up and see who we are. So as I said, I am part of the Armed Forces Medical Examiner System. We are an accredited laboratory just like the DPAA's lab. And basically, what does that mean? I'm accredited to the same standards as your state and local crime lab, as well as the FBI's. And basically, I just went through it. I had 14 scientists from other crime labs around the country come in and spend 5 days in my lab going through all of our procedures and policies, and they found 2 items of improvement and granted us our accreditation again. So, what I'm going to talk about is an over 30-year partnership with the DPAA and how we assist with bringing our fallen heroes home. So in a nutshell, we're processing about 3,000 specimens. So you heard they cut a bone sample, send it to my lab. We process about 3,000 of those a year to report out 3,600 analyses. You're probably thinking, well, Doc, you got a degree, the math doesn't add up. Well, as we talk, one sample could get up to 3 different tests. So that's why we have more analyses than samples processed. As we all know, these times of samples, they range from 50 to 80 years, and we're going to talk today about how challenging they are. You heard that they are chemically treated, and that chews the DNA up. Well, soil conditions play a role in it. Bacterial, fungal, parasitic DNA come into it. And so we've had to develop a number of methods. Okay, so originally, mitochondrial DNA, we talked about that, and absolutely correct. When you think about mitochondrial DNA, I want you to think about a clock. It's circular, and we used to look at a region between 11 and 1. And in between that region, my mitochondrial DNA sequence matches 7% of all Caucasians. So 87% of the mitochondrial DNA sequences are unique, 13% are more common. But now we can look at the whole mitochondrial genome, and everyone differs. So we've developed all these new methods. So what do? We look at mitochondrial DNA, which comes from the mom first, and then as needed, we will look at Y chromosome DNA. That's on the father's side. And then we can look at, just like CSI. Any CSI fans here? Yeah, okay, yeah. We can look at autosomal short tandem repeats and basically look at brothers and sisters and do sibling tests, grandchildren, because they share a quarter of their DNA. So there's a lot of different ways that we can do DNA. But the question we always get is, why does it take time? Well, all of the instruments for DNA forensics and all of the kits are geared toward modern-day crime scene samples. So first, our quality and quantity of DNA is not nearly like a whole drop of blood found at a crime scene. We're dealing with stuff that's been in the environment for 80 years. So the bottom line is, we either have to modify what's out there, or 90% of the time, we have to develop something new that's not out there at all. So the bottom line is, we move forward on this, is we're going to develop and implement. Now you may hear a certain word here again, hint, there may be a test at the end of the day here, but fit for use, okay? You know, usually my wife says I don't need to buy that new tool, and I tell her, no, it's fit for use. The one I have just really doesn't work, so I got to get this one. So that's what I want everyone to think about, is fit for use. My talk is going to be different this year from the last 3 or 4 years if you heard it. I'm going to talk about what we bring to the table and how we differ from what you hear on the news or what you may see in your state and local crime lab. So when you think about fit for use, the question you have is, does the circumstances drive your testing, or does your testing drive the circumstances? Now, in a crime lab, it's pretty simple. Circumstance drives testing. I have a sexual assault. I know I do these tests. For us, the answer is both. So it's a combination of both sample selection, the recovery circumstances, because the DPA knows the recovery samples. They are awesome at selecting the samples for us. But based on that, that may drive our testing. Is it chemically treated? Is it non-chemically treated? Is it coming from a World War II site? Is it a Korea site? So you can see how we differ. We have to look at all of that. So when we go into it, the sampling is actually driven by the DPA scientists, so they know all of that. I'm going to work in the blind. They're going to tell us this is a chemically treated sample. So we're like, okay, we're going to kick it down this route, and we're going to do that. Why am I successful? Because I've had 30 years to collaborate with the DPAA on what samples work the best and why. And so that's how we set up for success. The other part is where, when you think about it, on a skeleton, are you going to select? That plays a role. You have more dense bone in your legs and your arms, they have more DNA. But we may not have that. So we have to develop methods that will allow us to work with every bone that's out there. And the fact is, we don't have the choice to choose from a whole skeleton sometimes. We get whatever the DPA can send to us. So up until 2006, our success rates were only 90% for heavy bones. But in 2006, we developed a method that we could dissolve the bone completely for the first time. And it allowed us to get any DNA. So the skeleton you see here now, it's pretty much all in green. That allowed us, for one method, which we were doing in 2006, the mitochondrial DNA sequencing, we had over a 90% success rate across any bone in the body. Okay? So that was really good. However, if you're dealing with your normal lab, they bring a new method online, they get rid of their old method. We don't have that luxury. We have to be flexible. Okay? And the reason for that is we never know how that bone's going to react, because every bone is different that we get from the DPAA. So again, remember I told you, like my wife says, I don't need that tool, and I keep arguing, yeah, the more tools I have, the greater the success I can have. So when we extract the DNA, it's very simple. If it's a bone, we use a very high-tech tool that you see there. It's called the Dremel tool. Yeah, the same one. And we will sand the outer side of that bone. We want to remove as much dirt and contamination as we can. We wash it. We grind it into a powder. We add our buffer that dissolves it completely. And then we purify the DNA out of it. What you see on the right side of the screen is a tooth. A normal lab will take the whole tooth, throw it into a grinder, grind it up, and that's it. The tooth is gone. We're going to dissolve it. However, sometimes the tooth is the only thing that we get. So what we do is we cut around the crown, pop it open, and drill out the inside so that we can return the tooth back to the family. So it's a different way of doing things, okay? This looks busy. Anyone a computer or program manager here? This is kind of your feedback chart. What I want you to understand here is we have 4 different extraction methods online now. And the reason for that is they all drive different success rates with how we analyze a bone. And I'm going to talk about why, because it gives us the ability to choose what extraction gives us the greatest chance of getting a result from that bone, fit for use. All right. For example, the USS Oklahoma, we were going to use that new protocol that we dissolved the bone completely. It turned every bone into 90% success rate. So we used it on the USS Oklahoma. Those bones had been soaked in coal oil, and so they were tough to sand. But as you can see, when we did the extractions, the oil that was left in there actually bound to the magnetic bead, and we were losing DNA. So we had to go back to our original extraction method to make that sample work. And because of that, we had over a 94% success rate with generating DNA profiles, and it helped to identify 362 of 389 missing service members. So again, if we had taken the other one offline, we would not have been able to do this, okay? Again, fit for use. So what types of DNA and what do we use? All right, that big blue blob in the center is nuclear DNA. I want you to think of it as the operating system. So that's the Windows 11 of your cell. It's going to tell your body what to do. It's going to tell you how tall you're going to be, how fast you're going to go gray, 26, all that good stuff. Those little squiggly organelles in there are your AAA batteries. Those are called mitochondria, and they produce the energy from your cell. So where I have one nuclear copy, I can have hundreds of mitochondrial DNA copies per cell. So in the early days, 1994, that's why we led with mitochondrial DNA. It was very easy to get results from that. But now we can get results from both sides. There we go. So we have multiple testing methods up top. Okay, so we can do mitochondrial sequencing. That's the one we've been doing since 1990. I can do next generation whole mitochondrial genome sequencing. Those are the ones for the chemically treated samples. I can do the same one your state and local crime lab does to look at paternity, so grandchildren, brothers, sisters, and things like that. I can do low copy Y chromosomal STR, so that's how I can trace the paternal lineage. And then I'm going to talk about our future, the single nucleotide polymorphism. We talked a little bit about that yesterday as forensic investigative genetic genealogy, or FIG. So not the FIG for DPAA, but a new one. So when we think mitochondrial DNA, again, I talked about that. We can trace anyone on the maternal lineage, hundreds of copies, very easy to get a result. You heard about some of the drawbacks to the mitochondrial DNA, that it has a common sequence. However, when you're dealing with a closed population, like we are in recoveries, it could be a common sequence, but if you have 4 people associated with that loss, and they all have a different mitochondrial DNA sequence, you can make an identification. We developed methods that allowed us to go for smaller pieces of DNA, and so it's very, very sensitive for us. So we lead with mitochondrial DNA. The reason for that is, if I gave you a 5,000-piece puzzle and I took out all the border pieces and I said, go ahead and put that puzzle together, you'd all want to kill me. So think of mitochondrial DNA, because we have the most family references for that in all of our conflicts. That allows us to establish the borders. We provide information to the DPAA. We start to include, exclude people, and then we'll use other tests to finally key in on who that person may be. So again, I jumped through my slides because I'm, thinking in my head. It is a great way for us to also segregate commingled remains. So we can take bones that have the same sequence and put them together, and then that can help us figure out where to go next, okay? So it's kind of like if I had 300 Skittles and they were different colors, but I was blind in there covering my eyes, we now have a mechanism to pull them out into the right areas. Okay, so we use mitochondrial DNA to establish those borders, to identify common elements, and then we work from there. So it is, for us, it is one of the what we call a lower tech style. It's very easy for us to do. It's It costs a little bit more and it's time consuming because we have to do lots of different things multiple times to get to the answer that we want. So we're going to talk about mitochondrial next generation sequencing at this point. All right, chemically treated samples. So on the right side of your screen, again, dyslexic, so chemically treated samples there, you can see a yellow box and there appears to be no DNA in that box. On the left side, that is a normal non-chemically treated sample. Within that box, you can see there are DNA. We call it 120 base pairs. That's a method that anyone can get results from. When we go to the chemically treated, you see the average size of the DNA is about 47 base pairs, and there's nothing in that 120 base pair range. Well, that's what modern testing can do. So with the chemically treated, once we knew what the size was, we could develop a method. So this is the method, okay? The left side is the science gook. This is how we do it. The right side is how Dr. McMahon explains it. Okay, you got that jar of jelly beans, right? The white jelly beans are human. The other colored jelly beans is everything else out there, parasitic, bacterial, fungal. If I told you to reach into that jar in one time and grab all the human DNA, you wouldn't be able to do it. But we went fishing. We developed a specific molecule, or bait, that would bind to the human DNA, and it would have a metal molecule on it. And then we put a magnet next to it, and we pull the human DNA out, or we enriched for it. That allowed us to get the DNA from these chemically treated samples. But how damaged truly are these samples? Well, Dr. Marshall, my deputy director who is here, we went right over there. Just before COVID, I sent her to the Max Planck Institute where they study Neanderthal DNA. And she took some of our samples over there. And contrary to their thinking that our samples would not be as damaged as 40,000-year-old Neanderthal DNA, if you look at the screen here, you can see the amount of human DNA is less than 40,000-year-old, the purple bars. And then if you look at the average length, it's about the same size. So our DNA coming out of these punch bowl samples are as damaged as 40,000-year-old Neanderthal DNA, which is why it took us 16 years to 2016 to develop a method to go after these. But now we can do those. So we are now gone in basically 7 years. We have gone from 4 samples per month to 120 samples per month. We've gone from a 24% success rate to a 68% success rate. And overall, across all conflicts, we have written 405 first-time named BTB reports. So those are reports that will assist in the identification, a new identification of one of our fallen heroes. So this method has really changed the game. It is what is being used in the phases for the punch bowl samples that we're going through there. So again, very strong, gives me the whole genome, high discrimination rate, but time consuming again. It takes about 2 weeks per sample, and we have to do everything in duplicate to make sure we get the right answer. So let's talk a little bit about autosomal STRs. Simple thing. Short tandem repeats allow us to trace lineage. So I want you to think of a tree. I stand at the base of the tree is the thickest. I have half the DNA of my mom and dad. As I go up the tree, it thins. I have a quarter of the DNA of my grandparents because I have maternal and paternal grandparents. An eighth of the DNA of my great-grandparents because I have 2 sides there. So that's identity by descent. When you think about siblings, other than me, who's an identical twin, everyone who has a sibling, think of a branch next to the tree. You share 50% of your DNA with your sibling. You go to your first cousin, you share 12% of your nuclear DNA. So we don't follow modern crime scene sample where you take that nuclear DNA from the suspect and the crime scene sample, because for us, most of our references are first cousins, and we would have to have 5, 6, 7 of those to get the same result as a mitochondrial DNA from a sister or anything like that. And these are kits are standardized use for crime labs. However, it does make a difference. So you saw the organic extraction that we talked about first, that mitochondrial Sanger sequencing organic extraction allowed us 100% success rate, 90%. When we went to that organic extraction, you could see the bones were in the blue and about a 60% success rate. So we had to develop a new method to purify the DNA to increase our success rate. So we took the idea of what goes on with the Brita water filter. You know, you got a water filter there, you put the not so nice water in, it takes everything out that you don't want, you get clean water. Well, we have a filter that binds the DNA, we wash away what we don't want, and we get pure DNA. And now you can see on the where it says autosomal STR minifilar inorganic extraction, we now are getting 90% success rate or more on elements. So again, fit for use. We had to develop a method that would work for our samples. So when we think about why STRs, again, that's a lineage marker. It's what's passed down from the father to the missing service member, and if the missing service member had a brother, they have the same Y chromosome, that brother will pass it down to the nephew and down that line. So we can use anyone on that paternal side, okay? And it works really well, but we had to make our own method for it. We had to increase how we copy the DNA so that we could make it work for us. And we brought that online in 2014. And it has been being used since then to assist with a lot of the K208 and the K55 samples. And again, this is just to show you if we had taken off one extraction method over another, we wouldn't get the results that we need to. So we keep all of those extractions and use it based on the test that we need to do. So what's the future hold, right? We heard we only have a maternal DNA reference. It may have a common sequence. We have damaged DNA that won't work with short tandem repeats. So where do we go next? All right. Anyone done Ancestry.com 23andMe? All right. So we tried that. We tried the exact same test that they did in 2017, and instead of 850,000 markers, we got 40,000 markers. It wasn't going to work. So we asked, could we use that technology? So SNP, single, N, nucleotide, P, polymorphism is a very fancy scientific word to say difference, okay? So within your body, you have hundreds of thousands, millions of these SNPs or differences. Well, we just want to look at specific ones. We want to look at those who make you who you are, like identity, who you're related to, and what your ancestry is. When you think about 23andMe and Ancestry.com, they look at not only how many of those SNPs, those yellow markers, you have in common, but they also look, like the green ones are ones in common, they're also looking at how long, or what we call a fancy word, come on, how contiguous. So think of an apple orchard, right? If I have one apple tree, I don't get a lot of apples. But if I have one apple tree and I have a row that is a half a mile long, I get a lot of apples out of that. So it's not only how many of those markers you have, it's how long they are. Well, that's great if I'm taking a cheek swab from me. But when I deal with other DNA, our DNA, I'm not going to have that, right? We just talked about it being all degraded. So what we asked was, is there anybody out in the commercial world who could write a computer program for us and who can develop a method that regardless of your relationship, I don't care if you're maternal or paternal at this point, I want you to be within 4 generations of the missing service member. Okay, so 4th degree relative. Great aunt or uncle, first cousin once removed. Why did I ask that? That matches 97% of the references I have on hand that we've collected since 1991. So it would make everybody a nuclear reference now. So it was awarded to Parabon. And because our DNA is degraded, we can't look at those contiguous pieces. We have to look at the individual SNPs, or those differences. Really big word, right? We're just going to call them differences. We're going to look at those differences. And I told you I tried the commercial kit and it didn't work. But this is a year after we solved the chemical treatment with the fishing, right? We went fishing, we did a capture assay. We captured the human magnetic, pulled it out. We did the exact same here. We identified 94,000 markers. We made baits out of those, so we made our fishing baits, and we go in and we sequence through those. It took 6 years. I stood here last year saying, I hope that we'd have it on in October. I'm going to have to beg your pardon. It's going to probably be November, December, because as Dr. Marshall was crunching the data and writing it up, we found some modifications we had to make to the algorithm to tighten it up. So we didn't want to bring something online that wasn't going to work. But what you see in this is when you look at the average insert size, that's the size of the DNA that we've captured. And it very well correlates to the ability for that assay or that SNP team assay to work. And so what for the first time we're going to be able to do is take those capture mitochondrial DNA, the one that we developed in 2016, we're going to be able to take those results, and based on those results, we're going to be able to predict what bones will work in our SNP method. So again, pinpointing, fit for use. So we're not testing every bone. We're going to test the bones that give us the answer and give us the ability to help DPAA. So one of the things, to give you an idea of, if I told you science geek language, right? We're going to go to science geek language here really quickly. The world's population is represented as 9.6 E, capital E, to the ninth. So exponential ninth. That basically is 9.6 billion people. So when you look at this tree, sample O1A and O2A is our unknown service member. Sample 5A is a full sibling reference that we had. Samples 6A and 7A are a niece and nephew. So when you look at sample O1A and 2A compared to self, you're seeing that it is an E to the 1,261. Remember, the world's population is E to the ninth. This is 1,000. So those two bones are associated. When you look at sample 5 to a full sibling, it's E to the 264th. So that's almost 30 times the world's population. So that statistic is definitely that service member. That's going to be the strength of this test as we go on. It will switch it into a more definitive identification. So, and we do this by likelihood ratio. It's X many times more likely. So it's great to say that it's 264 quintillion times more likely that it's this individual. So now we've talked about the future testing. We've talked about all the DNA tests. So this is what differs, how we differ from your state, local, university labs out there. We don't stop at one method. We don't stop at one testing. We will test until, if we report to the DPA that there is no DNA there or we cannot get a result, I can guarantee you there's no lab in the world that's going to be able to do that. Okay. So the biggest things to take home is it's not static. You have to have a very diverse tool set to be able to adapt to the tissues or the bone and teeth samples that you get. You have to keep everything that you validate, like we have validated, meaning that we can do it for a court of law, on hand. And then, here's the big one. For Korea, we provide the DPA with a mass comparisons chart that registers every sequence that we have developed for every sample that we've tested since 1992. And for samples that don't work, every time we bring on a new method, we revisit that. And we start looking at samples that didn't work. and they may submit it to us. They may say, well, let's see what your new technology brings online. If we get a new reference, that reference is automatically searched against all of the sequences that we've generated. So it's a constant flow for us and how we support the DPAA. So what can I promise you? These are individuals that have been identified since I stood up here last year and talked to you all. What I can promise from my lab is I have 177 scientists. 100 of those are dedicated to the past accounting mission, and that we will never give up. We will continue to push the bounds of science, and if it's not there, we will develop a method. That SNP method we bring online, we will be 10 years ahead of your state and local crime labs. So again, remember, what are the 3 words that we've been talking about today? Fit for use, yes. So, all right, there's my email address. I know I talked about a lot of stuff here. What I can promise you is if you email me, it may not be that day, but I will get back to you. More than likely, I will ask for a phone number to call you directly, and we'll have that conversation to answer your questions. So again, honored like everyone else. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right, so now we're going to have Zach Matuszewski from the research section of Partnerships and Innovation.
Thank you. Wow, what an incredible set of presentations that we've had so far today. So I just want to say it is my great pleasure to be able to address you all today. Before I begin, I want to thank the Partnerships and Innovation research team for helping me develop these remarks. I also want to thank the Korea team and Outreach and Communications for their support of Korean War partner research. It's great to collaborate with these crews, and as you'll find out as I speak today, it would be impossible for us to do the work that we do without the leadership, direction, and support of the Korea team and Outreach and Communications. My current role at the DPAA is part of the Henry Jackson Foundation for the Advancement of Military Medicine support for the DPAA's Partnerships and Innovation Directorate. My formal role is the lead for Partnerships and Innovations research team, which manages a variety of research partnerships for DPAA. It is a privilege to speak to you all today. As you see on your schedule, Mr. Rocky Gillette could not be here due to unforeseen circumstances, so it is my honor to speak in his stead. My personal research background in Korean War research led me to support the DPAA. From the summer of 2017 to 2021, I had been extremely fortunate to support the DPAA's efforts as the inaugural DPAA Research Partner Fellow at The Ohio State University, where I focused on topics related to the Korean War and Cold War. On an academic note, I earned my PhD in Korean War history from Brandeis University in 2015. All through this time, I have researched and published on Korean War and Cold War topics with presses or journals associated with the U.S. Marine Corps, U.S. Air Force, and U.S. Navy, as well as popular venues including the Washington Post, Cold War International History Project, and George Marshall Foundation. In fact, if you open up winter of 2024's issue of U.S. Marine Corps History, there's an article about the Incheon operation that I wrote. You might be interested if you're interested in that operation. In any case, throughout all that time, it has been my distinct honor to be able to meet Korean War veterans and their families and do what I can to honor Korean War losses. In a word, it has been an incredible experience for me this weekend to meet with so many families of Korean War losses. It's unreal for me. My goal today is discuss, wrong way. My goal today is discuss the Partnerships and Innovation Directorate, or PI for short. This directorate seeks to build partnerships with subject matter experts in universities, museums, and other institutions. The partnerships and innovation efforts reflect the DPA's desire to do everything it can to advance the cause of bringing home the unaccounted for. Hopefully, over the course of this weekend, you've realized this agency is throwing out all the stops. And part of that involves working with partners. Part of that involves working with anybody that might have some knowledge, subject matters across the country, subject matter experts across the country. This is an amazing, dynamic organization to be a part of. Now, that being said, I want to say that while no one knows more about each of these losses than the internal researchers that worked with families this conference, DPA has a robust partnership program focused on strategic development, research initiatives, and innovation studies. In close collaboration and communication with internal agency researchers and complementary to those efforts, the Partnerships and Innovation Directorate works as a liaison between outside experts and the internal staff who move cases forward. As this slide indicates, research partners expand capabilities and capacities, bring unique skill sets and expertise, help internal researchers integrate cutting-edge technologies, practices, and procedures into DPA's work. But above all, they enhance DPA's efforts. Partners work at the direction of agency stakeholders. No one, and I really mean this, no one is as dedicated to bringing home the unaccounted for as the internal researchers of the DPA, with the exception of the families here. As such, they are always in the driver's seat on projects to help us serve the core mission of the agency. So these are not researchers running off to do their own thing. They're not researchers running off to learn the coolest thing about the Korean War. These are researchers who are dedicated to serving families and bringing home the unaccounted for. I'm going to go to the next slide. Whoop, wrong one. All right. As this map indicates, this is a worldwide effort with partners across the United States supporting DPA research. One key partner effort is the Hub and Spoke program. This program involves bringing in PhD-level researchers and other experts from 17 different universities and museums into the research effort. Following an onboarding process, Hub and Spoke Fellows are assigned to work on a portfolio of projects designed and led by internal DPA researchers. Again, I want to underscore, the internal researchers are calling the shots with this. Partnerships and Innovation Director personnel support this collaboration by reviewing research products for quality, handling research questions, and other tasks so that internal Korean War researchers can maximize their time they spend on researching and bringing home unaccounted for. There's no graduate class about how to do this work, so there are going to be some common questions. Rather than waste the time of the Korean War researchers, that's PI Directorate handles that. So we really have thought about how we can make this work, get the most out of this program without having any hampering towards the mission of what the Korean War researchers are trying to do. By doing this, the agency is able to bring in cutting-edge research from outside the agency without increasing the burden on internal staff. Common outcomes for research efforts include analytical studies directed by internal staff, maps that respond to internal staff requests, and data extraction of personnel files of people who served in the Korean War that might say something about the unaccounted for losses. Over the big picture of partnering, including all the wars that the DPA is focused on, partners have worked on products that relate to tens of thousands of losses. As of today, our research projects have created case-specific reports on over 500 unaccounted for losses and have digitized over 100,000 pages of paper, archival records that were selected by the internal staff. This material can all be used to bring home our unaccounted for and serve families. Advancing Korean War and Cold War research has been at the center of partnering since the earliest days of the Hub and Spoke program specifically and partnering in general. Key internal Korean War researchers, including the head of Korean War research, Dr. Dawn Berry, were at the heart of the design and execution of the Hub and Spoke program. Dr. Berry and another outstanding Korean War researcher, Dr. Katie Schroeder, both of whom have addressed KCWs in the past, and other Korean War subject matter experts worked hard to establish policies and procedures that leverage the best practices in project management to build wide-ranging research projects that are designed to serve the cause of bringing home the unaccounted for. I was wondering, I just want to give a shout out to Dr. Berry and Dr. Schroeder. I'm not sure if they're in the room, but they were really transformative for this program and for my life personally, so I really appreciate their work. In plain terms, the projects that are initiated follow a clear path with multiple checks to make sure the mission is being advanced. Partner research, and I really want to underscore this, partner research is not research for research's sake. We're not sending people to write a history of the Chosin Reservoir that just focuses on the geography of the Chosin Reservoir and tells us nothing about the unaccounted for. That is not what these partner research projects are about. These partner research projects are tied very, very closely to the needs of finding unaccounted for. Now let's get to specifics. Who is doing partner research right now in 2024 for PI? As mentioned, I was the fellow at Ohio State University from 2017 to 2021. In that role, I learned about what the agency does and how scholars can support the agency. My specific work involved conducting oral histories with Korean War veterans, collecting data on over 500 accounted for losses from the war, and writing a research report on the July 1953 Pork Chop Hill campaign. When my tenure came to an end, I transitioned to the research team. Dr. Brandon Tashko served as the next Korean War researcher. Brandon, could you stand up and just let people know? I think he's been introduced before, but there's Brandon, who's joined our team. So a little bit about Brandon. Dr. Brandon Tashko holds a PhD in World History from the University of Hawaii. As the inaugural DPA Research Partner Fellow at George Mason University from 2021 to 2024, he utilized the extensive resources of George Mason's Roy Rosenzweig Center for History and New Media to further develop projects I had supported, while also taking on new initiatives. Dr. Tashko, these initiatives include a research project on unaccounted for losses from the DMZ area. To be frank, there isn't much on this actual specific topic outside of what the DPA has collected. Dr. Tashko, at the direction of DPA researchers, collected documents, analyzed personnel files and other records to create visualizations and written reports on the effort to find Americans near the 38th parallel. We now have many hundreds of pages of material from the National Archives that internal researchers expressed an interest in. To give you an idea of how this happened, an internal researcher said, "This is a box I would like scanned. I think it's going to be relevant to the DMZ." Honestly, if you don't have the specialized knowledge that the internal researchers have, it would be very hard to find this box. Brandon went, found the box, and has scanned it and has exploited it so that we can understand exactly where recoveries were done in the 1950s. I want to understand what this all means and what that particular aspect means. We can use the pages that Brandon scanned to better see how remains were recovered and answer questions like, where did Army Graves Registration recovery teams go? Are there places they didn't go? How were remains handled? And how do remains get home from Korea? These are questions DPA researchers have been asking for many years and welcomed additional support on. Dr. Tashko's contribution was to find documents, offer a second pair of eyes on documents, and support the Korean War researchers' intrepid investigations. And as you've heard earlier, he has joined the research team as a non-government employee working for the Henry Jackson Foundation, and he works pretty much exclusively on Korean War-related work. Today, the main hub and spoke partner working on Korean War research is the inaugural Florida State University DPA Research Partner Fellow, Dr. Sungmin Jang. Dr. Jang is from South Korea. After serving in the South Korean Army, he earned a certification in geographic information systems and his doctoral degree from the University of Connecticut in Korean War geography. His doctoral research involved the analysis of maps during the war. Before joining the DPA partnering effort, he worked on a historical geographic information system project at the Research Institute of Korean Studies at Korea University in Seoul. In summary, and make it very simple, Dr. Jang really knows a lot about maps, how to build them, how to work with them, and how to use them to showcase trends, patterns, and broad information sets. This complements internal agency staff well, as there are many insightful maps that have been developed in DPA over the years using some innovative methods. The other institutions identified on this slide, namely University of Wisconsin-Madison, Texas A&M University, Texas Tech University, East Carolina State University, and the University of Southern Mississippi, support a different problem set. Researchers at these universities work with outreach and communication staff to help develop profiles of individual Korean War unaccounted for on the DPA website. In discussing each of the people who have contributed to the research effort, I have reviewed some of the projects. In this listing, you can see how researchers have supported gathering new information and analysis on a variety of projects. One that I want to highlight is the Korean War Enhanced Roster of the Dead. This long-standing database project piloted and developed by internal researchers to better utilize personnel files of unaccounted for losses from the Korean War helps us have a better understanding of the chain of custody of remains. Inside of the files of the accounted for are maps and other information. Additionally, drawing on this data, we can see how remains traveled across Korea. Seeing a chain of custody can help make connections and correlations that could advance cases in new ways. To gather this data, each accounted for person's file needs to be opened and reviewed. Each of these files range from 10 pages to 150 pages or more. The pages often contain information that requires close review. Conflicting data sometimes exists within personnel files on lost date, lost location, and other key details. A machine cannot do this work. It's impossible to set up a machine to say, find me all the lost dates of all the accounted for from the Korean War, because some of these files have multiple lost dates. And given that 10 files could amount to over 1,000 pages of reading, it would take an extremely long time for internal agency researchers to do all of this on their own. Here's where partners can step in. Starting in 2020, I began working this project under the direction of several of the great historians you met recently. Together, we were able to get data from over 500 individual case files. That amounts to tens of thousands of pages reviewed and analyzed. I bookmarked numerous maps for internal researchers and others to return to and identified discrepancies in the files. Working on this project was fulfilling for me on a lot of levels. For one, I was able to substantively advance the cause. Internal researchers stayed in close contact with me so I could be certain that what I was working on did help researchers get a better sense of what happened to accounted for losses. This was important to me on a personal level. It was an honor to support the big effort to provide information on those still missing in the Korean War and Cold War. This is a sentiment shared by all of our researchers, all of our research partners. Working with the DPA gives scholars like us an opportunity to do substantive work to our nation and community. It's a chance for us to do something for someone else. It's not all about us all the time, and that's really rewarding. One of the benefits of our research process is that our projects continue even when our scholars move on to new positions. In my case, when I moved to the research team, Dr. Tashko picked up where I left off and analyzed an additional 500 losses for the Korean War Enhanced Roster of the Dead, and 600 more for a related project. Dr. Tashko did an excellent job gathering data and highlighting the problems within the files for researchers. The Korean War Enhanced Roster of the Dead has a ways to go as internal researchers refine and work with the data, but it was great to be able to show what partners can do. As of today, we currently have 10 research projects running. The main one I want to highlight is P127, Korea DMZ Resolve Project. This is a long-standing foundational research project that centers on 600 losses from the DMZ area. In 2021, an internal Korean War researcher identified 600 accounted-for losses for review and analysis. With help from agency researchers and PI staff, I began review of those files, followed up by Dr. Tashko. More importantly, Dr. Zhang is using the files to create maps of where the losses were recovered from. This means that we will be able to see where the losses are recovered from near the 38th parallel. Doing this will complement other efforts by internal agency staff to see patterns of loss and patterns of recovery near the 38th parallel. This could pay dividends as it gives us an idea of where Army graves registration in the 1950s did not go. Such an outcome can inform internal agency approaches to determining where to look for remains in Korea. If we see a large cluster in these visualizations of Army graves registration going to the same area and they're avoiding another area, well then maybe we should go to that other area and see if there's anyone there. Being able to extract this data from accounted-for losses really helps us answer that question. And this is based on data from the 1950s. This project is in early stages under Dr. Zhang, but in the coming months it will be refined by Dr. Berry and other Korean War researchers, and I believe fundamentally that this is a promising project. To wrap up, the Partnerships and Innovation Directorate, in working with internal agency staff and partners, is doing all it can to advance the cause of bringing home our missing. Thanks to innovative, open-minded, and thoughtful internal researchers, the Partnerships and Innovation Directorate is able to line up highly qualified partners to advance the cause and also expand expertise into the many interrelated fields that drive solving these problems. In doing so, we learn more about each unaccounted-for loss and speed up the recovery and identification of the missing from the Korean War and all past conflicts covered by the DPA mission. I'm optimistic about the future. I believe it's bright for this effort. The Korean War researchers are top-notch. These guys are subject matter experts, and they have outstanding ideas about how to advance the mission. Collectively, partners have decades of skills in historical analysis, geographic information systems, Korean language, archival research, and a variety of other expertise. I look forward to future collaborations with Korea Team. And as mentioned at the beginning of my talk, it was a great honor to be able to address you all. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
If you look in the back of the agenda book, there is a key with all the acronyms. was a list. Who measured it?
Somebody from the attendees said that he was told that if you look at this list, if there was any information about their deceased, that it would say if any body in particular had information on them, such as if
Oh, well, yeah. When the POWs returned, the living POWs, they were interviewed, they were debriefed about, do you know of any U.S. personnel that were captured?
Right, and one of them is listed
closing the door. In a minute. I, What? Yeah, when you get called on to answer or when you want to talk, get up. Because they can't pick it up back there, okay? Oh. Yeah. Because there's a couple seats that are right behind here. Is that okay? All right. All right, we ready to go? All right, I'm going to start here with Mike Badziak.
Hi, everybody. It's so good to see you here today and
Hey,
yesterday.
Mike, closer to your mouth.
Hold it closer. Okay, there we go. My name is Mike Badziak. I'm here representing my father-in-law, Staff Sergeant Joseph Stephen Doherty, who was a radio operator on a bomber who went down. He made it out of the plane, we know, but what happened after that, we're not sure. I'm also here representing a group called Heroes Remembered, LLC. We work in cooperation with the Korean government's Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs, and they sponsor a revisit trip for us every year. They do it for veterans too, but they started with our MIA families in 2015. This year, we have some families going on October 25th. We spend 5 nights and 6 days in Seoul, Korea, and around the country, going up to the DMZ, and just to be honored. They want to honor our sacrifices, and it's truly a wonderful trip to go on. The details change each year, but this year they will pay for half round-trip ticket, economy ticket for 2 people, to Seoul, Korea, from wherever your home town is. Let's see, after you get there, there's no charge. You spend for 5 days actually being hugged by the Korean government and the Korean people. That's what the trip is about, really. So it's a wonderful experience, and it's a life changer for some people, really. My wife, who went in 2015, she had never known why she had to grow up without a father, and no one ever thanked her, but going to Korea, you really see the difference he made and she made in her life to support the Korean people. So, if you have a pencil, I will give you we have a website which has contact information on it. The website is heroesremembered.net. And on the About page is the contact information, and if you send me an email, we're probably filled up for this year, but if you send me an email, you'll get on the list for next year or future trips. So it's a first-come, first-served thing. My cohort in crime here is Brenda Lott. She has been working with me since the start, almost, so she knows much more about the program, some of the aspects than I do. She works with the participants. We ask someone each year to give a small presentation to the audience at one of the ceremonies. So Brenda helps get. Yeah, well, I'm just a computer guy myself. So anyway, yeah, she's the heart. So anyway, if you're interested, this year, like I say, we're limited in the number of people, but if you want to go sometime in the future, send me an email. We'll put you on the list for next year and whenever you can make it. So.
And I'll be around.
Yeah.
I'll be around after this if anyone wants to put your name. If I'll be around after this is done today, and so if you want to ask me a question or give me your name or get where you're supposed to contact, so we'll know to send you a letter next year when it starts. or when we find out?
Yeah, we won't probably find out details for next year's trip until February, March timeframe, but we expect it to be also in the fall, October, October-ish trip. So, any questions now I'll take, and no, the website is heroesremembered.net. And the phone number and email is on the About page on that.
All right, thank you,
Okay,
Mike.
Thank you.
All right. Now I'm going to have the director answer a question that was asked yesterday, the designation between the war and the conflict.
So none of us are lawyers, nor do any of us play a lawyer on TV. So we had to phone a lawyer, and we did. So it goes back to the fact that the Constitution, Article 1, gives Congress the authority with which to declare war. The last time that authority was exercised was World War II. It hasn't been exercised since, simply because of the expansion of executive powers, the fact that the U.S. was a signatory on the United Nations Charter in 1945. So everything subsequent to World War II is legally deemed an international conflict. The reality is society, media, use the word war. So whether it's the Vietnam War, Korean War, Persian Gulf War, legally, those are all international conflicts because Congress did not declare war. So I hope that answers the question. But as Greg Gardner said, rightfully so, that should not require any of you to give back war medals.
All right. The rules, these are generalized questions, not case specific, so please raise your hand, and one of the people with microphones will come to you, and keep the microphone close to your mouth. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for having me. I am Lynn Lightfoot. I am here for my cousin. I'm sorry, it's killing me. My cousin John Kerwin, he died just days after his 19th birthday. He was apparently part of Hill 303. He died as a prisoner of war outside of Pyongyang. I understand that there was a testimony by another returned POW that stated that that man actually buried my cousin. What I'm trying to find out is someone here told me that there is an MIACAP list. I hate initialisms. I'd like to know, where do I get this list, because I understand that there may be some information about who this person was that said he actually buried my cousin.
All right. Dr. Berry's going to come up and answer that.
And I'm going to give a little bit of an unsatisfying, satisfying answer. So the short answer is, thank you so much for speaking with me. Oh, am I too close? Thank you so much for speaking with me earlier about your case. As mentioned, for you specifically, I'm going to add that to the list of things that we respond to when we respond about your specific questions. So the short answer is, we should be able to get that information for you. It all has to go through your service casualty officer. So I'm going to answer some of your other questions and add this to it for your case. And if someone else has a question about the POW list, come up to me at the end, we'll write your name down, and then we'll make sure that we get that information to you. We have to do all of that correspondence through your SCOPE, your service casualty officer.
All right, go ahead, back here.
Good afternoon. My question is for Dr. Berry. Given that we now have contact with the Chinese and they are giving us information, do you have any idea, one, if you will be getting reports on air losses that they recovered, or their reports of shooting down, I guess, what they call kills? And the second is, do you have any potential timeline for when that information would become available for you to share with us? Thank you.
That's a great question. What I'll start by saying is that Closer? Even closer?
Better, yeah.
This feels very odd, but if it's too close, I know that causes a problem. So that's a great question. I want to start by saying the information that we have and some of the information we received this year was about air losses. However, it was only photos, so we were only given images. We weren't given any reports yet. We have questions that we want about certain incidents, and we've asked for additional research on those. And then as we move forward, hopefully, with our archival exchanges, those are the types of things that we're going to ask for from the PLA archives. And the other thing that I would asterisk and say is they've asked for things from us, we've asked for things from them, so we also have to continue the research that we're doing for the questions that they've asked to ensure that we can continue to have this mutual reciprocity. And if there's a specific case that you're interested in, again, please come up to me at the end, or you can also talk to your service casualty officer and just say, please make sure Don adds this to the list of things for China. Thank you.
All right. Next question. Anyone?
Thank you very much for this session and this activity and all the work that you do. I was kind of reaching back into the meeting last year and wondering if there had been any further developments in the recovery efforts for Ensign Jesse Brown, around who the movie Devotion was written and dedicated. Thank you.
You'll recall us telling you, you met Jessica McKnight. Jessica was the granddaughter of Lieutenant or Ensign Jesse Brown, who, as if you've seen the movie Devotion, was the first African-American naval aviator shot down over the Chosin Reservoir and still remains unaccounted for. Fred Smith, the founder and CEO of FedEx, approached the Department of Defense and said he would like to embark upon that. We provided him a alumnus anthropologist from DPAA who he assembled everything ready to go. We had him ready to go out the door. COVID hits. COVID hits and has changed the dynamic in inordinate ways in North Korea. To this day, the non-governmental organizations that operated in North Korea for decades with agricultural support, with health care, and any number of things have still not been allowed back. Think about that. They were there operating successfully, helping the North Korean people for decades out of charity. Kicked out, no argument there. When COVID hit, a lot of things changed, but to this day, they're still not allowed back to resume their operations as they had successfully for decades. Fred Smith and essentially the Jesse Brown endeavor was caught up in that COVID and not allowed to be back in. By the way, where's Rick? He left. Rick was actually going with the group. Because again, we wanted to project the fact that this effort, humanitarian in nature, had the science, obviously, had the excavation team, but also had a veteran. So he was the executive director of the VFW, and Rick representing the Korean Cold War Coalition families. So we're hopeful that at some point, because we think that will just be a game changer. Because the notoriety that obviously North Korea would receive from the chairman, the founder of FedEx, and more importantly, finding Jesse Brown, would be a goodwill gesture that would open the doors, we hope. But
all right. Next question. Go back there.
Thank you. And again, my gratitude to all of you for the work you do for us. So my question is for Dawn. Yesterday you mentioned, I think a colleague of yours, Nicole, was doing research or something, I think research on F-51s. can you explain kind of what kind of research? Thank you.
Absolutely. So one of the things that we're very good at is, or as good as possible, is researching our unaccounted for air losses, or air losses where we're not quite sure where they went down, so off the scope and on the scope losses. With the F-51s, what we were trying to do is look at all crashes. So even if there were no BNR, bodies not recovered from those crashes, all across the Korean Peninsula. So she looked at all F-51s across the peninsula, are the known crash sites, and then also a little bit about some of the crashes that we didn't know that would have had a larger range. That project is still continuing, but it was in direct response to a family who may still be here that was related to an F-51 crash. Primarily what we were looking at for this one was South Korea because it was operationally related right now, meaning that we can action it right now in South Korea. But over time, we're also going to be building up our North Korean air losses. And that's some of you might know as a little bit of one of my many passions at the agency, particularly the off the scopes because they're really interesting. Did that answer the question?
That did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Raise your hands. Back in the right-hand corner.
Hello, thank you. I'm Ellen Heipel, Nafziger. My question is for Dr. Don Berry. It's about an air loss. And follow me. This is difficult for me to do. I'm shaking like a leaf. But since you have visited with the PLA archives concerning air losses, my dad went down. Well, I could read you the story, but you could too, I suppose. But I have his flight number, case history. The point being, I have to read. I'm interested in those images. You said you saw images and photos from the PLA that they shared with you. And I'm curious, were any of those images from May 21st, 1953 at all? My dad was in this area in North Korea, above the DMZ. The small town was Onni. I have his coordinates and everything on my documentation from my casualty officer. And he was last seen alive after the crash. They know where the plane crashed. They found his parachute. He was running up a ridge, and his flight leader just stayed in the area and communicated all this information. And they saw him once he was on the ridge. They had sent for the helicopter to come in. And what happened was that he just kept running and he went into a thicket. Sadly, the helicopter, when he was there, he could not sit down on the ridge and he couldn't see into the thicket. And my dad never came back up. At the same time, I have a map here of the location. Whoops, wrong map. This particular map I'd love to share with you. It has all of the friendly camps and it has all of the Chinese camps above the DMZ. They have his plane loss circled. They have Chinese camps on both sides. He's on a ridge, and he was naturally taking out the Chinese supply lines, bombing. And so when he went down, there was pretty dusty and all, but I'm just so curious. They saw the Chinese going up and around, and they figured they were going up and then down and over the ridge. And I'm curious if any photos were taken by them.
Yeah, let me first say thank you so much for your question. I know it's hard to speak to a big audience.
I'm a picture and point point and show person.
And I know that
it's
you've
tough.
met with a few of the analysts and historians on the Korean War team. I do want to clarify for the entire room that we only received a very small amount of information from China, and the information that we received from China were related to specific air losses that were lost in Chinese territory, so not in North Korea. I have had a number of questions from families today and yesterday about could China potentially give us information about air losses in other places? Could China potentially give us information about POW camps? And the answer is these are questions that we might be able to ask, but for right now, what we were asking first was for about specific air losses within the borders of China. Anytime you get outside of the borders of China, there's further complexity that maybe someone from policy might want to touch on. I know enough to be dangerous, but I do want to keep my job. So, and then if there are other questions about your specific loss, what I would say is if you have questions, make sure your service casualty officer knows, and we'll work on getting you those answers. And speaking generally, we're really excited by what's happened so far with China, and hopefully this is just the beginning. But right now it's only a very small number of cases, air losses within Chinese borders, and that information is only being shared with the families that they relate to directly. And those are all correlated losses. So they're losses that we know who was on them and where they crashed, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I was here in 2002. It was either 2002 or 2003 when China themselves came from their archives and promised us news about air losses. And I've been coming every year almost, but not every year, but for 22 years. And I've been waiting for China to say something. And I'm so pleased. I'm just like, I'll use your word from earlier today, hopeful that Dad might be found or a picture taken or something, because he was alone that day. There's no friend with him up there. Flight leader had to stay and go back. And, I'm just frustrated. Thank you.
And what I would say is generally, we can't make any promises for what China will or will not do, and we can't make any promises for what's going to happen globally. But as I mentioned when I spoke, all we can do from our part is try. So thank you for coming. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your persistence, and we're trying.
Thank you for that. All right, we have a question right here.
Thank you for this afternoon. I have two questions, actually. I was curious when we were talking about, especially when they were talking about the bone fragments, there were no women involved in the in the Korean War, correct?
Was the question, were there any women lost during the Korean War? Is that it?
Yeah, were there any women involved in the war, lost or involved, either one? Because I'm just curious because all of the people we've been talking about that were lost were all men, and I assume there weren't any women because they were all soldiers.
Yeah, you're right. What I would say is that when we were talking about talking to women, what we meant was we don't always interview women because men were the ones who were in the war. The tradition with Macri, our partners, and they do an excellent job, is they interviewed men in towns. Because in Korea, when you get married, you often move to another town. And so they wouldn't necessarily focus on asking women questions about what happened because they're not from there.
And one of the things that's changed in the way that we've been conducting investigations is we've been asking the women, because even if they don't know about what happened in that town, then they might know about what happened where they were from. They might have memories, their mother or father might have told them something. And so that, when we were talking about women, that's the piece that I was speaking about. And then there's a much longer story about women in the Korean War on the Korean side and all of the different people who supported it, but specifically, that was what I was referring to.
Right.
Oh, I see.
But if to answer your question, for our unresolved service members, we have no women on that list. If that's to answer
Can you
your
repeat
question.
that?
Yeah. On our unresolved service member list for the Korean War, there are no women on that list.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much
that.
for your question. Not unaccounted for.
Yeah, there's no
Yes, sir.
women unaccounted for. Right.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I had a second question, actually.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Sorry, hold on.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. So something else, just my personal story. My uncle was signed on for the Air Force, but then he got moved over to the Army. And I'm just curious in general how that happens because it was unexpected for him.
Can you repeat, please?
Yeah, okay. So my uncle, before he died in the war, he was signed on to be in the Air Force. And then somehow the Army took him on, basically. Like he had to completely switch branches of the military. And I just want a clarification on how that process works in the military, like when you go from something from like Air Force into Army.
So I think just for this specific question and for case-specific information, we'll take your information and I'll look into that case specifically so we can get you an answer, if that's okay.
Okay. Can I actually have your contact as well after this?
So I'm not allowed to contact families directly. All the family contact and communication goes through the service casualty offices, and then they connect back with us.
Oh,
So
I see. Okay. Okay.
And we do that so that they will have a record of any questions and correspondence, that there's not anything malevolent. It's just the service casualty office is the first line, and they need to have an accurate record of all the communications between us.
Okay. I understand.
But to your point, there were people that were often going to go into one branch of service and then somehow found their way into another branch. That was not unusual. So that's, but it really doesn't have anything to do with the circumstances of loss and how we would account for them. Okay. Next question.
Howdy. My name's Tom Crockett. I try to listen to presentations and write down questions that I think might be of general interest, sort of the obvious questions. Sometimes maybe they're too obvious, but like you mentioned phases several times in the different operations, and I think like the Punch Bowl, the ROK, Republic of Korea, and then the North Korea, different phases for each of those. That's the first thing I want to clarify. They are different, and the phases for like the Punch Bowl operation would be identifying remains, whereas the others would be recovering remains, right? And my question was kind of how complete are these phases? Like the Punch Bowl phases, the intention there is probably to disinter every unknown remain and try to identify it, right?
Yeah, I'll answer the beginning part and then I'll turn it over to Kristen. Oh, sorry, Mike, did you want to go first?
Go ahead.
So I author, the phases apply to both North and South Korea, both for the Punch Bowl. And so it's the large large-scale, long-term disinterment plan. And yes, the goal is for all of the remains that are in the punch bowl. We did have permission to disinter all of them in 2018. Each phase is approved separately. And for North Korea and South Korea, they each have a phase, so a phase 1 through 7. They're just a little bit different because of the way we got remains back. So for South Korea, speaking generally, all of those remains are remains we, United Nations forces, generally recovered ourselves or local people, and we had control of those remains through most of the time that they were with us. For North Korea, almost all of the remains in the punch bowl came back through something called Operation Glory in 1954, and so that was how we got the remains into the punch bowl. And so when we wrote the phased plan, we have a different plan for South Korea and North Korea. They're both 7 phases. It was all approved together. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So there would be sort of American remains there too, right? In those, all of the unknowns. So they just kind of are in the same phases.
All of the remains that are currently in the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific or were part of the larger disinterment plan from the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific were believed to be American remains. So if not believed to be American remains historically, they often stayed in Korea. So all of the remains in the punch bowl are believed to be American remains. However, this was before we had advances in science.
Right.
And I will tell you that it's more complicated than that. And I'm going to sidestep down to Kristen, who will be able to give specific answers scientifically on that one.
Thank you, Dr. Berry. I will say that we have repatriated 10 of those punch bowl cases back to Macri, and we were able to determine that those were not U.S. service members through isotope testing and or DNA testing. So when we get those results back, the first thing that we want to do is to ensure that it's not an Asian American U.S. service member. So we go through and we make sure that that is not the case. And then once we have enough information to say that this is believed to be someone that we should repatriate Macri, we will have those scientists come to the lab for a joint forensic review, and we will go over all of that evidence together and make that decision that, okay, we need to repatriate these back to South Korea.
Okay.
Thank you.
The question I'm trying to get at is, at the end of these phases, will that be all of the unknowns from the punch bowl?
Yes, sir, it will be.
Okay. And then the next question was about the phases for ROK and North Korea that I saw, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Would those also be, again, recovering remains is different, so you're not going to get 100%. But is that all of the known areas where we would like to look, or is that just the first batch of areas?
Excellent question. So the phases just refer to the punch bowl disinterments. So the recovery missions are, historians will go through and do background and figure out where they can support doing recoveries, and then we will send teams into field to do those, or Macri will be assessing those locations, and they will do joint forensic reviews with them.
Okay. You mentioned the remains going to North Korea from the punch bowl. Is there any communication with them about that?
I might have misspoke. The remains were repatriated to Macri in South Korea.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
But they do recover some from North Korean remains, right?
We do, yes, sir.
No, we don't. They do.
South Korea, yes.
No, from North Korea.
The South Koreans will recover remains from the North Koreans. Yes,
so
sir.
they go to South Korea, and then if they're,
what
I'm thinking about is if the presence of remains that would be of interest to North Korea might be a leverage or a tool to get them interested in talking to us.
So that is where this breaks down completely and just shows the complete diametrically opposition of both sides. South Korea, over the years, has recovered a number of North Korean remains.
Right.
They always, often, offer to repatriate it is met with absolute disdain, absolute rejection, and no recovered by South Korea remains of North Korean soldiers have ever been repatriated.
My question was if they give us the same response. Would North Korea say the same thing to us and be not interested in?
Well, as you heard them say yesterday, so in the early 90s, North Korea turned over 208 boxes over 5 years. We had 10 years of joint recovery operations from 1996 to 2005. We had a unilateral turnover in 2007, and then we had the last unilateral turnover in 2018. So North Korea episodically has returned remains, but it's always done on who knows what.
So we have never had remains to return to them?
No.
Okay. Okay.
We've only repatriated South Korean remains.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Raise your hand. Any questions? There's a lady right over here.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Lair. I'm here for my Uncle Dugan Harris.
Can you put the microphone closer?
Sure.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Better.
Okay. I'm here for my Uncle Dugan Harris. And he was KIA January 30th, 1952. He was put on a stretcher, but they came under heavy artillery fire, and they had to abandon him. Now, I'd like to ask the panel, could you please expound on the issue that if a loved one has a general idea of where that loved one went down, that there's issues of climate, like say on a ridge. If they fell on a ridge, they wouldn't necessarily still be there. So could you please expound on the issues of climate, perhaps wildlife, things like that. And I'd also like to encourage all of you that are so inclined to speak about your loved ones to anybody that you can. Go to your VFWs, your American Legions, ask to be a guest speaker, and keep your loved one alive and pass that on to the next generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question, and I will repeat it just in case everyone couldn't hear. So she is asking about particular recovery circumstances and the climate where these lost locations occur, and how the climate and environmental factors, land transformation, makes the recovery process, could potentially make the recovery process more difficult, and how remains might not necessarily be in that exact location, particularly if they happened on a slope, or if animals are in the area, how that's going to affect it. And all of those things absolutely will. We also deal with different types of soil acidity, so acidic soil will break down remains faster. So all of these factors will definitely influence the condition of the remains. And when the archaeologists go into the field, they'll do an initial survey of that particular lost location. And during this survey, what they're looking at are those land transformation processes, and to see, okay, where did the particular crash or the battle happen, and how have things moved and changed since then, and where might we be able to find the remains. And that's part of the archaeologist's job, is to assess all of that, to come up with the excavation strategy, determine, okay, how far are we going to dig, and how deep are we going to dig? Does that answer your question? Thank you very much.
So from the terrestrial recoveries that they do, environment does play a role. You heard about acidic soil and your rain, different things like that. But for the most part, for DNA, as you heard about the fit for use, anything that's recovered from South Korea or terrestrially that's not been chemically treated, we do very, very well with a number of the different analyses we have. And considering our last hope, which is that chemically treated method that we do, that works with stuff that is, let's say, half an inch long, okay? Anything that starts to get below that half inch is something that we're looking into and is kind of that next 10-year phase. We're going to have to figure out how to repair the DNA, because that's actually getting beyond what you can do in a biochemical nature. But so far, the stuff that we got for the K55 or recovered out of South Korea works like gangbusters in our lab. It works very well. But again, it's about, if we start to see that as a lab, both our labs, we look to develop how are we going to increase that success? What do we need to do? So we rely on the anthropologists tell us, well, this soil's been acidic. It's sitting in here. This is what we're seeing. And then we'll look at it from a biochemical standpoint as well.
Next question.
I'm going to add just a little bit to that, too.
Sorry.
I'd also say that even before we go out to do any kind of recovery or excavation, we have our historians that'll also do a lot of research. They'll do investigations. So we also have folks that'll go out. They'll talk to anybody, see if there's any witnesses, see if did they see someone, come down through that area. There's a lot of times that the locals will also find remains, may bury them. So that might be information that they would find. And then that would also help with our excavation strategies when we go out to do recoveries of remains.
Go ahead.
My name is Peter McTaggart. I lost two uncles in Korea, Air Force pilots. My first uncle was still MIA. He was flying a F-82G twin Mustang, armed reconnaissance to Seoul in March of '51, when the North Koreans were retreating from Seoul. His brother was lost a year later, flying a photo recon. He was looking, we have recovered him, and he's home. My question is, I was in Korea this last November, and around Seoul, his last radio contact was between Daegu and Seoul, and then he wasn't heard from since then. He had contacted another aircraft. But that area is so incredibly built up. Has that been thoroughly investigated, or the chances of finding anything there right now? It looked to me, as I went around on the tours and everything, it was just so remote that anything could ever be found. Is there any information on, if it was recovered, would they be in the punch bowl, possibly?
Can you answer?
With urbanization just across the world, there are times where new buildings are being built, new homes are being built, that people will come across remains. When that happens in South Korea, they do turn them over. It would either go to the police or to MACRI to investigate further. So there are remains that do get encountered with different buildings that are going on.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you, too, on behalf of my father. This is a forensic science question in regards to a lot of us are getting older. So if the children are getting older of the servicemen, then their brothers and sisters and siblings and some of the things you have to go through to get your Y strain, that is very difficult to do. My question to you is, have you considered asking the family when you reach out and you're still trying to identify if these brothers, these siblings, went to a local hospital? And I say that because most local hospitals say lab work, tissue, all of that for close to 100 years. So you do have the opportunity to try to latch on to a local community collaboration that might get you the answer of the brother that died, or a nephew that died, a male that you might need.
Ma'am, that's an excellent question. Typically, those are last resort samples, and we actually do work with the individual's families on that. So as you're talking about that, if you go in for a biopsy, the hospital will do a paraffin block, so they'll embed that tissue in a paraffin block, and they have to reserve that block for 50 years. It's considered a medical record. We do stuff on our current day operations and working with those paraffin blocks. The problem sometimes with the paraffin block is that you will get potentially 2 profiles out of there because of how they prepare them. The good news is, like you talk about the why, we do sit down with families here. That is the best part of my teams and my day when we come to these family member updates, is when you all come and talk to us, say what references we have, and we can pull out our chart, and we're like, okay, did he have any living brothers? No. Okay, did he have a living uncle? Yep, but he's passed away. But he had a son. And so we do that. But yes, we do look at alternative references. One of the best ones that work for us is if there is no living paternal and the brother has passed and somebody has kept the old style watch that has the expandable metal wristband, that captures a lot of cells in it. And so we can actually go into that sometimes. We'll get an answer about, what about letters? Unfortunately, letters only work about 1% of the time. But sometimes the hearing aid that they just put in a bag and stuff away, we may be able to get something out. So as a last resort, we absolutely do that. We look for that. But then you heard about today about that, and again, the big word, SNP, we'll just call it the difference test. That's going to take a maternal reference that we have and turn it into a nuclear. So we're trying to cover all of our bases, but we do look for that. Okay. That's a great question.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Go ahead.
This is an administrative question. Yesterday it was mentioned that there were 2 additional sites of underwater aircraft potential wreckages, and that a decision would be made forthcoming whether to take the one from the west or the east of the peninsula. And I wondered, is that decision made by MACRE, by DPAA, or by a combination of the 2? And how soon might we be able to know? Would it be within 1 year, 2 years, 3 years that they would look at the additional sites?
Was that from your brief, Don? Go ahead. Just use the mic.
Hi, John Figueres again. I think what you were referring to, though, that what came up was a site off of Busan that both MACRE and DPA were working together, and that's a continuous. What we are investigating too is the potential for other underwater sites, as we mentioned that. If we can get to underwater sites and we do recover things, that there potentially is good DNA that we can recover. But we'd have to, I don't like to say what specific sites, because as we plan our operations, again, a lot of factors go into that. There are a few. So I guess I'm not sure if I'm getting right at your question, but the question I guess I'm answering is there are other potential sites, and we're going to look at these things. Is that answering your question?
And then is the decision made in conjunction with MACRE? Do you have to have permission from the Korean government? Is it something that we decide ourselves? Thank you.
It depends. Again, it depends on the proximity to land, where it is within the international waters, where it is within the the waters that are associated with the border. And as we plan these missions, depending on the depth, the assets that we can get, obviously we enjoy doing it with MACRE or with partners. I came off of a dive site off of Vietnam that was done with an Army team, and it depends on what assets are available. We've done work with Navy dive teams, Coast Guard dive teams, partnership teams. It just depends on the circumstances, the time of year, and what other dive assets we have going out on missions. So in other words, we do make all those decisions there in our headquarters as we plan the mission and depending on the research that's done. There are options available to us. Does that help?
Yeah. Right. In the back there.
This is kind of a age question follow-up as well as a cultural question. We're all getting older, but so are the North Korean witnesses to various events. Do you know or have any clue as to whether the North Koreans tell stories to their younger generations and whether those witnesses are viable in your research efforts?
Yeah, so I see as I look down the row, Chris might be the best position to answer this, or Dr. Bay might be the best position to answer this. From our perspective at DPAA, we on the research team don't have direct contact with the North Koreans, and it's very hard for us to have visibility on what they're doing in country, and I don't know if you wanted to add anything else.
The only thing that I would say is I've only had academic communication with them, so I have absolutely no idea what they're telling their offspring and their descendants. But I would say that since they have openly rejected the repat, there's, I think, according to the data that Macri presented yesterday, I think it was 990 individuals of North Koreans that they have sitting in their warehouses in South Korea, and North Korea has continuously rejected that. So it seems like, and in talking with other people in the lab, the DPAA lab, it seems like they're at this point they're just not interested in that. So they're probably not talking too much to their offspring and the other villages and stuff like that. Does that answer your question?
I think so. All right. Robin's there. Oh, sorry. You go first, and then Robin next. Okay. Just hold on. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Chuck Shaw. And I requested and received the Operation Glory Chinese transfer roster with suggested identities for the remains. It's an alphabetical roster of remains evacuated under Operation Glory. It's remains returned by the Chinese and North Koreans from the battlefields and POW camps. They list just under 2,000 names. And I'm wondering how many remains were interred at the Punch Bowl after those, and I'm wondering what the discrepancy is between the names and numbers they listed and the numbers that were actually interred. Thank you.
You've just asked my favorite question, but I don't know if I'll be able to give you a complete answer right now. So Operation Glory was my life's passion for approximately 5 years. Dr. Abe Schrag, who's in the back, has continued that work. In terms of the Operation Glory roster, it really depends on each section. So you're asking about the names and the discrepancies. In total, there should be 4,219 sets of remains. A little over 400 from North Korea were interred in the Punch Bowl after they had analysis at the CIU lab in Kokura, Japan. In terms of discrepancies, it really depends which part of the roster. Part of the reason we designed the North Korean phases, which are all part of the one big plan, the way that we did was that we started with United Nations military cemeteries that we had records for, so we had those. Then we moved to POW camps. So for the UNMC cemeteries, United Nations military cemeteries, those had interesting patterns. So Debbie was really instrumental in some of the first disinterments from North Korea. Some of those were from the Hunam Cemetery, which is at the beginning of the roster. Those, if you look through it, the names are almost always correct, the service numbers are always correct, the remains we disinterred from the lab were almost the exact same all the way across. If you get to places like UNMC Pyongyang, what our research has shown us over the last decade and a half is that for the remains that came from UNMC Pyongyang, those locations are generally correct, but there are also discrepancies in terms of ones that came back as isolated burials.
For the POW camps, and there might be a lot of POW camp families in the audience still, for Camp 5 and Camp 1 and 3, not the temporary camps, what you see there is a discrepancy in terms of the names. If you look at the list, the Chinese transfer roster, the name returns are alphabetical. And so if you think about it, that's a little bit of a strange way to give remains back. And what we notice is if the name is there, that can sometimes be slightly more positive, but the names were not always in concurrence. So I spent a lot of years with what some people call the tinfoil hat on my head, working on spreadsheets, saying name, location, concurrence, location concurrence, name concurrence, nationality concurrence. And Dr. Schrag has really progressed the ball forward with a lot of that research as well. So the short answer is Chinese transfer roster, really important. There are very significant patterns in it. I would not take any of it as gospel. The lab, when they come in, they do everything through an independent scientific peer review, which I'll hand over to them to answer any questions about that. And that's just one piece of hundreds and in some cases thousands of pieces of evidence that goes into the background research that we put into our disinterments on the research side. Did that answer the question?
Yeah, so it sounds like the battlefields where we buried our remains, it sounds like those records are pretty accurate. But the Chinese records from like the prison camps, those are alphabetical and maybe not so accurate?
So not necessarily battlefield cemeteries, but the United Nations military cemeteries where there was plot, row, grave, those are pretty accurate. I would say an exception would be Coterie and Udamni. Those are very, very complicated, and what we know from the data, from going through it, is it's very complicated. And I don't know, Kristen, since you've worked on some of these, if you want to touch on anything, but historically, just one piece of the puzzle, and there's a lot of puzzle pieces, and a whole team of people who've been putting together that puzzle for a few decades. Did you want to add anything else?
Thank you, Dawn. Yeah, so we'll say when the punch bowl remains come in, the historians will provide us with a list of potential historical candidates based on the combing through the historical background that they have done, and then we work off of that list that they have given us and that background research to start doing comparisons with the remains. And then when the DNA comes in, we incorporate that as well. So we're constantly working the punch bowl cases or any case that we get with that historical list derived from our historians with all of the other different lines of evidence from the scientific analysis. Thank you.
Right. Back there, Homer.
Hi, my name is Bill Bonnell, and I'm here to represent my uncle, Arthur Berry, Corporal Arthur Berry from Shortsville, New York. He was captured in a battle on 23 April 1951, and he was marched north, and he died at a small camp, Yangdang, outside Pyongyang, on September 16th, 1951. I don't have a question. I have a thank you and a story. I want to thank the director and Jennifer and DPAA. Last year when I was here on Thursday, they approached me and said, do I have a passport? I said, of course I do. They said, we have a trip to South Korea. Are you interested? So my wife and I had to discuss that, and we said yes. So on Friday morning, we said yes. On Saturday, turns out that it was the end of September, 6 weeks away. On Saturday morning, the embassy reached out to me, and on Monday, I started communications with the South Korean government. And what it was is every year in the for the Armed Forces Day, the end of September, the South Korean government invites 50 members of the senior UN leadership from the Korean War or their families to Korea. So we went, there was 43 individuals, and it was with General Clark's grandchildren, it was with the Ethiopian general's daughter, so I mean, it was very senior leaderships, and myself, who was, my uncle was a POW, so it was sort of I was out of place until I met another gentleman who was from South Africa, and his father was a fighter pilot. So there was 43 of us from around the world, 2 veterans from Turkey and from Colombia, 7 different languages, so there was a lot of translations. We were in South Korea in Seoul for 3 days. And we visited the DMZ, and we had lunch with the president. Yeah, okay, there was 500 of us, but we had lunch with the president, and things like that. But the story I want to tell you is that the gentleman, John, from South Africa, whose father was a fighter pilot who was shot down over North Korea, okay, that was 2 months before John was born. So he was there looking for connections and whatever he could find out about his father. Well, there was a grandson of the Netherlands commanding general who was there, who reached back to the Netherlands. So the story is that the Netherlands was ground forces on the ground, and the South Africa provided fighter cover for them. The gentleman from Netherlands, his grandfather was on the ground when the South African pilot was flying over, protecting him, and was shot down. So there was that connection that, you know, the Netherlands thanked the South African pilot's, you know, son for thank you, so that the son was very emotional. Of course, I am now. But he was very emotional and, you know, thankful that there was able to do that connection. So yes, so we're here for the U.S. and things like that, but there's other countries, you know, South Africa, Netherlands, and things that are in the same situation. And I was lucky enough to meet some other people from other countries, you know. So I want to thank the director and Jennifer and DPAA for offering me that opportunity to reach out and pass information about the U.S. and meet other people. So I just want to say thank you.
Wait. All right. Next.
My name's Jack Witt. Here for my uncle Jack Witt. So I had a couple of comments and a question. Dr. Berry, your passion has inspired me to write a book about my uncle and his situation in my family's military history. And in the research for what I've been doing, well, let me say, I just started my 31st year as a high school teacher, math, science, and computer science. Having transitioned completely over to computer science, I can pretty much include in my curriculum whatever I want to. So, you know, I'm looking at some DNA inclusion, anatomy where we can get into some bones, soil science with my ag teachers. I'm an honorary member of the history department because I like it. I was just wondering, I know there was a book a few years ago that we got curriculum-wise, you know, had some lesson plans in it. I'm working on some more of my own, and I'm just wondering, is there a project going on where that might be continued, or do I need to write my own book?
Thank you so much for your question. This might actually delve into partnership territory because we had a partnership with the Korean War Legacy Foundation. They're the ones that created the book. Dr. Matuszewski, who is partially the new me in partnerships and innovation from a few years ago, works in partnerships on research, so he might be able to speak to that if they're thinking of updating the book or anything like that. And I also just want to say thank you because it's really, really wonderful. The stories that you have, some of them are, many of them are harrowing. You're all so patient. You've been dealing with so much for so long. And there have been a few people who've said, like you just did, that they're putting that down on paper, I think is not only important for you, your family, you personally, but it's also so important for us. So when you write it, if you want to send any drafts my way, I'm excited to read it. On my personal time, of course. via the SCO.
Thanks, Dawn. So as of right now, there's no plans to expand that, but we'd be definitely interested in hearing some thoughts that you might have. So I would reach out to your SCO to get that information to us.
All right, now Robin, go ahead.
Good afternoon. First of all, I just want to give a great
thank you to Mr. McKeague for allowing me to have this wreath for you and for taking the time to answer me. There are still a few hearts out there, and I'm going to be leaving shortly after this closes up. So if you haven't already taken the time to write a quick message of love, please do so immediately afterwards, because I don't want to just, not have you there. The other thing I wanted to say is, and it's kind of interesting, I think somebody might have touched on this, but I've gone into the schools myself and talked about my uncle. And not all schools are willing to, do this. But, you got to just put your foot forward and try a little harder sometimes to get through to the educational departments. But I also take Korean War veterans with me, and they tell their story. So it's kind of nice, if you have a Korean War veteran and then you have your story, there's this very interesting connection. So I would encourage you to do that. But the POW MIA Day is coming up. And that is an awesome opportunity to attend one of those events or let someone know that you're willing to speak and tell your story. So I would encourage you, if you haven't already thought of it, to think about doing something like that. Or get on the radio and tell your story. Find different ways, different avenues to do this, because it's important. And it does keep those memories alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Joe.
I want to give you my thanks to all of you that you've done so far. I've got a question I'm going to in a while, so we'll get to that in a minute. I have my cousin, his name is Wayne Barton Gill. I know he was in Okinawa and had a month to go in the Army, and he got sent right away into South Korea. I know that with the Korean War and the Cold War, we have this going now. I mean, Wayne and I, we're the same generation. We're 25 years apart, but we're the same generation. So he was in the Korean War, and I was in the Cold War #1. There's a second Cold War now, right? You got that, I hope. So what was going on now, I'm going to mention just this one thing, and that's just this, and that is that I've been a lawyer in Oregon State, and I was in the Army for like 6 years total. And I probably, when I worked for the Oregon State Bar, I worked on military and veterans and military for really 6 years of work that I did as a volunteer work at that time. Now, I'm a retired attorney now, so I'm not working with the Oregon State Bar anymore because I'm retired. But I would like to do volunteer work now. And I've looked at your website, DPAA website, and it talks in the bottom there, it says volunteer. I would like to do volunteer work with you or whoever, whatever I could do. And I want to say that now. If there's anybody here who wants to talk to me, I would like to do volunteer work with you now. That's the end of it. If you want to talk to me at some point soon, I would like to talk to you about that, doing volunteer work here. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I can address that. I would just say that you reach out to your SCO, and maybe we could work something out.
So there's a couple of different ways to volunteer, and what I would say is we're very lucky to have a very extensive partnership program, including the Hub and Spoke program, which Zach Matuszewski spoke to. I would also say there are internal DPAA volunteers. The lab has a very, very robust program for both volunteers and interns, and I don't know if you wanted to add anything else in terms of the direction we're going at all? Or I can add, I can keep talking. What I would say is on the research side, it's a little bit more complicated. So because of a bunch of different factors, it makes it a little bit harder to have volunteers because you have to have a government computer on the government side. So I worked on, I did the Pacific Leadership Academy, and I spent about a year helping to develop a more robust volunteer and internship program that was largely based on the laboratory's model. That is in its very, very, very early stages. So on the research piece within the agency, hopefully there will be more opportunities. We also do have some opportunities on the research side that are currently taking place in the Nebraska laboratory with our disinterment historians. So there are a lot of different ways that you can become involved. I would say one of the easiest and exciting ways to be involved is through our hub and spoke partnership institutions, because they have different regulations around government and information sharing. And I probably missed a bunch of stuff.
I guess I have to also partially answer that, but from the operations side, we have, I'm hesitant to take in volunteers before to go out in the field, but obviously there's always concern there, safety concern, health and conditioning concerns, et cetera, and things like that. I know that's not what you said, you don't want to go out in the hot, dusty fields of Southeast Asia. But the interesting thing is that, you know, this desire to help, I'd like to maybe find a way to get there, and the director knows this too. I feel like a docent sometimes, or where I am, where I am constantly giving tours, and to the point where I might be losing my voice at times. But no, thank you for that. And you know, it will spur some thought in my mind of maybe how volunteers can help more. Requires more thinking on my end. Sorry, I can't think on my feet right now.
Hey, I got a quick one here. I just had an acronym I didn't know. The continued focus on underwater DMZ and CCZ cases. What's CCZ?
Stands for Civilian Control Zone.
Okay.
Okay. And you got the others, right? DMZ and was it?
Okay.
Let's keep going.
All I wanted to say was I reiterate what everybody else has said here, that we really appreciate what all of you have done and continue to do to bring us closure. And we really, really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. Actually, it was going through my head. Glossary up front, definitions up front. Thanks.
Right, over here.
I'm Mary Liverman. Thank you again for this last 2 days. My question is, if you identify some remains and there's no family or anyone to come forward for those remains, what happens to that soldier? And what will happen to the Koreans that is rejected? What will happen to their remains? Where will it go?
If there's no living family member for an American service member, the service secretary concerned becomes the family member and will direct disposition, usually at Arlington. And I will tell you, in the case of a World War II case, there was one, they were buried out in Golden Gate National Cemetery. The Army was so good, they put out the word, and there were hundreds of people there from the VFW, local Legion, veterans. It was pretty much heartwarming. So there's always going to be someone there. Okay. We attend the funerals, the Arlington ladies attend the funerals, so there is always going to be someone there who cares. And we also put out the words to veterans groups. We often have inquiries about that. So there's never going to be a lonely burial, period.
They need dignity, yes.
Yes.
Okay,
so
thank you.
The second part of your question, so the remains that South Korea finds of believed to be North Korean soldiers that they've offered and been rejected on, South Korea actually inters them in a cemetery in Seoul. awaiting the day, someday, where North Korea might want to have those remains repatriated. Likewise, Chinese remains that the South Koreans had recovered for many years were also rejected. It wasn't until about 9 years ago that China, the PRC, People's Republic of China, asked for them. And so each year in the fall, the PRC sends a delegation to Seoul to recover and repatriate remains that South Korea had recovered from the previous year. And that's a dynamic that changed 9 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So again, maybe at some point North Korea says we would like to have our countrymen back.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Raise your hands. Lady over there by the door. Well, two.
I have two questions. The first one is, are you guys utilizing ground penetrating radar or drones? And the second one is, after you go through the site and you excavate and you find remains or not, what do you do with the site afterwards, and is it fit for use, basically?
The tall lady one.
So I'll say fit for use as well out on our site. So if ground penetrating radar is something that we determine is something that would be useful and necessary, we would use that. With ground penetrating radar, what it's going to return is if there's an anomaly in the soil. So it's not going to say there's remains that are buried here, or this is a burial, or this is a crash site. It's going to show an anomaly that would then have to be further investigated. But if it's something that site particularly warrants, we will use whatever tools necessary to complete that excavation or that investigation of that site. What was your, drones. Drones are a little tricky because, again, it's going to be determined by that host nation that we're going into what they will allow us to bring in, and drones can be a little tricky. So we are getting permissions for some countries to bring that equipment in, but it has to be approved by that host nation. And then there was a second part.
After the excavation and clearing the ground, whatever it is, what happens afterwards?
So site restoration. So after we excavate a site, we will restore it. So, and again, that's something that we work with the host nation with prior to that excavation, that typically we will return it to how it was found originally and restore that site.
So for the excavations, typically the way we would close a site is the SRE. At least last time in Laos, for example, we'd bring a helicopter in. They get a big aerial photo of all the units we dug, and it helps that whatever the lab needs to document, they use that. It's kind of like the closeout. If it is the last site, usually, depending on the size of the site, we'll restore it, as she mentioned it, with like a backhoe. And the host nation officials with us have pretty strict guidance on what they want. For example, in Laos, they didn't really care. The dirt was either left, and that was done a decade before we showed up, but in other missions, they want it completely restored. So for example, I just got back from Indonesia. We were working in a soccer field, digging trench lines, and then we had to put it all back in after, so.
Right, go ahead, next.
Yeah, this question I have, I'm not sure if you can really, I'm sitting here thinking about it, and I felt like, well, if I leave and don't ask, I'll never know. My uncle, who, again, we lost in Korea, and he fought in Germany. When he came back to the States from Germany, and I'm sure as well as other soldiers, he brought back some of the Germans' gear, I would say. But he brought back a sword from Germany, from a officer, whoever, and the Nazi armband. I'm thinking about this is like a DNA question. After all these years, that's been passed around, and I'm sure he handled it. Whether there's still anything on there that's could be useful as far as DNA with fingerprints or something like that, or on cloth or on metal. I'm just wondering.
So that's an excellent question. We have done service hats
as a last resort. So in your case, we have living relatives that we've collected. There are times where we don't have what we call a viable reference, and so we start talking with the families about alternative references. One of the best ones we get is we'll ask, is there a baby book? So when the child is born, the mom takes a baby book, takes the first hair cutting and puts it in. We can get mitochondrial DNA from that hair. We've done that a number of times for the missing service member. Sometimes if there are baby teeth, we will ask, can we test it? The tooth at that point will get completely destroyed. We have to crush it all up to get to the DNA. We've been authorized to do that, and we've gotten results. In other instances, their dress service hat has been kept in a bag. Nobody's touched it. We actually will go in and start looking at it with a microscope and sometimes find hair, or we'll swab the headband to get cells that may be on that. So there are times that we can do that. Typically, the stuff that you talked about that's been passed around, we typically will pick up the most modern person who's touched it, because that DNA is very intact. So we typically try not to do that, but we will work with the families on a one-on-one to identify appropriate alternate references. So really, we have really good luck with the first hair cuttings, and we only need 3 or 4 pieces of that hair to do it. So great question.
I'm sorry. I might not have heard, but this is in reference for a follow-up on the phases. So could you tell me how many unidentified people you still have that were disinterred in phases 1 through, say, 4? We can stop it at 4. That are still out there for those phases that haven't even been identified yet? Does anybody know?
Thank you so much for your question. So of the cases that we have in the lab from the Punch Bowl, there are around 400 that are still unidentified at this time. Yeah.
Okay, so those extra 400 then need these additional supports that you're talking about to try to identify who they are.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So when we crack the nut to get to the chemically treated samples, one of the things that I've touched on with individuals is one of our products that we give to the DPA is called a mass comparison chart. And so we have a very large file that has every sequence that we've developed from the K208, from the 55 boxes of remains, and the chemically treated. And in there, that lists every sample, and then we will blind search the database and list who potentially is associated with those. And we do have some common sequences, which leads to some of the ones that are unidentified. But that also spurred in 2016, when we brought that online, we knew we couldn't do any additional testing to help them. So that's what started driving us down that SNP or difference test. And that is very similar to what you're hearing in the news on a cold case, but it needed to be developed to work with DNA that was as damaged as 40,000-year-old Neanderthal. So hopefully as we bring this new method on and we optimize it like we did, that's going to help to resolve some of these common cases that we have. So, but remember, what we've done is we've taken that DNA and we've established the borders for a number of these samples. And that allows us to say, oh, well, good, we've excluded all of these people. Sure, it may be these people. But then it also allows the anthropologist to look at it based on height and stature and a lot of different things. So there's a lot that goes into it. So I guess, yes, there's 400, but we're getting better. We're always getting better. So good question. Thank you, ma'am.
Go ahead there.
Yes, over yesterday's discussion and today, there's been the numbers thrown out, 5,000 remaining for the U.S. 7,000, and then 8,000 coming from the DPA, and the MPVA. What accounts for that discrepancy in those numbers?
So I'll start. So I use the number 8,100 when I talk. That's the number of total missing at the end of the war. That's what my baseline is for directing how many references I need. Okay. I think the number was 76, 75 something, 75. That is the number remaining from that 8,100 based on what we've already identified. The 5,300 is the estimate of what is remaining in North Korea of the missing. Anyone else? Did I catch that good? All right.
That's it. All right. Good. Over there.
Good afternoon. Yesterday, I went to the meeting that we normally have with the person that is assigned to us. And I had a summary, and there were a couple of things that I learned that I was unaware of, or maybe I forgot. I know that my uncle, Sergeant Mott Taylor, he was in the Army, that he was on a mission to deliver supplies to the front lines, I guess. And the supplies were delivered, and on his way back, a new thing that I learned, that his group was attacked. There were 2 attacks. And one of the questions that I asked, because I think somewhere I heard that most of the soldiers that were in his unit in that delivery were African Americans. So I asked them, were there any survivors? Or were there any people that they have record of that survived? And there was one, and she told me, but it was a very strange situation because they have records of that person being captured, being put in prison, and I guess it was in the North Korean prison, but they also have record of him being released and brought to, maybe it was the demilitarized zone or whatever, and repatriated to the side where he would be safe. But after that, nobody knows what happened to him. And I was kind of excited at first. I said, well, maybe I might be able to see if I could locate some of his family and see what kind of stories that they had to tell. And my question is there a possibility that I might be able to get some of the names of the people of the soldiers that were there on that last day with him? Because we do have some information on the last day, that last delivery too.
Do you want to answer that, Dawn? It sounds fairly case specific.
Yeah, so the short answer is that it's complicated. I'm not sure if the person you were sitting down with, I recognize the name, we might need to talk after through your SCO, that depending on what you received yesterday, you might have received your individual deceased personnel file. Sometimes that has the name of the other individuals who were there that day. You can also look at things like mourning reports. There is a challenge though, because for living people or people who survived, we have it drilled into us. PII, personal information, and then personal health information. So for us, and I don't want to, I'm a little bit out of my lane right now, but we're we're not usually the people who would give information about living service members. There are cases where family to family, your service casualty officer might ask you to check a box if you want to share information, and the SCOs help with that. But in terms of getting the information, there's a possibility we might have morning reports, but in general, we don't give out the information of other living people because that might violate privacy regulations.
I think some months ago, I received that detailed file, and I went through that, and there was a lot of information that we did not know that was in that file, and I'm very appreciative of that. But I was just, after I finished the meeting, I was thinking about where, if I wanted to research, where would I start? And I know this year, had my uncle lived, he would have been 100 this year, and I know that makes it difficult also in order to research something like that.
Yeah, and I think this is something, your question's great, and we've had it a few times. The other thing is in terms of your personal research, if there's more questions you have about your case, please make sure you ask us, ask your service casualty officer. Those are things we can definitely help with. If there are things that you want to do, and this is the opinion of Don Berry, not authorized by the government of the United States of America. I would say in general, newspaper.com, ancestry.com, there's lots of online resources in terms of where you can research your case more. We also have a lot of family members who go to the National Archives, presidential museums, all kinds of stuff like that. In terms of where to start, speaking generally, not specific about cases, as a person who loves research, there's lots of places that you can look. The thing that we're limited by is giving out personal information of other people. If it's related to your case, there's things that we can do to help.
I know I worked several years at the depository at Norden Air Force Base for a while too. Is there some way that we can have access, or is there a procedure?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I missed the very beginning of your question.
I said for several years I worked as a researcher at Norden Air Force Base in the depository that had lots of documents and film of different segments of history at that time, that a lot of the information that they got in came to that depository. And is there a procedure that is in place? Say, for instance, if we wanted to research a place like that. I know most of the work that we did was for the Pentagon and other places. It wasn't too many civilians that were allowed to do that.
So if it's information about your case specifically that we have, in most cases we'll share it with you unless there's some sort of restriction on it. In terms of other places, even we were talking about this in the Cold War session, and I'm not sure if Heather Harris is still here, but even at the National Archives, we as DPAA researchers have to go ourselves as people, and all of those public institutions, AFRA for the Air Force and for the presidential libraries and for the National Archives, you as a person can absolutely go, and we follow pretty much the same procedures that other people would follow to do archival research.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I hope I didn't miss anything.
Great. We good? I think we're good. All right.
Hi, I'm sorry if I missed this. You may have already answered this question, but you've described the past 2 days about how you've developed your own processes and procedures about how to go about identification in the DNA sequencing and all that, and how you work with other government agencies like the FBI, the CDC, and places like that. My question is, how often, how closely do you work with private industry medical labs? And do you have a liaison that stays with them to see if they've developed any new sciences? Because we all know science develops daily. And is that something that stayed on top of?
So that's an excellent question. So a little bit of background. I am an infectious disease immunologist by trade. I'm a classical virologist. So I cut my teeth at the New York State Department of Health, doing research in the medical field. So I still follow those journals every day. So to answer your question, in 2012, there was the first article that came out about personalized medicine, and that was in regards to being able to sequence your whole genome to determine if you had predispositions and different things like that. That's how we started to develop the method that we needed to do. The unfortunate part is with those advances that go on in the medical genetics, it's with really good DNA, high copy DNA, high quality. So we do look at those, but we do also work with industry. So the SNP, that test that I told you we developed, I put out what we call a request for proposal, and it basically had the following caveats. You had to develop the software, the analytical method, and the chemistry such that regardless of your relationship, we could use that. And so it was awarded to a company, and we worked with them, and we actually helped them develop the method. So we do that quite a bit. We follow the modern sciences. And to give you an example, most labs follow what we do in the criminal work. So we brought that next generation sequencing on in 2016. It wasn't until 2021 that your state and local crime labs brought it on. So that's an excellent question. We do search that all the time. I have scientists who go to different scientific meetings. We're always doing literature searches and to see what we can do. One of the advancements I talked about, going 20% increase in samples this year, was because we worked with a company that developed a medical genetics testing instrument, and we wanted to adapt it to forensics, and they saw how we were utilizing their chemistry in another way, and they sold us that instrument so we could do it. So it's a great question. We do keep our pulse on that all the time. And then we do hear stuff from our partnerships and innovations. If they hear something that may come our way, we will work with them as well. So great question.
All right. Anyone else? Am I missing anyone? No? All right, good. Oh, no, sorry. I spoke too soon. Go ahead. Thank you. Thank you.
I just have a quick question about DNA gathering. I have a series of letters, a packet of letters from my father to my mother, back in the days when you had to lick the envelope and lick the stamp. Are those of any value as far as DNA collection? And I mean, they're almost 80 years old.
Yeah, so actually they're really good to an extent if they're the last resort. So when it comes from letters that came from theaters of operation, sometimes the person who licked the envelope was not the actual person who wrote the letter because it had to go through and get sanitized sometimes. Personal letters when they're in, like when they were in basic training or something like that, and there, the brutal honest truth is we've tried letters, we've been trying to do them and optimize them, but they only work about 1% of the time. And a lot of it has to, a lot of people touch them at different times and things like that. We do them as a last resort. We will pull them in and we will put the sequence in if we get it, but there's no way to verify if it's actually the authentic or not type thing. So we do look for hairs or teeth or something like that, but sometimes they do work. We've had letters where the girlfriend or the wife of the service member cut it open at the top, so they never opened where it was licked, and that protected it, and that sometimes helps us with it. So we will always work with the family if we need a reference. We'll figure something out. Thank you.
Okay. We good? All right. I'm going to take this opportunity. Right over here, the gentleman with the big flower on his lapel is Mr. Gilhun Lee from the Ministry of Patriot and Veterans Affairs. He was the one that arranged the reception for you last night. Thank you so much. I'd just like, on behalf of the Outreach and Communication staff, I'd like to thank you so much. I hope you found this very enlightening and useful for your time and the money you spent here. It was our distinct honor to provide you information and to assist you. And with that, I'll call the director up to close us out. Thank you for attending. Oh, the panel can go. Thank you for answering questions, folks. Thank you. Sorry.
As you can imagine, this is not an easy event to put together. We at DPA cannot do this alone. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that during COVID, when we connected with you virtually, we learned. And we also realized that as many of your peers age or have situations that come up, preventing them from coming to Washington, it was important for us to be able to live stream this event. And we do that. We started doing that 3 years ago, and we do it with great, great success. I'd like to recognize the Defense Media Activity. They're a defense agency that is located at Fort Meade, Maryland. I'd like to call Darcy Montoya and Kevin Miller, please, if they could come up. So our partners at DMA are the ones behind the scenes, but the ones that are able to, through technology and through their expertise, stream this event in its entirety to anyone interested in coming up and watching it. And we also archive it for the future for anyone that might want to view it. So this is Darcy Montoya and Kevin Miller from DMA, and on behalf of the families and my colleagues, thank you very much for all you do behind the scenes, by the way. Just a memento of this year's poster to you both. Thank you. Thanks very much. For DPAA, this is not a DPAA show. This is a Department of Defense show. And it's one that we depend greatly upon our partners. You obviously know the indomitable, and I use that word a lot because there are a lot of indomitable people in this enterprise. You know Dr. Tim McMahon, true partner of DPA and his dedicated staff. You know, they are the ones that do the DNA analysis. They are the ones that do push the science in inordinate ways. So Tim, thank you and your team for the tremendous partnership that we have with you. For you all, you know that your contact is not necessarily with DPA itself, but it's with your Service Casualty Office. We know that we cannot do this without the full partnership of the Service Casualty Offices. They do the genealogical research. When we ask them that we're looking at a particular case, when we ask them that we're looking at this particular set of list of individuals, they go find the family members to which to donate a DNA reference sample. They're the ones that communicate with you. They're the ones that sit in the case summary reviews with you. So again, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, we are indebted to the great partnership we have with them. And then within DPA alone, this is a big event. There are 434 of you. There are 172 of you that this was your first time, and I met many of you. And I applaud you for the fact that you are here, in some cases, overcoming reticence and reluctance on behalf of maybe your grandmother or mother who never wanted to come. I just met a couple from Washington State. This was their first time here. So again, as we bring you here, we obviously give you the general updates, but where the rubber meets the road is in that room, where you, your case analyst, and your Service Casualty Office are able to connect. And they begin this work, by the way, months in advance. So for all of my Indo-Pacific, Korean War researchers, historians, analysts. We owe hats off to them because, again, burning both ends of the candle, working till long hours of the day to get your case summary review ready. Many of them had at least 12, sometimes more, to give you the product that you deserve, and more importantly, a current update of what we know, and more importantly, where we might go next. So again, to my colleagues in the Indo-Pacific Directorate, hats off to them. Now, an event like this, as you can imagine, takes a whole lot of heavy lifting logistics-wise. Why aren't you moving? Where's the other one? Okay, he needs to come up. You need to come up. You are welcome. When we heard that there was a hearing impaired family member here, we knew it was our obligation with which to provide you that full communication. Oh, there she is. So it takes a lot of planning. It takes a lot of organizing. It takes a lot of execution with which to put this together in such a, I would say, seamless way. The two individuals behind me do it, I wouldn't say effortlessly, but to me it looks effortless because they do it so well, so professionally, in ways that you have what you have. So Greg Hayes over here is the behind-the-scenes man. He's the one that starts this process 6-9 months in advance. In fact, probably after you leave, he's probably working on the next Korean Cold War annual government briefings. Greg is a mover and a shaker when it comes to muscling the hotel, when it comes to basically telling the hotel what it is we expect on behalf of you. You won't hear him out front. In fact, some of you may have never seen his face. But more importantly, take it from me, he has your interests at heart, and all of this, all the logistical backroom dealing, wheeling and dealing is because of this man. How many? 2001. You know, I love sports metaphors, and so yesterday when I met with the team before you all arrived, you know, I told them that the best point guard, now this is obviously a subjective opinion, the best point guard in the world I thought was Caitlin Clark. You know, the University of Iowa graduate, all-time scoring leader in the NCAA, now with the Indiana Fever. I was wrong. The best point guard in the world is a young lady behind me, on my right. Do not let her rank fool you. One would think that, by the way, this rank is fairly new. Lieutenant Vela was just promoted 6 months ago. Do not let the rank fool you. This is a young lady, this is an Air Force officer well beyond what you see on her shoulder boards. She was the one that we put to quarterback, to run the point on this entire event. I was impressed, among other things, and I've worked with Jennifer many, many times over many different things, but what particularly impressed me about her and this event, being your point guard, being your quarterback, was the inordinate attention to detail that she applied to this. She does it with great heart, she does it with great compassion, and more importantly, she does it with great diligence. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you both. Please allow me to tell you. You heard me say yesterday, we're here to account for your loved one. And I hope you came away realizing that whether you're an analyst, a researcher, historian, whether you're a scientist in the laboratory, or anything in between, the photographer that supports the site, the logistician, the financial management comptroller, to any of these people, all 750 within DPAA, I hope you've come away realizing that we take seriously our mission to account for your loved one. But I hope you also came away recognizing that we also take seriously the second part. 1A is accounting, 1B is communicating. I hope you came away recognizing that we take seriously the need for us to communicate with you. But as you heard me say yesterday, that's not enough. We need to also connect with you. And so on behalf of my colleagues in DPAA, AFMIS, AFDIL, in the service casualty offices, thank you for connecting with us. Thank you for allowing us to connect with you. We've shared laughs, we've shared tears, we've shared frustrations, we've shared anger. And through all of this, please understand, all of us in DPA, all of us in DOD are staunchly, steadfastly committed to you. The flag that you are very familiar with, your flag, those words, those 3 words, you are not forgotten, are for the service member. But we in DOD recognize that those 3 words also apply to you. You are not forgotten. God bless you all. You know, may His graces be shed upon this our shared mission. And it is a shared mission. We want this as much as you do. We want to provide you the answers that you rightfully deserve. So recognize that you are not forgotten. God bless you. Have a safe trip home, and we look forward to seeing you next year.